Oh, hello. Testing. Testing. Oh my goodness. Are we live? Should be live. I think we are. That's crazy. Welcome one, welcome all. We got a spicy title tonight. It's a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh, see, it's like clockwork. As soon as I click start streaming, Umbreon freaks out. He's like, "I need attention immediately." Was good to see you, Michelle. I'm gonna make an announcement at everyone. Oh my God, we're back again. You know the drill. Give the stream a like. Post something in the chat. Spam my chat with emotes and love and excitement and joy. And enjoy the, speaking of joy, enjoy the brand new overlay. We got a new, we got this new horizontal flowing chat. We're going to see how that works out. Yeah, new chat or new this is what I was working on yesterday before yesterday's stream. Are you serious? You gonna bite me? No, you're not. I was working on this before yesterday's stream, and then like as soon as I scheduled the stream, I tried to connect the overlay, and it was like, nope, I'm gonna crash on you. But now it seems to be working, so that's cool. Let's see. So yeah, well, I mean, I guess we'll wait for some people to get here before we dive too deep into anything. But how we all doing? How's everyone doing tonight? It is Monday, December 1st, the first day of December, and day one of my my promised December. Every day of December, I'm going to try to stream at least once. I already streamed earlier today, so we get 2 for today. And that could even be if I don't feel like streaming that day or like some day this week, which is very possible. I'm going to try to like even go live for just a few minutes and be like, hey, not really feeling it today, but appreciate you guys, and something like that. Just trying to like force myself to be more consistent. So that's the goal for the month. My Christmas present to myself is a full month of streams. But yeah, we did already do a walkie-talkie earlier with Umbreon, which I think got cut short. I think it got cut off because my signal was bad, but that's okay. There are bigger problems in the world than having bad cell phone signal at a park, right? I'm quiet, really? Really, I'm quiet. That's interesting. Hang on one second. Are you sure it's not just you? Because I just turned it up on my phone, and I hear it. I sound normal, I think. Hey, Fluzzy. Hey, Fluzzy, is it quiet for you as well? It's just leftist audio. Well, is it actually bad? Because normally my audio is like fine. Like I haven't changed any settings or anything. It does look like it's it's not jumping to the top of the decibels or whatever. Do I need to? Do I have a different setting on? I don't think so. I haven't like changed my mic at all. Is that your volume knob all the way down on your mic, or is it mirrored? Um, that's the gain, and it's not. I don't think it's all the way down. It's like most of the way up, actually, or like midway up. But that's the gain. That's the gain dial, and then under that is It's good if I have my volume all the way up. Well, I don't want you to have your volume all the way up. That's ridiculous. I wonder. I wonder what's going on. It's actually a mono played on the left channel. Mono played on the left channel. Like it's only playing on the left channel, you mean? Is this any better? Interesting. I see it like only going up to the like it doesn't ever go to the red. It's not good enough for real. Here. Let me try. Let me try something. 150. How about now? Is this better? Is this better? Testing, testing, testing. Do we have better audio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was making a mono stereo joke. Oh, I'm too dumb for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who let this guy go live, says Josh. I don't know. Who let this guy go live? It's better? Could it? I can still set it to be higher. So let me know if it's still like weirdly quiet. I don't know. It's interesting. I haven't changed a single setting, but except for just now. So that is interesting. But I mean, as long as it's working. Also, Fuzzy Beat, you got a new Fuzzy Beat got a new image. Put it higher. Okay, we can put it higher. We can definitely do that. Advanced audio properties. Here we go. 175 maybe. Okay. How about now? Testing, testing, testing. The settings on our side look normal, at least to me. I have that mic. Yeah, it should be. Again, like this is the same setting I always have, so. Christmas bee. Oh, very cute. Love that. Merry Christmas. Still low? No way. Really? Are you just fucking with me? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up to 200. Okay, we're at 200. It's interesting. I see it's still only going up to the like it only goes up to like the 6 decibel mark. I have no idea why that would be though. Let me yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can go up a little bit higher. I just don't want to. Like if it's like too high, I don't want to like blow people's ears out. You know. All right, we're at 220 right now. 220. 220%. There's just it seems so strange. I'm on full volume and you're quiet, so it is what it is, but it's better than it was. Limited compressor somewhere. Limiter / compressor somewhere. Yeah, it must be. I wonder if it's my overlay. Because my overlay is accessing my camera. And it might be yeah, it's got to be another setting. Now I'm scared to like play around and turn off whatever that setting might be. So let me try something. Do I want to try this? Let's see. Okay. Testing. No, it's still only going up to that 6.8. And now I've like closed my overlay. Hey, Cop Watcher. Could try saying, boy howdy, let's get loudy, but you sound fine to me. I did disappear for a moment. Umbreon, well, yeah, if you're uncomfy, then don't sit up here. No one's making you stay there. No. I did find my way home. At long last. But yeah, good to see you guys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the microphone. And now I'm scared like it's going to be like crazy if dude, no. We're not doing this. We're not doing this tonight. You can chill. No, sir. It's very bizarre. But hope you're all doing well regardless. I apologize for the, I guess, leftist audio, as it were. Oh my God, no. Hey, no, come here. No. No, sir. No, sir. No. All right. It seems like people are starting to show up. So, Yeah, I think you guys hear about these war crimes? Alleged war crimes, potential war crimes, probable war crimes. You could try threatening the microphone. Hey, microphone, get your shit together right now. There's a headphone volume thing. Testing. Does this change it at all? No, it doesn't seem like it changes anything at all. I don't think that's it. Yeah, you're going to be in the doghouse if you don't stop. That's right. Making noise is their secret strat to get attention. Well, he wants me to let him. I think he wants me to like let him out in the living room. But I don't want to. Feminism is a war crime. The boats. Yes, the boats. We're talking about the boats. Also good to see you, the Rav. Do we have anyone here who doesn't think or who like knows about this and doesn't think that it's a war crime? I'm just curious. When we're gonna like dive into all the details, like from the top, we're gonna like try to pull up the whole story and like weave together like a list of interesting facts and build a little narrative out of it, maybe a timeline. That changes the headphone volume. Yeah, that's why I figured. That's why I was like, there's no way that shouldn't have anything to do with it. Maybe the gain got turned down. Is this better? I don't want to fuck with the gain. I'm gonna try just unplugging it and plugging back in real quick just to be sure. Testing. Yeah, still seems to be about the same. Oh, but you know what? I remember. You know what it might be. Remember there was one day where you guys couldn't hear me. Some of you were here. You think it's better? Well, it's better because I cranked up the put it all the way up. It is all the way up. That's what I'm saying. But there was one day where you guys couldn't hear me at all, and it turned out to be a control. It's my input volume again. This I don't know why it does this sometimes. Okay, so we're gonna put the hey Umbreon, go then. Okay, I just figured it out, guys. It was the same issue as before. No. Okay, so we're going back to 100%. Testing. Whoa. Testing. There we go. Okay. This should be good. If anything, this should be a little bit too loud. Okay, I am actually going to let him out, even though I shouldn't, but that's is what it is. You're an asshole, you know that? I feel like you're going to poop out there. Yeah, whatever. Loud and clear. Yep. I figured it out. Problem solved. It's good because if we hadn't fixed that, then when I jump on a panel later, we definitely would not have been able to hear. But okay, we should be Gucci. See, now he's out there whining at the cats for not playing with him, trying to bargain with them. Like, why are you guys ignoring me? So I was thinking, like, I want to try to like walk like maybe like a formalized process or try to like formalize or crystallize my way of like gathering information about these things using like AI tools. So I brought up I've got like Gemini, Claude, and Grok even up, and I want to try to put something together and like fact check stuff in real time. So let's start with ChatGPT because that's usually like my home base. So I want you to gather as much information as possible about the ongoing news stories regarding the U.S. military attack of the Venezuelan ships, right? Oh, it was an E. Venezuelan ships. Venezuelan ships. Or is it an A? Doesn't matter. The Rav says, the boats, Ryan, would you prefer U.S. caught them and put them on trial? Yeah, probably. Why not? Like, would that be so bad? But that, I mean, I think I would prefer that overall. But to be clear, before we even dive into this, I guess I'll point out that the issue that we're talking about tonight with war crimes isn't even about whether or not they attacked the ship. That itself could be, might end up also being illegal for other reasons. Yeah, exactly what Josh just said. So yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to. So Josh says the war crime likely isn't the actual striking of the boats. Here. That might end up being a war crime. We'll have to find out. The secondary cleanup strike was 100% a crime, though. Yeah, the double tap, as it's being called. And the quote unquote, actually I'm going to call it here, double tap and organize a list of 10 key facts about the issue. So here's where we're going to start. We're going to get like 10 facts to work with, and we're going to see. We're going to go from there. Because my understanding is that there's a particular line in, I guess it's naval codes or something. It's something. Hopefully we're gonna find the details on this. But like, there's a specific line about how it's a war crime to kill people, like shipwrecked, right? To attack people who are shipwrecked. And so the argument that was being made, like I listened last night on a WIC panel. Destiny and Soypill were arguing with Good Logic, who's a clown, and some other guy who apparently has like a $8,000 course on I don't know what it was. Jen was telling me about it in IRI's chat, but a couple of ridiculous clowns, and they were arguing, oh well, that's not a shipwreck. They were bombed. It's not a shipwreck. Okay, it doesn't count as a shipwreck because it was the result of a bombing. So it's not a shipwreck. It's a wrecked ship, basically. like what are we even talking about here? Josh says, I still remember today from basic training 15 years ago, a soldier, quote unquote, double tapped someone in a mock scenario, and we got reminded via pushing the earth that we are absolutely not allowed to do that. Looks like chat might be broken, so let me... Wait, maybe not. Okay, no, it is. But we always break our rules. Do we? And even if, like, let's say we do. Okay, so I'll even if I grant that we always break our rules, which I'm not sure I do. That doesn't change. That wouldn't have any impact on whether or not this was a broken rule, right? The ship is a wreck. It's a shipwreck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, it's so obvious. But coalition of the willing. The Rav says, see Israel double tap those two guys with the roller door. I have not seen that, but I mean, I also think Israel regularly, in fact, does war crimes. So that's not like, even if that's true, it doesn't affect my position on this at all. So the initial strike happened on the 1st to 2nd of September. So it was like overnight. I think it was like at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. something, right? Trump publicly announced the strike on the 2nd of September, saying 11 people were killed, saying that they were members of Tren de Aragua and they were smuggling drugs. no evidence of this has been presented so far. What double tap refers to in this case, we're talking about that after the first strike, there were 2 survivors that were seen clinging to debris. So shipwrecked, right? Let me zoom on this a little bit. Oh, wait. Clinging to debris, and then a second follow-up strike was ordered on the same boat. So this is what we're calling the double tap. So again, the first strike happened, and then apparently there's video of this too. Apparently there's video of this. So there were 2 survivors seen clinging to the debris, and then the second follow-up strike was ordered. So congressional and local news summaries explicitly describe this as a follow-up strike intended to hit the survivors. So that was like the goal. Like they knew those 2 people were hanging on, right? And that was why the second strike was ordered. So I think this is kind of disputed right now, like who ordered the second strike. So I think as of today, Carolyn Levitt, who, by the way, is like, she's like 27, 28. But she's saying that Pete Hegseth authorized Admiral Frank Bradley to conduct the strikes, and therefore Bradley was the one who ordered the second strike. And she says that he was acting within his authority and within the law. What is this? Oh. I don't think I can watch that GIF on stream, Michelle. Yeah, they are hanging that admiral to dry. Yeah, seriously. I wonder if he's going to sit and take it, you know? Like, is he going to bite the bullet? Metaphorically? Hey, Effigy. Effigy says, 28 married to a 62-year-old man. Yep. Yes. Hey. But that is besides the point. Josh says, military members will see the admiral being made the fall guy, and they will be much less likely to obey things like this. Yes. Yes. And then when people do see that, it's interesting because all of this comes back to like the Mark Kelly thing and the quote unquote seditious 6, as they call them, right? So I think as we see more people starting to push back on orders like this, which we probably will, the blame isn't going to fall, or the blame, at least as the administration frames it, is not going to fall on them for doing probably almost certainly illegal strikes. But it's going to they're going to point to Mark Kelly and the quote unquote seditious 6 again, and they're going to say that it's because they reminded the military that they're required to refuse illegal orders. What, you're 28, Ryan, says the Rev? No, I'm 33. So the justification of the Trump administration, they say it has declared a non-international armed conflict against foreign, they call them narco-terrorist organizations, including Tren de Aragua and Colombia's ELN. It has designated some of these groups as foreign terrorist organizations and argues this lets the U.S. use battlefield-style lethal force at sea. So they're calling it lawful self-defense. Okay, Umbreon has returned, guys. Hang on. What's your deal, huh? Again, no evidence that they were actually smuggling drugs. Even if they were smuggling drugs, self-defense, I believe, refers to imminent danger, right? Imminent danger. not like people allegedly smuggling cocaine, which is not even like what causes most like overdoses in the United States. Like, I don't think cocaine is like the leading cause of overdose by any means. Yeah, and now Josh mentions another very interesting related thing. The former Honduran president, who is apparently getting pardoned got pardoned by Trump already, who actually did smuggle insane amounts of drugs, apparently, and do a bunch of other bad stuff that we can probably dive into. But Trump has completely kind of bent, well, like he's basically bending the knee to this guy and pardoning him and letting him go because, it happened, like, it was the Biden administration. And the leftist party in Honduras apparently made a deal with the Biden administration or whatever. So they worked with them. So that means they were going against. So basically, like, Trump is framing it as political lawfare, which as he does himself, right? So I don't know if he believes it or Yeah, if you can get, as Josh says, if you can get into Trump's ear that your conviction was a Biden hoax, like his was allegedly, he will just let you out, just let you go free. Even though by Trump's own math, which is wrong, right? By Trump's own math, like, this guy would be responsible for potentially killing way more Americans than the simple allegedly drug smuggling fishermen could ever dream of. But hang on, guys. Give me just 1 second. Sorry about that. I had to put a paper towel over the spot. Humble drug smuggling fisherman, yeah. They caught him protecting 400 tons of cocaine with his country's military. Yeah, I didn't even know the details of this. That's crazy, though. Just a Biden hoax. Always a Biden hoax. It's always sleepy Joe Biden. Ridiculous. So why are legal experts saying it's a war crime? Because international humanitarian law and the Pentagon's own law of war manual, so that's what it was, the Pentagon's law of war manual, say that shipwrecked, or otherwise incapacitated combatants cannot be attacked and must be aided. So I believe people clinging to a ship that was just hit by a airstrike feel like sounds like like they're shipwrecked, right? Like, definitionally shipwrecked. They argue that intentionally killing survivors of a boat strike would be illegal, murder, if there's no valid armed conflict, or a war crime if there is. So either way, it's illegal. Okay, I think my chat did just finally break. Okay, should be fixed now. Yeah, they're no longer a threat. You can't attack non-threats. Yeah. So even if we accept the framing from the administration that it's currently an armed conflict, which is itself disputable, then it's still a war crime under that conflict. Like, Josh says even worse. Oh, wait. It's even worse. 400 tons of coke, illegal weapons, RPGs, AK-47s, and other automatic weapons. The Rav says, remember when torture was illegal? It still is, technically. And yet we're deporting people to a torture prison in El Salvador that we pay for. So it's not an armed conflict. Well, according to the Trump admin, like, they're arguing that it is. Then magic happened and some things are no longer considered torture. I mean, maybe I'm not sure exactly what specific things you're referring to, but I mean, again, like, even if I grant any of these like broader issues, none of it, like, if we say that, oh, other things have become have been done despite these laws, it doesn't change the fact that these laws are being broken right now. Like, not right. Like, even if we say, like, oh, well, the U.S. breaks laws, and we've been doing that in other cases, which we can argue about those other cases, but none of that would change whether or not this one is one of those cases, right? Michelle says, yeah, I love that they're like, we don't want to legalize it. We just want to make it no longer illegal. The torture base the USA set up. Well, you're talking about, like, Guantanamo Bay or calm down. Or CICOT, which we fund in El Salvador, right? In Obama's time. That would be Guantanamo. Well, did Guantanamo Bay I thought Guantanamo Bay opened under Bush and Obama tried to close it and never did. Or said he was trying to close it or whatever, maybe. Isn't that the order of events? So, apparently the double tap is not an isolated event. So this boat is roughly one of roughly 20 to 21 strikes on suspected drug smuggling vessels. Keyword suspected there. Suspected drug smuggling vessels. Suspected. Not confirmed. Suspected drug smuggling vessels. Since early September, under what's now identified as Operation Southern Spear across the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. More than 20 boats and 80 to 83 people have been killed. You're saying, oh, that's just how we're, like, if something's against the law, we'll just change the rules. Well, I mean, you can only do that so much and so brazenly, right? Without just explicitly breaking the laws, like. Interestingly, not all survivors have been killed in later strikes. So in one later October incident, Reuters reported that 2 survivors from a struck vessel were rescued and held aboard a U.S. Navy ship after the same attack killed 2 others. So there we have an example of the initial strike being carried out and then survivors from that strike being rescued and held aboard a U.S. Navy ship. Seems like a reasonable way to handle it, right? Latavian says, another feminism panel? Well, we haven't defeated feminism yet, Latavian, so. But, I mean, for some context, it's a Raging Tomato. They're having a debate right now. I think it's, Ghosty versus Josh Stacey.
Believe all women. And
believe all women.
Beyond that,
okay, well, this is for so as low as I think of Josh Stacey, which is quite low. this is objectively funny, right? This is funny. Is very extreme for only suspecting drugs. I wonder where the Navy would get the idea to take the survivors prisoner. Radical Coder, that's because somebody probably told them that the double tap was not legal and not okay to do. Yeah, yep, that's probably true. Yeah, I know. Also, Nightbot coming in with a fantastic reminder. I highly recommend you guys listen to Nightbot. A lot of people talk shit about Nightbot, but Nightbot actually makes a really compelling point here about liking the stream. If you can't support with your funds, support with your thumbs. Also, subscribe if you're new around here. We'd love to have you as part of the community. You can also get yourself a membership, a Radical Coder channel membership, so you can unlock some of the best emotes in the game. And if you already have one, or if you just don't want to get a membership, but you want to spread the love, spread the cheer, some holiday cheer. It is December 1st, so spread some holiday cheer. You can do so by gifting a Radical Coder channel membership, and it will randomly select other subscribers or chatters and gift them a membership. And you did that for them, right? So you give joy to me, you give joy to the gifted, and you bring joy to yourself. That's a triple joy. It's maximalized joy. Nightbot is the homie. Yeah, they disobeyed illegal orders. Yeah, they potentially. Like if they were ordered to do that second strike in these October strikes, and then they said no, they would be disobeying illegal orders, right? Which would be the right thing to do. Also, good to see you, Short Stack Goblin. Michelle says some Republicans literally think it would be illegal for a soldier not to kill anyone on command. Yeah, this is insane. This is the insane. Of course, they would never argue this shit under a Biden administration, right? They would never have argued this case before. But under Trump, we have this insane double standard. So that shows the fact that this October attack, they rescued the survivors. The U.S. forces have treated survivors as detainees rather than targets, which complicates any blanket narrative that all survivors are being executed. Curious. So potentially it could have helped their case, right? If they'd been more consistent about it. Venezuelan officials say that several of those killed were fishermen or civilians from coastal communities, not cartel members. And they accuse the U.S. of extrajudicial executions dressed up as counter-narcotics. Colombia has similarly suggested at least one casualty was a fisherman. Just a fisherman. UN bodies and human rights organizations have described the pattern of strikes as likely unlawful and potentially amounting to extrajudicial killings. So obviously we'll see how this all pans out, but it doesn't look good. It does not look good. Yeah, it's yeah, for sure. It's terrorism. Yeah. Which would I think imply that the United States is acting as a terrorist state. Pretty scary times. Not a good look on my country. Both the House and Senate Armed Services Committees have opened investigations into the boat strike campaign, particularly focusing on the September 2nd double tap. Yes, Phantom X. Thank you for noticing. We got a fancy new horizontal chat feed. It also actually has a bouncy version. Bouncy. Which is kind of fun. We can even go back to vertical. These are my my demo messages. And we're back. Short Stack says the USA is a terrorist state. Hassan was right all along. Oh no. Hassan vindicated? Could be. Could be. Yeah, I'm glad your chat colors stay. Yeah. You don't like the bouncy one? My apologies. So a network of former JAG officers has publicly called any order to kill survivors patently illegal and says service members would have a duty to refuse it. There's also a sharp split in public opinion. One poll found broad support for destroying drug boats in general, but a later poll showed a majority opposed to killing suspected traffickers abroad without judicial process. That's kind of interesting. And of course, there's escalation risk. So the strikes are happening alongside major U.S. buildup in the region. Around 11 warships and roughly 15,000 troops deployed near Venezuela. We were reporting on this the other day. And as the Trump administration weighs broader options to pressure or even oust Nicolas Maduro, I think they put out like a $50 million reward or something for information to bring him down. Trump has talked about Venezuelan airspace being effectively closed. We did an app demo of what that looks like in practice the other day, and it was not, precisely accurate, as some people pointed out, but it was an interesting experiment. And has authorized covert CIA operations, feeding concern that a counter-drug mission is sliding toward a wider conflict or de facto regime change campaign. So, yeah, the war on drugs continued. Or rebooted. Rejuvenated? Oh, just an even worse version. So, what I wanted to do is take this information. So we just went over those 10 facts, right? And but hey, ChatGPT hallucinates sometimes, right? It's not perfect. So let's hop into something like Elon Musk's Grok. And I want to say, fact check all of the claims outlined below. And while we let Grok do that, I'm just going to chat with you guys. So, the Rav says, one president unalived 204 children in 4 years in drone strikes. Which president are you referring to? Which president would that be? Are you talking about Obama? I know he did a lot of drone strikes. So potentially. Polygraph says Grok should be expelled. You'd be surprised. Grok as a fact checker is actually been fairly reliable. Animated Effigy says, I was protesting a lot in the early 2000s, and all of those powers they created that we said we were going to get abused are now being abused exactly like we said they would. The expansion of the border, the terrorist designations, all of it. Yeah. Rav says, Ryan, Grok AI is pretty crappy. I don't agree. I actually don't agree with that. Best you look for yourself. Okay, so I understand the pushback. But like okay, if I was worried about biases shining through Grok, I would probably be concerned that it's going to be filled with like right-wing narratives on stuff like this. And yet, it looks like all of our facts are checking out. The Rav says AI has contradicted itself too many times for me to rely on it. I'm not saying rely on AI like 100%. But I think you would be surprised like how far it's come in terms of like hallucinations and stuff. They won't go line by line. Grok actually is really good. It literally did go line by line. These are the claims that were outlined that we just read about, right? And it's providing sources for each one. Short Stack says, hasn't the latest version of Grok been explicitly trained to not contradict Elon? I mean, I think he tries to do that. There was a point a few months ago, or earlier this year, rather. It's been a while. There was a point earlier this year where where Grok's prompt had explicit instructions to not mention disinformation spread by Elon or Trump. So that was there for a while, but it's no longer there. That's been removed since then. Lataviant says, Grok proves reality has a left-wing bias. I like this sentiment, but I frame it differently. I think the left wing has a reality bias. I think that's the way I like to look at it. I think it's a little bit different. They're both like arguably true, but I think the reverse is more accurate. Like the left wing has a reality bias more so than the other way around. Oh, that people won't look for themselves. Is that what you were saying? Or yeah, people won't go line by line. Oh, I see what you're saying. Fuzzy B likes Grok. The AI in Google is crap too. Yeah, actually, I was I've been really disappointed by the Google AI. I mean, Gemini, I'm not disappointed in Gemini as a coding tool. Like, it's really good at coding, but when it comes to fact checking information, I feel like it's very iffy. Especially in like the AI summaries, like it does random like contradictions and stuff, like you're saying. But yeah, people will swap sources for sure. Rav says, left wing and reality are way off. They got blue hair and unicorns. What is unreality? What's the contradiction in reality and having blue hair? I don't know what the unicorn thing is about, but like having blue hair, like you know that some people have blue hair, right? People dye their hair. In reality, in the real world, people can dye their hair blue. What are you talking about? Free unicorns. Yeah, blue hair. It's just hair dye. Yeah. AI summaries are crap. Again, like sometimes I think Google's whatever API that Google summaries are hitting, like it doesn't. I don't know. It just does a really bad job. But I would argue like things like Perplexity are really good. I think ChatGPT 5.1, especially thinking mode, does a really good job of parsing through and summarizing things, which is why I think all the stuff that we just read through, I think is pretty defensible. Only anime characters have blue hair. Yeah, only Bulma. Inflatable unicorn suits are real. That's true. That is true. Brandon, good to see you. Brandon says, how do you epistemically ground your blue hair, though? That's true. That's true. That's actually a good point. Let's try. Let's throw the same fact sheet into Claude. Let's see if it does. Or actually, let's try Gemini. Parse through this list of facts and verify or debunk each claim based on your research. So we'll see if it also holds up against Gemini. Should be interesting. By the way, did you guys like the stream? We got 12 people watching and only 7 likes. What's up with that? What's going on? You guys rooting for my downfall? Is that what it is? While that's loading, let's take a peek over at the feminism debate and see how that's going. Again, Josh Stacey, say what you will about him. I have plenty of negative things to say. I find him to be quite reprehensible in many ways, but this bit is fucking hilarious. It's just so funny. The Honorable Joshua Stacey. That is just so fucking funny. Hit the like 3 times. Wait, I think that's the wrong amount of times to do it. Wait, no, I think an odd number is good, right? Because if you do 1, then it's liked. If you do 2, it's unliked. But if you do 3, then it's liked again. So I think you're good. If you hit it 3 times, you're good. As long as you click on it an odd number of times, we should be in good shape. Good to see you, Christine. Flushed as always. Short Stack says, Bulma's hair was turquoise green, you heathen. I'm sorry. I'm not a big DBZ fan. Hey, a couple of Burks. Once he becomes a fascist, I'll laugh. I think Joshua Stacey is already kind of fascistic. I think he's I think that's kind of the guy he is. Oh, once he stops being a fascist. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah. 3 is good. Yes, 3 is good. I only mock fascists. Based. Josh says, which AI platform will tell me the truth that Obama wasn't born in these United States, or are they all liberal propaganda tools? Yeah, you'll have to dig pretty deep probably to find that. I hit 15 times. You should be good to go. Any odd number of times should be fine, right? Because every time it's an even number of times, you've unliked. But every time it's an odd number, you've reliked. Brandon says, I hate when bad people do funny things. Very conflicting. Yeah, definitely. Not sure that's enough at this point. Oh, laughing or them being funny. These debates are relatively pointless. Yeah, I agree to like broadly. Like the way I view them is not as like I'm not shaping I don't view it as like shaping the worldview of millions of people or whatever, or even thousands of people who are watching. As much as I view it as like a personal exercise. It's more about like personal development than it is about changing the world around me. But yeah, they are giving him platform. Yeah. Yeah, the lawyer debate yesterday was rough. Even so-called bad people do good things. Sure. Yeah, that's true. But I think we usually, if we consider them bad people, it's because they, by and large, do more bad things than good, right? Then you'd be having real debates, frankly. Yeah, probably. Probably. Since otherwise, no offense, you would be fooling yourself. Well, in what sense? Like I don't know what I mean, I want to do like bigger debates. I want to do more serious debates. I want to engage with like larger creators. I mean, I'm still pretty small. I mean, we got 13 people watching right now, right? Like, I'm a small fish. I'm increasingly like poking into these online spheres, but I don't have insane reach right now. It's just a common problem for people who are smart. Sure, everything is subjective. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. They are too, is the point. Yeah. Sure. So they're also prodding in. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and look, I love Sarah, for better or for worse. But I don't see her platform as like the end all be all of my career, I think we have, I wish her success, but I think we will grow in very different directions as, assuming my channel keeps going. Assuming, Cash Patel doesn't come after me. But he's probably too busy flying his girlfriend around on taxpayer dollars. So let's see how Gemini. Oh, it made a plan to research it. I didn't want it to actually. Here. Well, actually, yeah. Sure. Let's let it do some deep research. It was a holiday here yesterday, but we don't do any over-the-top fireworks like you. I'm jealous. We actually fought for independence alone, so not like so other nations. Well, happy Independence Day. Visit new places too, not just the all hangouts. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And the more consistent I am about streaming, like the more likely I am to find these other spaces. So. Josh says, it's just me and my 2-year-old here, so he's definitely the smartest in the room. If he goes to a different room, who will put him to bed? Another way to look at it is like soup. Oh, yeah, like everything kind of mixes together. Is that what you're getting at? Nightbot coming in with the awesome reminder you already know. Yeah, if you put 50% trash in your soup, it's going to taste bad. Yeah, that's fair. A couple of Burke says, for what it's worth, I think you're growing well and doing it organically while also sticking to some pretty base core principles. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Yeah, I feel good. I mean, like, look, it's, I mean, there's something about, like, organic growth that, at least my organic growth, that feels, it's very rewarding in one sense, and it's also very, like, it can be disheartening when it feels like things are going kind of slow, you know? But like when I'm consistent, I feel like when I'm streaming consistently, like the growth is happening. So I think as long as I stick with it, I feel good. And we are doing this week, Thursday. We're doing a WIC panel, or sort of a WIC panel. We're gonna do like an hour, a half hour to 45-minute debate with Shortfat Otaku, which should get some exposure. You know, it's nothing crazy, but yeah, the cup did meow. I think my straw is loose. I think the straw is loose. Let's see if that's better. Much better. Much better. Did you watch today's Live and Learn? Good example. Good example of what? I did watch some of it. I liked it. From what I saw. I like Jola. Even when they're all libs, they don't get along and can fight about stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like filling a room with like people with like mostly aligned principles, but like different worldviews about those principles and stuff. Like, you don't need right-wingers to argue topics, and by doing it with people you know are basically without integrity, morals, or who are just hypocrites, you can't test their skills fairly. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I agree with that. I guess what I like about doing debates with people who I think don't have those things, the integrity, morals, etc., is that like I feel like I'm debating against a stacked deck, which, you know, I'm not. So it's true, I'm not testing my skills in like an environment like Live and Learn. But I'm like, I feel like like when I'm getting gaslit for like hours and hours on these panels, I feel like I leave actually oftentimes with like a better grounding of like the things I believe in a weird way. But that's probably like not a good way to do it. I'm not, or definitely not the best way. It's definitely not ideal, you know? So I agree with what you're saying. Couple of Burke says you could always sell out and make right wing slop. Pays more, gets more views, and it's easier. You got to sell your soul though. You know, I always thought it'd be funny. For a while, like a year ago, I thought about this, like making like a Twitter account that that like just spews like whatever the right wing nonsense of the day is, and see if I can get it to like grow like really large, and then like just totally 180. But I feel like I'm not going to make that investment. It would be like a fun secret project though. Maybe I'm already doing it. Who knows? But it's 1v1. You mean on these panels? Well, not right now. Salutations, says Cellulite Podcast. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. What do you think about these strikes, the double tapping? What do you think about that? I'm curious. Do you think that there's a potential war crime here. Seems kind of bad. Seems like a bad look. Maybe it's about to drop, so it's secretly advertised. Yeah, maybe. Fuzzy says, also, you never know who's in the crowd. I find a lot of people I watch now that I saw in opposing panel debates, and those people have helped me learn a lot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people from, like, let's be real. Like, most of my community has grown with me doing these panels and stuff. So there is something to that. But there is also the other side of it, which is, like, the progressive audience that I've wanted to foster, like, over time. I barely appeal to them because a lot of them don't watch these, like, insane right-wing debates. Oh, straw me out again. Dean Parker, IRI, Poly, Debate MAGA via TikTok social media. Maybe you would like that. It's basically the same BS. Yeah, I need to try that, but I can't live stream on TikTok because I don't have 1,000 followers. On that note, I guess hey guys, follow me on TikTok. Here. Let me copy a link here. Follow me on TikTok. Help me get to 1,000 subs or followers on TikTok so that I can stream. Please and thank you. Go follow me on TikTok. Also, I think if I just, like, I really need to, like, just buckle down and make short form content that I can post. Because I stream, I have been streaming, you know, not as much last month as I wanted to, but I still stream, like, a decent amount. And I still make a lot of content. And, like, I don't like turn it into, I don't have the churn part down. Like, I don't chop it up and publish it. Okay, Phantom X, you're the exception. Everyone else has to follow me on TikTok, though. Phantom X gets a pass. But yeah, they do have a lot of stupid topic censors. Like, you have to use, like, all these code words and shit, which I don't like because I'm very unfiltered. Damn, it's still going, doing that deep research. Short Stack says, isn't TikTok illegal in the USA now? Oh, wait, laws don't matter. Yeah, kind of. Is it? I don't know what actually happened. Cellulite says, TikTok dumb as hell. I mean, not all of it, right? Make some segments, plan a show, and get chopping the videos and shorts. Yeah, for sure. And I always, like, I run my stream transcripts, like, through like AI and reflect on it all. So, like, I've like basically rewatched my streams without having to rewatch my streams because I don't like watching my own content. And my Mac Mini is not like it's not a powerhouse of video editing, so it can be a little bit of a slow process to actually do the work. I finally catch a stream and bro ain't even here. What do you mean? I'm literally right here. What are you talking about? Who's not here? Who are you talking about? Hi. What are you talking about? Cellulite says, I go live on TikTok and just smile and they ban my live. I thought it was all inclusive. You think they're banning you for being black? That seems unlikely because I know there's black people on TikTok. I follow black people on TikTok. That seems wrong. YouTube Studio can chop your streams into clips for you? Really? Oh, is that the part where you left? Oh, you were way behind. Way behind. I was just throwing down a paper towel on Umbreon's pee spot because he missed. TikTok needs to go. I mean, like, I don't know. You can get like really wide reach, right? Like, Studio can do that. How? Like, what's the process for that? How complicated is it? And when I mean complicated, I don't mean like. What I mean is tedious. That's the word I'm looking for. Like, how tedious is it to do that? Because I like things like I've used Opus Clips before, but I'm not gonna like pay for that service. But I like the idea of it. Short Stack says, Congress passed a law, then the Supreme Court said the ban was legal. Trump had a few private meetings with the CEO and decided not to enforce the law. Oh, epic. Is this where we convince him he's invisible based? Cellulite says, "Oh, it's just my black ass gets banned." Well, I don't tell you. What was your content? What were you saying? Polygraph quotes Captain Jean-Luc Picard. Mr. LaForge, I cannot excuse my entire senior staff. Mr. Worf beat you to it. I didn't understand any of that. I'm sorry. I'm a doofus. Influencers suck. Well, I'm sorry. Can I influence you to believe otherwise? Nerd Challenge named 25 Pokemon Go. 25 Pokemon? Hold up. One, Pikachu, easy. 2, Raichu, easy. 3, Pachirisu. What's that? Oh yeah, you didn't know? You don't know? Metapod. 5, Charmeleon. 6, Chimecho. 7, Zygarde. 8, let's do Yveltal. 9, let's do Poliwag. 10, let's do Dedenne. 11, Magnemite. 12, let's do Zebstrika. 13, Blitzel. 14, I don't know, let's do like a Sudowoodo. 15, let's do Snorlax. 16, Venusaur. 17, Blastoise. 18, so we didn't do Charizard, right? We just did Charmeleon, so Charizard. 19, let's do Turtwig. 20, let's do Chikorita. Leaning into the starters right now, but we could do Mew. Mewtwo is an easy one. 23, we got Lugia. 24, Unknown. And 25, Chingling. Bam. 25 Pokemon on the spot. 25 is nothing, dude. There's 1,000 of these motherfuckers, and I know most of them. Nice try, though. No legendary monsters? I literally mentioned Zygarde, Yveltal, Mew, Mewtwo, Lugia. All legendary. I see you guys trying to help. I don't need your help. Prancer. What's up, Prancer? Prancer, Dancer. Donner and Blitzen. But do you recall the most famous Pokemon of all? Oh, I clicked show thinking, but it's not doing it. It's like thinking invisibly, which is fine, I guess. Fuzz is like, true, I'm not a huge Pokemon fan and I can name 25. Yeah, 25, it's nothing, dude. Again, there's 1,000. There's over 1,000 Pokemon right now. And I've played every game, every generation. I was playing Pokemon ZA like 2 hours ago. And I didn't even list any of the, I don't even think any of the Pokemon I named are in my party right now. Comment on the ones I named. Starmie, Staryu. I love Starmie. I love the Mega. Yo, Baxter Boy. Look at that. We got Baxter Boy coming in with the no words, just beautiful, beautiful $5. We love that. We love that so much. Thank you, Baxter Boy. Everyone W Baxter Boy. Always appreciate Baxter Boy 604 just popping in, dropping money. Doesn't say a word. We love that. Garudamon is the most powerful, right? I actually like Garudamon. I fuck with a Garudamon. Hey, Lefty Warrior. Thanks for joining us on the panel last night. That was fun. Let's see how the feminism debate's going.
Like, people say this with DEI, with like race a lot. It's like, oh, we have DEI programs for race. Okay, it's still overwhelmingly white people. It's just now there's just a little bit more minorities that are in the group. It's still like overwhelmingly white people though.
That's true. Also, like DEI programs, like primarily have benefited white women just because there's so many. Lefty Warrior says, been watching this Josh Stacey douchebag, and I see why his ex won't let him see Jesus. That's a him problem, not a her problem. I don't know anything about that, but I don't like him. I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's a liar. I think it's very often that he'll say something like that's like extremely bold and like untrue, and I correct him, and he'll be like, oh, I guess I was wrong about that. But it seems like it happens like almost every stat that he cites and stuff. It's like almost never grounded in reality. And he only like, yeah, I don't know. It's a very weird. Like he just makes up shit. It seems like. Cellulite says, "Gotta go. I'm grinding Metal Gear Solid 2, so I'll catch back up with you later. Have fun gaming, Cellulite. Thanks for stopping by." Yeah, they just want all white people. Yeah, basically. Embarrassing. Sad. Very sad. You know, that Baxter boy super chat reminded me to make a goal. So let's do that. Support the stream. Wait, I can't spell. Support the stream. Support the dream. Support the ween, as it were. 68% of stats are innuendo. Wait, innuendo or impromptu? They're like, OMG, a white person could have had that job. Yeah, basically. That's what they're mad about. You think we need to refresh Gemini? Let's try. Oh, okay. Look, it worked. Fuzzy says, yeah, it almost seems like he just spouts statistics from nowhere, and if someone catches it, he's like, okay, I was wrong. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, what was that? Remember that thing he said about, female veterans? Like, he was like, he said that, like, he's like, oh, I think he even said, like, he looked it up or something. He's like, almost all veteran suicides were women. Like the vast majority or whatever. And then I look into it, and it's like literally the opposite by significant margins. And then he's like, oh, but per capita. And I'm like, yeah, per capita. Like I double checked it. I asked the question, and then I was like, wait, per capita, and confirmed that it's like way lower. I don't remember the exact numbers, so I wouldn't cite them. I wouldn't do that because I don't remember them. You know. Josh is crying. Let's see.
Keep like reeling it back in, but at the same time, I'm hoping that like Josh, you would wrap it back in.
Yeah, get it together, Josh. Clown, fucking clown. Damn, I mean, this is we're obviously not going to read all this, but let's see. Wait. Wow. Look, it did like a whole breakdown of all the strikes. This is actually pretty cool. I mean, okay, so to be clear, when I say it's cool, this table is cool. From like a UI perspective, it's cool. What I'm reading in this table is actually horrifying. Like this is a nightmare to look at. But technologically, it's cool. It's the little things, you know. Got to find joy in the despair. So presumably there's going to be Vape Cloud of Dominance. Well, Ghosty? Yeah, Ghosty's based. He keeps bringing up like one case about some judge. Embarrassing. Just one case? Really? Like an anecdote? Oof. Josh says, or Lefty Warrior says, Josh mentioned his situation with his wife and told everyone what is going on, and it makes sense why he hates women. He must have done something bad to not see his kids for 5 years. That's what Lefty says. He brought this up in this debate. So he's blaming feminism for for the judge not letting him see his kids or whatever. Yeah, look, I don't know his situation. I don't know what happened there. I wasn't watching when that happened. But somehow, in my heart of hearts, I don't think feminism is the problem. I just don't buy it. That, you know, I don't know. Call me a skeptic. I just don't think that's it. Lefty says MAGA men are not popular with the majority of women. That's true. That's why there's this like schism in like Gen Z women and men. And like when I was on the dating apps, like I mean, if you've been on dating apps, like so many women are very clear that they're like no MAGA, no Republicans, no Trump supporters. They're like, in this climate, like, look, none of that shit. My girlfriend had something to that effect. Joe Cool says Trump knows nothing about the boat bombing. He'd never allow such a thing. Yeah, he did say something like that, right? He did say he didn't know anything about it. Absolutely fucking insane. They lie about it. Yeah, they do. They do. And you know, I remember like I don't watch a lot of the dating red pill content anymore these days. But I used to go on like Alex Playing with Fires panels right back in the day. And like I remember Alex talking about like giving advice and like what he would tell these guys, and they're mostly right-leaning guys who watch him, right? Or there's a lot of right-leaning guys who watch him. Like he'd tell them like not to bring up politics, which like there are plenty of normies who like don't want to talk about politics, right? But like in this era, people are paying attention. People are just attuned to it. Like it's day to day. There's crazy shit happening. It's hard not to be aware of what's happening in the world and hard not to form an opinion about it. So like if you're specifically avoiding talking about politics, like it looks fucking sussy. Cellulite says, as a MAGA man, I'm happily married to my beautiful wife. I love that for you, Cellulite. Well, I love that you're married and love your wife, but the MAGA stuff, could take it or leave it. It would be funny to create an account just to see that. Do your thing. Maybe they could tell us how often somebody states a political preference. Eva says, there are a lot of guys who hide their actual political beliefs just to get their foot in the door. Yeah, exactly. Ryan linked the GF as VODs here. Here's proof I'm not MAGA at Dinner Friday. Well, unironically, like I didn't do that. I didn't send her my channel or anything. I didn't send her any of my content. But we did, like we talked on Bumble for like a week. And then like just kind of like occasionally, like bumping back like each other back like once a day, like just chatting a bit. And then I escalated to Instagram instead of like to phone numbers, because I was like, what if like we look at our Instagrams and then we're like, oh, I'm not into this person, like you never know, like people are fucking weird. But I pulled up her Instagram and I was like, oh yeah, she's dope. And she did the same. And so my YouTube channel's on my Instagram, so she did like peek into my content a bit. Yeah, some people definitely have anxiety about politics, understandably. Cellulite says, that's because most red pill dudes already have a hard time keeping up with the talking points. They damn sure couldn't follow politics. Yeah, kind of true. Yeah, you do have to engage in politics at some point. True. Or are conflict avoidant, don't want to discuss any hard topics. Yeah, and that in and of itself is a red flag, right? Then you told her you're a male feminist. I don't have to say it. I live it. All right. I live my feminism like a Giga Chad. Joe Cool says, Republican panels are shrinking. I can't find enough Republicans to troll nowadays. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, right? Like it seems like they're more insulated now. Like they're all like, they're not having like open spaces because they don't want progressive voices. I mean, like they tried to do that to Sarah's space, right? Like they would always boot all the lefties from the panel, and then the war with the Crucible happened. And now it's kind of the door has been left open more. Conflict of when people are a red flag. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Good, I don't want to hear them. Let's see how we're doing here.
Exists not for mom and dad, but for the kids. And so why do we have family courts to enforce that men take care of their children? Well, to make sure that men take care of their children. That's important. The perversion we've arrived.
Well, we have courts to make sure parents take care of their children. Like, I mean, I don't know the context of what they're talking about right this second, right? I just jumped to the live moment, but like, women can be on the hook for child support. Like, that happens. Probably not as much, but it does happen. Like, it's not like, it's not nothing. Like, Eva says, I don't have any tolerance for MAGA people. I don't blame you. I probably have too much tolerance for it. I don't know. Maybe it's a product of like me having like MAGA family and stuff, but I don't know. I can just. Yeah, like Fuzzy said, exactly, Ryan. It's to make sure both parents do their part. Both parents, not fathers, not just fathers.
Right, Dad, is the system that was supposed to encourage that has now become the obstacle of that. And the engineer in me just can't reconcile that. It's so hard to wrap my head around.
Weren't you the one earlier? You mentioned something about tyranny, though, and the law kind of keeping everybody into boundaries that they shouldn't have to be and stuff like that. That's how I feel about no-fault divorce. If people don't want to be together, they shouldn't stay together. And lots of times you...
Wait, he's arguing against no-fault divorce now? Oh, man. Yikes. That's one of my favorite topics to bully these guys about. It's such like a... Like, on its face, like, the idea... I mean, most of you probably heard me say this a million times, but, like, the idea that you want to use the state, the federal government, or the power, or whatever, your state itself, like, little American state. Like, you want to use the power of the government to force your wife not to leave you is so sad, so pathetic. Like, the most loser mindset I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's an insanely embarrassing thing to push for.
You even see, like, obviously, yes, a divorce is hard for kids, but if two parents are living together that are just in turmoil, kids watch that. That's going to be their example for when they go on. It's actually better to get...
Yeah, and there is, I believe there's data on this as well. Actually, because I've talked about this a few times. Let's do a little bit of real-time research, huh? Dig into the research on the negative effects of children living in high conflict families where parents fight a lot / I don't know what the exact framing would be. Like what I'm trying to get at is like basically I'm trying to describe families where like they probably should get divorced but they won't because they believe that that's a bad thing to do, or they're staying together for the kids but they're constantly in conflict. Like I know there's data on these sorts of families. I just don't know what the exact metrics would be to measure that. So I'm curious like what I know there's studies about this, so that's what I want to find. As an engineer it really is a crazy line to pull out about marriage. Yeah, that is so funny. He does that one a lot. Let's not just be better humans to each other all around. Instead, let's force people to stay and get upset when they turn resentful. Yeah, like ridiculous. Josh says that judges and lawyers are too radical feminists. Common knowledge, but there are some willful idiots with mics. Yeah, like me.
In order to have a family earlier when it's the safest for them and all this other stuff.
I don't know if it's really about, I mean, obviously for some women, it is about.
By the way, the last time I looked into the data about when he's talking about, it sounds like he's talking about like people having families young. Last time I looked into this data, it was like from 26 to 30 were actually the safest periods for women to get pregnant and have kids. Like set from 26 to like early 30s. But like these fucking insane MAGA I'm gonna keep it a little PG. These creepy people, these very creepy weirdos. They will talk about how like 18-year-olds are like big 18 is like the best time to get pregnant or whatever. It's fucking disgusting. Like, no, it's actually probably not the best time. Probably a more dangerous time, in fact, than if they were like 25 or 20. I think it's 26 to 30 again.
Lifestyle. Just like for some men, some people are obsessed with money and want that super luxurious, rich lifestyle. I think for the average woman who wants to go to college, it's because her parents told her, I don't want you to have to rely on a man because I've seen too many people do it and end up really hurt. Lots of our own generation watch this with our own moms go through this thing. So it's more about, huh?
What generation are you?
I'm a millennial.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, so watch.
Damn, it's digging. See, I like when my ChatGPT like takes a really long time to research something because it tells me that it's like finding some juicy stuff. You know, it's actually digging in. Oh, here we go. You're remembering this right. There is big literature. Is that how you would say that? I guess so. On exactly families that probably should divorce but don't. They just don't phrase it that way. Interparental conflict, high conflict marriages, discordant intact families, high discord two-parent families. Okay, so these are like the euphemisms for families that people who should probably get divorced. Short Sex says they don't believe 18 either. They're just too ashamed to go younger. Yeah, no, I've heard them. I've heard, I say them. I don't have specific names in mind, but I've heard these, MAGA sympathetic types and like Christian nationalist folks talk about how like 16 to 20 basically is like the prime time for women to have children, which is, again, I don't think the data supports that like at all. And so it sounds like they're just saying it because they kind of want that to be the case and they want that to feel normalized, which is a suspicious thing to be inclined towards. Fuzzy said, yeah, that's what I found is the safest also. And they say men don't have a time that they start to decline procreation wise, but that's not true either. Health problems have been linked to both men and women past 35-ish. Yeah, I've heard this as well. Which is why I better decide soon if I'm going to have kids or not. Support the stream so I can support the family. If I decide to have one. Bad chat. There's a big literature. I think that actually might be the right way to say it. There is a big literature. Eva says, I wasn't told that, but just to get an education for myself so I can have a good future, men weren't a factor. Say names. Well, I'm saying I don't have like names. There aren't names popping into my mind right now. I just know I've been on these panels with these people. So, I mean, we could probably, I need to create like an accessible repository of my, of like all my debate transcripts. Maybe I'll do that when I like formalize a website. That would be actually a fun tool. So we could like dig through my past stuff in real time, like find people saying stuff like that. Infallible Foul, good to see you, says it could mean it's about to make something up, but I shouldn't discourage you. Well, I it's possible, right? But like that's exactly why I would like copy this and hop into something like if we go to Grok, for example, just even though Grok also makes stuff up, but like if we weave between different tools and I'm like, oh, fact check all of this. And I throw this in here and I throw up Gemini and I'm like, fact check all of this, produce a list of true, false about all falsifiable claims made. I think I misspelled falsifiable. Falsifiable. There we go. And I just paste that. Like, so what we can do is like, if it did make something up, then we can start to kind of like isolate what things were probably made up, right? But no, I appreciate the skepticism, right? I think you should be skeptical of they like their girls ripe. Oof, that's creepy. But yeah, true. You've got to fight the left on AI. No one else will. I'm trying. I'm really trying. You're right. No one else. I don't know why they all. I mean, like, I understand why a lot of them hate it, but like, it is a losing battle to just like boycott AI. Like, it makes me so sad. Like, all of the people who have the sensibilities to actually do cool stuff with AI, that's like pushing against the bad ways people are going to use AI, they hate AI, and it's like, please, please, we need you. We need all of those people. Rav says, data? Medical science, you mean? 28 is considered a geriatric pregnancy? Not my description. Someone smarter than us coined it? I don't think that's true. Geriatric pregnancy? I don't think that's what 28 pregnancy. Like, pregnancy at 28 is. Like, by what? Like, where did you find that? I'm talking about data on, like, safety of pregnancy. Ryan is so AI brained he lets ChatGPT gaslight him on grammar. I mean, so Gemini finds it exceptionally accurate. True. What about Grox? The provided text is well summarized, accurate representation. So accurate. I mean, I'm not even like we can dig into each of these specific claims, right? But like, I like throwing them into other bots and like trying to get it to find holes. And this is what I'm saying. Like, with time, it seems like also I think my chat broke, right? Because I see your messages still popping up, but not on my overlay. So, okay, chat should be fixed now. Michelle says, sorry, I was thinking of that time Harland Williams confronted Sam Hyde about saying shit like that. I don't know anything about that. Infallible Foul says, yeah, that's what you have to do. It's a good tool to get info, but you have to fact check it just like Wikipedia. Yeah, sure. Infallible Foul says, I know I tried to summon you into Live and Learn's chat today when the topic came up, but it didn't work. Oh, interesting. Yeah, damn. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. You should continue prodding them. Like if AI comes up again, just try to point out like, hey, Radical Coder, you should bring Radical Coder on and talk about AI. I would love that. In fact, I could probably like tweet at Pisco and mention that. Eva says 35 plus is considered geriatric pregnancy, which just means you're older and having a baby. We have medical advancements that can support women having babies in their 40s. Yeah. Okay, so 35 plus, not 28, like Rav was saying. IVF doctors and medical profession in general is what the Rav is citing, but I don't know. Fill the holes, yeah. Fill in the holes. Yeah, having healthy babies, yeah, for sure. Good clarification, though. So let's just read one of these claims, right? Like, let's just look at like one of the claims here is like the claim was that conflict is greater than I guess the argument, I don't know what the framing here is. Conflict is greater than divorce per se. So high conflict intact kids as bad worse than divorced on conduct. Ending high conflict helps. And they're citing two different studies here. Or well, they're citing an Amato study and an LAT study, I guess. So ending high conflict marriages, presumably, is what I mean here, helps improvement, relief. Low conflict divorce is more. So if there's low conflict, then divorce can be more damaging. Because blindsiding, that's interesting. Divorce worse hides high versus low conflict split. That's really interesting. So divorce in low conflict marriages could be associated with with worse outcomes. Destructive conflict is a key harm. That's actually really interesting. Lefty Warrior says, I use ChatGPT and Copilot and Gemini AI. I made some hilarious Trump picks. I love that for you. Infallible Faust says, I might try, but I'm just a small bean chatter. We have to use the tools, not destroy them. Fire was scary too, I bet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's exactly how I feel, you know? Use the tools, not destroy. We're also, even if we could all agree to destroy that, like, or like all the left would agree on that, which we won't. There's no reality where AI isn't like deeply intertwined into our day-to-day lives. Like at this point, it's not happening. Like the software industry, as just one example, is completely the landscape of it it's not even comparable like what it used to be. Like it's not like it is if you're not using AI at all and you're like a software developer, you are like literally just, you might as well like cut off some of your fingers and try to compete with everyone who has all their fingers. Like you can't compete with people using AI if you're refusing to use any. It's just not realistic. Like all the scaffolding that you can do by like all the code you can generate, all the like it's sad. It's sad. There's just no way. But also it shouldn't be something we are scared of, you know? Like it's gonna do bad things because of the infrastructure around it, not because of like it itself, you know. Via to sort data with AI. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. The Rav says, you sort of hit it wild. They mean after 28, you're more likely to need medical intervention to successfully conceive and birth a child. Well, I think Eva's saying that's after 35. Especially for art. I think there's a lot. I think AI. I mean, the art side of things is definitely it's a different world than like the. I mean, I do view code and like software as art, but it's obviously a different kind of thing, right? Short Stack says, I got depressed at my parents yelled at each other as a kid. And I still do today at 39. It actually makes me spend less time with them. Damn. Not a monolith, he says, but he'll call her a radical feminist. Oh, are we talking about Josh right now? Yeah, you don't need that 28. Yeah, 28 people. Yeah, women at 28 can have, like, the average 28-year-old woman is not going to have, is unlikely to have, like, major complications in pregnancy. And is less likely, as my understanding is, are less likely to have complications than someone at 18. So here's like the summary ChatGPT gave. Kids in these high conflict intact families have significantly higher rates of anxiety, depression, aggression, school failure, and early risky behaviors, often comparable to or worse than kids whose parents divorce. The damage comes from years of destructive conflict, not from divorce as a legal event. So there you go. I mean, I say there you go, but that's the summary that like ChatGPT came up with. But it seems to align with the stuff that we were just reading about when we had Grok go through it, and I think Gemini's summary as well seems to suggest that most of the stuff there was true as well. Actually, they listed all of it as true. So you keep saying medical science, but I don't know. You're just saying like people smarter than you. Like what are you actually referencing? I think you're just repeating something someone told you, which is fine. But like, I don't know. Like that doesn't mean you're citing medical science, right? Infallible Fowl says, I see it as the best chance we have to get socialism in some of your lifetimes. I'll never see it. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that's medical science. Well, let's dig into this, right? Like the same way we've been. Are you sure it's not woke science? True. What is the riskiest and safest? Rather, here, I just need to use my mic. What are the riskiest and safest and everything in between periods of a woman's life to get pregnant and have a baby. Like what period, what age ranges have the most complications? What age ranges have the least complications? What does the data say about this? And cite like specific studies, like the most high profile, most reputable like references you can find. Thank you, Lefty. I will check it out.
Frameworks here. I do think there's some genuine points of discussion. I think one of the things, hopefully, Ghosty will follow up.
Radical feminist. Which people say 28 because none of the American medical professionals that matter agree. Oh yeah, about that being the geriatric age. Like I've never heard that. Doesn't your toilet flush the other direction though? Yeah, that might be an issue.
Isn't that great? I will say, yeah, I do think that the pipeline for how we are educating attorneys and the way the dispositions they have heading into the bar and then going on to be attorneys and going on to be judges means ideologies like feminism can spread like cancer. And I'm grateful for this American experiment. We've got different states doing different things, and we've managed to see some good case studies of maybe some better outcomes. And I will say I was pleasantly surprised and delighted that Ghosty brought up 50-50 custody, because I really do think that if someone is saying they care about men too, that is an issue to be bringing up. So tip of the hat to Ghosty for bringing that up in her opening.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Ghosty, to you, please.
All right. So, yeah, kind of on the same token, I understand where lots of men come from in these conversations because they do have experiences that were unpleasant in the courts. So, again, I do understand that. I just personally usually don't blame feminism for those things. And, again, he's telling men to be careful and stuff. So this is from the dadsdivorcelaw.com, and I found this all over the internet, everywhere I looked. It says the most recent available census statistics show that fathers represent around 1 in 5 custodial parents, an improvement over the 16% custodial parents reported in 1994.
Yo, thank you, Lefty Warrior, for the $5. Says Ryan is my radical coding brother from another mother. Well, thank you so much, Lefty Warrior. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Everyone, W Lefty Warrior in the chat, and I will restart the call. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
To work on. And it says, however, studies indicate that dads simply do not ask for custody as often as mothers do, and courts generally do not award what is asked for in that regard. So, again, like, if you are doing the custody thing, don't just think that because you're a father, you're not going to get custody. My advice to you would be to fight for it. And I know that sucks. Divorce and custody, none of that is fun. Like, none of that is going to be fun for people. But I really do think in the end, feminism is trying to dismantle these biases that women are the better mothers, women can't be abusers, women can't abuse children, fathers don't care about their children, blah, blah, blah. Feminism is supposed to show that gender has nothing to do with your ability to parent. So in that regard, I do think feminism has helped the courts and has helped promote this type of legislation that leads to better custody for fathers.
Perfect. Thank you, Ghosty. All right. And we're going to read the super chats, but I also want to tell, again, all of you shit talkers,
She picked the bear.
Click the link and get your butt back here. And you need to come.
So, BRB.
You need to come to talk your shit on screen instead of staying in the comments.
Be nice
all right.
to Ghosty.
Be nice to Ghosty. I think there are probably more of them would come to you.
I hope so.
This was a pretty
I can
chill debate, so
I'm glad you felt that way. I really do try to connect with people, and it's really hard to actually understand them if, like, you're like, I can pressure people. I don't like to. I'd rather actually understand, right? I believe as long as you believe what you're saying, I want to understand it. And so, yeah, I don't like the tricks.
No,
Plus,
I
if I'm nice
don't.
to people, they're nicer back to me.
Exactly.
I'm just not nice to anyone. Makes it easier. All
That's
right.
fair.
Jen sends tomato tax. Thank you so kindly. And I'm actually disappointed in a lot of you. I know you've all had like a nice little 4-day break from the tomato. Yeah, that's all fun. I get it. But you've had 4 days of not paying your tomato taxes. So please pay up, pay well, and yeah, let's go.
Or get
Uh,
fined.
or get fined, or I'll put the chat on members only, and then yeah, I'll really piss you off. Robert says, when I make a BLT, I'll think of you. Now I'm hungry, Robert. I'm gonna, after we open up the panel, I'm gonna go totally make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is anybody else hungry by chance?
I am actually, but
Pack a bunch.
Fair enough. Iotin says, I know a man whose ex quit her job and moved in with her parents to request higher child support. At least that's how he tells it. He barely gets to see his kid because of all the needed overtime. He's a 26-year-old. I can actually speak to this. If you if you
I've returned.
on purpose like get a
Radio's dead.
crappy job or don't you quit your job just to adjust child support. Men can't do this either, right? If you, like, as a man, quit your job tomorrow and said, your honor, I don't have a job, I have no income, I can't pay, the judge will still review the last 3 years of your and consider it potential earnings. Same thing for a woman. And even if, let's say, she was a stay-at-home mom for 5 years and then you got a divorce, they'll still hold her to, you have to get a job, right? So with this story, Iotin, she could certainly try to request higher child support, but she has to show.
So I'm going to mute them for a second. So here's what this is what I was referencing, I believe. So the highest risk is very young teens, which makes sense, but also 15 to 17, and ages above 40, and especially 45 plus. Lowest overall risk, it says roughly early 20s to late 20s. Many big cohort studies treat 20 to 34 as a broad low risk band with a slight sweet spot around 25 to 29. So that's what I was thinking of, 25 to 29, not 25 to 32. So I apologize. Yeah, so in between / moderate risk is late teens, early 30s, and mid to late 30s. So that's labeled as advanced maternal age. So there'll be early 30s and mid to late 30s.
shitty people who do really shitty things to their spouses. And, there might be some stupid woman who's out there saying girl power, but that's like, in my mind, that's not feminism. That's just somebody being a shitty, selfish person.
Yeah, screw the tomato tax. You guys should be paying the radical tax, all right? The rat-a-tax. And Lefty Warrior, in fact, did. Yeah, so follow Lefty Warrior's lead and support with the radical tax. Really appreciate it. Helps a lot.
Just assume that you're doing it to screw with them, even though they've been putting you in the meat grinder. So I would say, guys, do not listen to any siren or soothsayer saying, oh, it'll be okay. Just assume the worst. And I'll tell you, I hope I'm wrong. I hope you get the 50-50 custody. I hope you get the no alimony. I hope you get, and here's the other thing too on this issue. I do have fiery passion because at the edge case, a lot of destruction happens, but there are a lot of women who will just divorce a guy and not be a bitch about it. And those are, I admire those women. And so if you're a woman, if ever divorced,
man, that felt like a wildly loaded statement. Like that people who are putting pressure in divorce courts are like bitches for it, rather than like potentially people who have like real genuine issues, right? That they need settled by the courts. Rav says, send Ryan $5 for dog food, but don't let the dog go hungry. Yeah, come on. Support the stream, support the dream, support the ween.
Filing in March of 2017, I think,
Rude
to
crowd
the final order of
Jesus.
divorce, I think a little over a year later, between both sides, it was about $500,000. I paid about $300K of that. We're still fighting. At this point, I've been remarried for almost as long as the first marriage. And the fiery eternal abyss is still saying, no, we're right, even though I'm saying, no, they're wrong. But yeah, this is, and it is a bit of an edge case also in the sense of, and I don't mean this arrogantly, but like at the time the divorce happened, like I had just built a multi-million-dollar company from scratch. So I put $1,000 in a credit card. I had a healthy business. I was bringing in good money, like, and then it crashed. And then the system's like, we don't care if it crashed or it's your fault that it crashed. And like, that's a heavy edge case on it. But yeah, and then it's just, it's like works like clockwork for those guys. It's crazy.
That sucks. I'm sorry about that.
It's not tax deductible either.
Wait, are there not? I mean, maybe there's not. Are there not? There's not like any systems in place where like if your income like drastically changes that you can't. Is that what he's arguing? That like if your income drastically changes or like drastically goes down, there's not like adjustments that can be made. I feel like there's renegotiations that must be possible in courts, right? That seems like completely unrealistic for that not to be an option.
Right up, hit the like button. Thank you so kindly, auditor. All right, I will go ahead and get us kicked off with our panel. I've got three backstage right now, but I know we're going to have some fun with these three. And Joshua, I believe they are all coming for you on this one. Here we go.
Wonderful.
That's a first for me.
I'm a good lady.
Did it not click?
I don't want to listen to her intro, so I muted it. I need to hear about this tech stack. The multi-million-dollar business that just crashed. I mean, maybe. I don't want to get dragged down into that. Josh says there are absolutely adjustments can be made. The only way they won't is if you are directly the reason why your income is not very low. You quit. Well, he did say that, they said it was his fault or whatever. So maybe it was, like, genuinely. Yeah, I think you were correct. Yeah. Much of what Josh says is very loaded baked potato. Yeah. Many such cases, it seems.
Oh. All right. I see what we got here.
It is us, the three amigos.
Hello, gentlemen. Which of you would like either one of our asses first? Just mine. I'm not offering anyone else's.
I yield to the other two. I didn't watch the debate. I mean, so let them build.
Fair enough.
Dusty.
Yeah,
that's fair. I think my system's like freezing, so if I interrupt anyone or something, I apologize. I'm like getting every other word from you guys, but I'll let Effigy, since Effigy was talking so much shit in the chat, kick it off. And also, before you start, Effigy, the gauntlet is officially open. Start making your way over there if you already know where you're going. Otherwise, I will drop the link and we'll shut down Tomato Side in 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Effigy, let's hear it.
To go with the original prompt, I think there are tons of things that feminism has helped as far as family court. Even if you don't want to take account for all the things that it has helped women achieve, feminism is the primary reason that children in courts are no longer basically considered chattel. They're not considered the property of their father.
Right, the property of the mother.
Their interests are now. Well, but it's
their property of the parent
that are taken into account now, and they're not treated as chattel. Basically,
yeah, I mean they are.
That was a huge difference.
They're literally used as a leverage point to get more money and fuck on a guy. It's just now mom's using it instead of dad, I guess.
They're placed. The court takes their interest into account as to where they're placed. It's no longer just a matter of property. It's
okay.
Whether or not you want to say it's not, but that was that's old English common law. Basically, is that children are property.
Okay.
Literally,
like a dog or a cat.
And like additionally, now women can also be on the hook for child support, and that happens plenty as well. So
yeah, and it happens 3 out of 97 or 3 out of 100.
That was alimony.
Alimony. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about child support, but
alimony's rare regardless, isn't it?
Yeah, now it is.
It's rare for the people that aren't paying it. She said, what was it, 10%?
it was like roughly 10% of divorces are awarded alimony, and it's like almost always temporary.
So 2 million weddings a year in the U.S. That's 200,000 of them. Well, cut it in half, get a divorce. So that's going to be 100. What is it? Yeah, 100,000 per year that are going to go on it if those numbers play out. That's something.
Again, like even in Texas, you can't even ask for alimony unless you've been married for 10 years. So
right. There's also states
again, it's state by state.
2 minutes. Yeah.
This might be a personal question. You might have answered it already, but approximately how big of a net worth did you guys have to divide up to come up with a $600,000 bill?
Well, it was primarily the value of the future earnings of a software company that I had built. Mm-hmm. And so I got leveraged into debt over debt over debt. Ballpark total net assets around 5 million.
Okay.
Which is different than what was liquid and on hand. I got tapped out. I had to fire staff. It was my staff took a huge hit during the divorce. And then actually 2 of them got fired because of it. Had nothing to do with business, just economics.
Are there not systems in place to negotiate like fees and stuff if like your income drastically changes? Like those have to exist, right?
There are. So there's a judge on the Fairfax County Circuit bench. There's 4 of them in particular, but one, well, there's more than 4. One in particular, her name's Judge Christy Leary. She heard my ex-wife testify point blank. She makes $100,000 a year. Original support was based off of making $0 a year, and the judge struck my motion, claiming I hadn't met the burden of proof because for some reason, beyond any recognition, she thought that $100,000 a year increase from $0,000 per year increase was not a change of circumstance. There's currently an appeal sitting in the 4th Circuit on that one.
Wait, your wife made $100K a year?
Right. And they still told me I had to pay her as if she made $0K per year after she just testified that for more than a year, she'd been making $100K a year. And I had the collapse. Yeah.
It probably has to do with the percent of the calculation. Right? So when you run calculations, like you don't have to. I know you mentioned earlier that you're supposed to have your daughter, I believe, 4 nights a week.
4, yeah, I should be able to see her 4 days a week. Guys. I've seen her for 5 hours in the last 5 years.
I'm sorry, it's like 18.
What?
17.
But now, does your wife or ex-wife live in Virginia and you live in Nevada?
And no matter, and my ex-wife won't comply with the custody agreement. We literally had a trial about it. I brought all of the evidence. My ex-wife admitted to the things that I claimed that she did, and then the judge just handwove it and said, "Oh no, this is nothing."
Is she there for her job or something? Or
yeah, I mean, we had ties. That's where we got married. And my daughter does get excellent support. My daughter had 4 brain surgeries before she turned 2. The fact that she's alive at all is a miracle. Her doctor wasn't sure she'd live to 3. She turns 11 next year.
Oh,
so that's something I'm very happy about.
Yeah. That's
how long have you guys lived that far apart?
I hate that we're making this so.
Well, so I was her primary caretaker for like the first 6 weeks she was born while my ex-wife was recovering. We were married at the time. And then I saw my daughter 3-4 times a week for 3 to 4 hours until she was 5. And then I couldn't afford to live in Virginia anymore. So I moved out west.
So that's why the mom's getting favored at this point. She's been the primary custodial parent for so long that you got a big uphill battle to go.
Also, jurisdiction applies like where the child has been living for the past couple of years.
Dusty, you're out of your mind. And jurisdiction is perpetual under the Uniform Custody Enforcement Agreement. And there's no question that Virginia has jurisdiction over it. Generally, a family court certainly in Virginia, whenever they start the case, they're going to retain jurisdiction until everybody moves out of the state. So as long as one party is still in that state, they retain jurisdiction over it until the end of everyone.
Your mic's kind of cutting out, but
it might have been because I threw the music in. You got echo cancellation on, but it should. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to settle in on people's mics.
What I understood was that if it the jurisdiction is determined by where the child has been living for the past 5 years of their life, or 3 or something like that. But wherever the child has been residing, so if she was born in Virginia and has been living there, then from what I looked up, that's where the jurisdiction would
Yeah, and parents typically run, or I'm sorry, not parents. Courts typically run off of precedence of what the child has been doing versus what they could be doing in the future. So, for instance, if your wife lived in Virginia in the same house for the last 5 years, then anything going forward, they're going to try to keep the child as stable as possible and not like
Well,
if you're living across the country, right? I could understand maybe some
don't think so either,
holidays or
Declan.
summer times or
That's
something to
crazy.
that degree.
Also not good for the
But they're
debate,
not
right?
gonna like send the kid to you over like 4 days on 4 days. That
Not
wouldn't
even
make any
claiming that.
sense.
I'm saying literally the custody agreement says I email my ex-wife on Sunday the schedule for the week, then I go. It's not permission, it's a question. But she doesn't do it. She doesn't comply with it. I document everything. I go to the court and the court says we don't care.
So
Well,
you're
how
telling you're
can I ask how are you because you have 4 days a week? Like, how are you expecting to have that when it's a flight if requires a flight for your daughter to get
Well,
there?
so for example, what we're blowing past is for up until about 5 years ago, I lived there. In fact, I was within walking distance, and my ex-wife still wouldn't comply with the custody agreement, so I couldn't exercise exercise what was in the custody agreement. So I had two options: stay somewhere I couldn't afford, or get the hell out and try to grow somewhere else. So that's what I went with. Fact of the matter is, the judge is derelict when they sit there and they say, "I hear evidence that, for example, the mother's violating the custody agreement," or I hear evidence that the mother has had a change in income. And then the judge says, I don't care. That's where zealotry gets in. To get back to the point here, this is a judge that was in her private practice. She was proud of the fact she was a top 50 woman attorney. I don't know why the fact that she was a woman had anything to do with anything on that, but that was a contest she won that she was proud of. And so she seems ideologically based. The law firm that is getting away with everything they want, they have a close relationship. A lot of what happens in our courts is the bar associations and the local attorneys, they all see each other in court on a regular basis, hearing lots of different motions. And so they get comfortable with each other. And what ends up happening is there's a culture that decides how these things go, and they abandon law over time, especially when they're all in the same tribe.
so what
Let
are you
me
filing?
interrupt and I'll give it back to you, Flo. Sorry, I'm sorry. We're moving over to the gauntlet now. I'm officially shutting down the tomato side. I dropped the
I don't
link
buy any
into
of
the
it.
chat. If you know where you're going, head on over now. Otherwise, you're going to catch the raid.
But
Thank you
like,
so
I don't know.
kindly. Flo to you.
Flo's better.
Okay,
for
so
this.
let me get this straight.
She's a lot of experience.
You
with this.
moved away 5 years ago, and you're still fighting for a 50-50 custody enforcement.
No.
What is it? No. Okay.
Bad
What is
news.
exactly are
Really
you
help.
requesting the courts do or enforce?
What I would like is for them to enforce the fucking custody agreement that already exists.
Which is 50-50.
No.
Which is what?
Like, are you touched?
Well, I think he's
You
asking
could be
for
touched.
clarification.
What is
What
the
I'll
are you
clarify
custody?
because
asking
you already
for?
said this. No, just let me go at him. Dusty, 4
Yes.
times a week for 3 to 4 hours. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Okay,
Is that what
great.
you're supposed to get?
So this is the point of the clarification, and my apologies.
I'm
if we
asking
didn't
you
already cover
what
this.
the terms are.
It's 4 days a week for 3 to 4 hours.
Okay. So you want that. That's what you're requesting they enforce.
That's what we had agreed to. I'd like more than
This
that.
is
but
why
that's
they're
what we
treating
agreed
you
to.
like a douchebag.
Is it actually in the court order?
Yes, explicitly and unambiguously.
Do you think that
So-
your daughter would enjoy getting on a plane twice a day for 4 days? A week?
Dusty, you sound like a fucking retard. What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
See, this is why you're not winning. You don't
Well,
give
Dusty,
a fuck
he's saying
about
it,
your
this is
daughter.
how it was. He's arguing this is how it was happening before he moved, right? So.
well, I wanted to ask too, because you said your daughter had a lot of medical issues very early
Sarah,
on. Did the medical issues like dive in on like impede on your ability to see her? Like, was
I
that
might never see my
used
daughter
as the
alive again. And
What-
my wife's attorneys get to play
So you
this
moved
tug of
across the
war,
country?
and Dusty here isn't even making arguments that are based off of anything that's actually happening. Literally,
I'm
my
trying to learn
request
what's actually
to
happening.
go along with the custody agreement that we agreed to, and he's making
Right.
some interesting justifications based off of some theories of things, not knowing the
Mm.
timeline. And it's fine. I don't expect him
No,
to
no,
be.
I'm asking about right now. Right now, I don't give a fuck about 7 years
That's a
ago.
really good
Right
question.
now,
I'll
you're
ask that.
requesting that the courts enforce an order that says that you get her 4 nights a week for several hours.
No, I just want to visit her.
Why is it?
I just want my daughter to know that her dad's in her life.
Why is it hours a day instead of consecutive days? Isn't that like Yeah, why?
Well,
Well, that's just
so
what they agreed upon, I guess. But...
so we'll clarify a big chunk of this. So my daughter is nonverbal autistic. The fact that she's alive at all is a miracle. At one point, she was having 60 seizures a day. So she is medically fragile. One of the ways that my ex-wife has weaponized the courts is by, even though the custody agreement says my ex-wife will keep me updated on medical issues, she doesn't. And when I tell the court she doesn't, then they say, well, you don't know how to take care of your daughter because of this, that, and the other thing, ignoring the fact that for years I did take care of her, including medications. And so they put the mother in a situation where she can bottleneck and gatekeep the information and then beat me over the head for not having it. And then the judge just openly disregards the actual law of Virginia. That's the intersection of the problem. If the judges were actually following the law, this problem wouldn't exist. But when zealotry exists, then we don't need to go by the law.
Well, I guess like, no, I'll let this go.
Have you requested a modification of the child of the custody arrangements, or has she requested one?
Yes, we both did. And there was a hearing. And right now there are two subsection 1983 lawsuits against a total of 2 attorneys, a law firm, and 4 judges. One of them is sitting under the Fourth Circuit right now, and there's a good chance that it's going to be an interesting opportunity for the Fourth Circuit to reinforce that this doctrine called Rooker-Feldman doesn't apply automatically to family law cases, and that when courts abuse the function of law, they can be held liable. So we're actually
didn't answer my question.
State with anything.
That didn't answer the question.
I asked the jury to note that the defendant did not answer either of our questions. It seems when I asked why, it was several hours.
Wait. He's the judge. He's the plaintiff. He's the defendant.
No. So what? So Ryan, try it differently. What I want you to do is move. You make an oral motion. If you're gonna play, I'm trying to. You want to play the game? Play the game.
He makes oral motions all the time. He does.
Oh my God. So
because then I can grant it.
I'm trying to get the timeline. So when your daughter was born, right? The mother was medically kind of to the side because she was in recovery, right? So you were doing.
She had just had a C-section, and her body was healing, and
right. So you were kind of like full-time dad mode. You guys were married?
Yeah, up until my daughter was about 2.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing.
Okay, so you were with your daughter and your wife full-time for the first 2 years.
Yeah.
And you lived there and everything.
That's right, Rav.
Yes.
Okay. So then 2 years old, that's when you file for a divorce?
Well, that's when she filed for a divorce and we separated.
She filed for a divorce and you separated. Now, when you separated, did you leave the house?
Yeah. And then I came in and saw my daughter 3-4 times a week for till she was about 5 for as long as I lived in Virginia.
The court's always fair either. It's just
okay. Yeah, there's nothing really strange there.
You moved.
I appreciate that.
You moved.
Well, in that part, but then
no, because here's the thing. I've talked to like 3 attorneys in the Fairfax bar, and they're like, "No, you're fucked." And they're like the most disturbing thing of all, and why I had to go the federal route was I talked to an attorney. He's been an attorney for 40 years. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be great. We're gonna figure this out. He goes, "Is there any way you can settle with her?" No, she hates me. Like, well, you're fucked. I'm like, oh,
but I think the part where you did move away would be like the impeding factor that changes everything. So you said you had everything was fine and dandy up until she was about 5, but then you moved.
No, things were not fine and dandy. My ex-wife would not fully comply with the custody agreement even during that window.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you're trying to jam her up against the rules. You're trying to shove her out of bounds when obviously you moved away. And unless you're requesting residential custody, you just don't get once in a few hours every day visitation. It's not plausible. That's why I asked about the modifications and what happened with that, because that should be the first thing both lawyers did is request a modification.
But you said you went and saw her a few hours, like 4 or 5 days a week up until you moved.
Well, right. So my ex-wife wouldn't always abide by the terms of the custody agreement, but I could usually see my daughter 3 or 4 times a week. But because everything was
insane.
deteriorating and it was very expensive to live in Virginia. I was living just outside of DC. I got the hell out to try to go look for opportunity. Otherwise, the other thing is I do startups and tech stuff. Like there's nothing in the DC government belt that's particularly exciting for someone like me. And so professionally, it's just not a great place for me to be.
Well, I mean, your daughter's pretty exciting. You know,
Right.
like that's how I
There's-
look. And let me do a couple of super chats and then I'll kick it back. Steven says, divorced in 2005, never again, and enjoying my life the way. By the way, just because. Thank you, Steve, for the just because, and I'm glad you're at least doing better now that you're doing your own thing. And Carpenter Tom sending the big 50 over on the Gauntlet side, saying just sliding in to say, hey, thank you,
Good job.
Tom.
Sliding in. I see you.
Hey. So, I mean, to me, like, for instance, I would have loved to have moved
maybe
away.
so,
I
too.
wanted to go to Texas and do all these things, but I wanted to ensure my daughter could see her father. Could I have been that bitch that like just got up and went and did it anyways before anything was filed and done and over with? Yeah, I probably could have. But to me, the important factor was she has two parents. They need to see each other, right? But I would also, if the roles were reversed, like I would stay. I would stay wherever my kid is. I mean, I understand the entrepreneurship and wanting to move somewhere where you can capitalize on
Could be
your
in
career
Collegeville.
and so on and so forth. Essentially, we want to say that's the best interest of the child if dad makes uber ton of money or does well. However, like we sacrifice a lot of things for our kids, and being close to them is a very important one for me.
So after, if I may, after building a
I'm with
multi-million
you,
dollar
Sarah. I
company from
stayed in a really shitty
effigy.
city as well until my kid turned into an adult.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go
So
ahead, Joshua.
I built a multi-million dollar company from scratch, got it leveled, and left with almost $1 million in debt. You can't treat a guy like that and then say, oh, but he should stick around for the kid. I obviously wanted to be around for my daughter. That's obvious in everything that's happened. And the fact of the matter is, they've had to literally violate the laws of Virginia to do the things they've been doing. And it's forced me into an uphill battle to go all the way at this point to the Fourth Circuit to push what should just be my actual rights. I shouldn't have to do this. I'm grateful for a system where we can file complaints against judges and attorneys and be able to be taken seriously. But no, I got scorched. It was intentional.
So
Because
what
of
was her
feminism.
reasoning? What is her reasoning to not allow the child to see you?
A few thousand miles.
Well, I mean, aside from that, but I mean, she's got to
that's-
have some kind of strong case or some kind of, it's from her perspective, some kind of reasoning as to why she's saying
Gosh, that's wild.
he can't see her because XYZ.
Well, so Dusty, is there anything else you'd like to get out?
No. I think that, look, and I do feel for you. Less the more time goes on. I feel for you less the more time goes on. But I do feel for you. I'm not trying to be callous, but here's the deal. For the past 5
You're
years,
being a
you've
fucking
lived.
inbred, dude. You're saying things that aren't true. You're not
I
sticking at all
got
with.
custody of my daughter, motherfucker. So maybe you should listen.
I'm so glad the system worked for you. And I have some great news. Children usually do better with their fathers. I'm happy for you. Still don't understand why you're being a bastard about this. Makes no fucking sense.
You need to wrap your head around the fact that you've been living across the country for 5 years, and what you want the courts to order is not in your daughter's best interest at this point.
So let's test that.
Okay.
So do you think it's in my daughter's best interest that her dad can stop by and say hi and hang out with her for a couple hours, a couple of times a week?
Very interesting.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
All else
That's
being real
all I
with him.
fucking want, you dumb twat. What is so fucking
Can you
bizarre
do
about
that?
What's
Can
that?
you do that? Can
No,
you
I can't do
logistically
that.
do
What's-
that? Logistically, can you
No.
do that?
You're across the country.
Logistically, yes, but they won't let me.
What, are you
Literally,
gonna
I was
fly
in
there every day?
Virginia.
You gonna
Shut
fly
the
her
fuck
out?
up. Shut the fuck up. I was in Virginia for 3 months. I could have driven up to see her anytime. I have emails back and forth with my ex-wife explicitly saying she's not going to respect the custody agreement. She's not going to do it. So you're attributing some of this on to me and ignoring the
Yes.
fact that if I say, great, here's the schedule, I want to show up, and she goes, eat shit, I don't have recourse.
Yeah, you
How
just
long has
take
it been
your
since?
custody order to the police station and they can enforce it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I'm
then what
pretty
they
sure
do
that
is
the
they
enforcement
say,
or the
go
order was
talk to the
violated when
judge.
you left the area.
They say, go talk to the judge. And when you go talk to the judge that already says, I don't care if they're violating the custody agreement, do you think they'll all of a sudden care if they're violating the custody agreement?
Is there some type of caveat where she has discrepancy
Nope.
of when to like, or
Well,
is it hard? I
does
mean,
it
is
change
there
it at
a
all that you're sorry?
sorry? Is there like a set schedule in the custody order?
Naomi said, "I can't take Ryan seriously without
Not
the
as
daughter,"
such.
which is
The
really funny.
custody order says, I email within certain parameters. These are the days, these are the slots, and I go over. It doesn't say she gets to pick and choose.
He does
That
say
is the
Oh.
language that we had agreed to
I
as
actually feel
well.
that as well.
That is what she said yes to, what she signed. And she's not making good on what she agreed to.
So
Right.
would you be able to see that your daughter if you agreed to whatever your ex-wife wanted as far as like visitation, or is it a no nothing?
No, her position is very clear. She'd like me
want
to waive any parental rights in not being my daughter's life. There's no, by the way, there's not even allegations of any abuse or anything like that. My daughter adores me. There's lots of cute pictures of us together. When I did get to see her, there's none of that. But the system is so heavily favored towards women, largely because of feminist movements. And she has a very sympathetic story. Part of the reason, like, for example, when she filed for divorce, I didn't file a counter complaint. I didn't go after her. I just thought this is a really tough situation. I'm going to try to bear the brunt of it. And then it never let up.
So has this been like the main, like for the debate, has this been like the main thing you're leaning on is your own experience?
Ghosty, did my own experience even really come up during the debate?
Came up maybe once or twice,
Okay.
but no.
I was curious. I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not accusing.
He
you of
wasn't.
having the case.
Ryan
Okay.
didn't watch the
Yeah.
debate. So.
I would
Yeah.
say a lot of the premise of what you were talking about does sound like it rotates heavily around your personal experience, and you're tapping into spots of the debate that you have personally been affected by.
Well,
Like
the reason
bad judges, bad lawyers, all affected by
Yeah.
feminism, the educational system for lawyers in that community, all affected by feminism. You did utilize an actual anecdotal experience and talking about like everything just kind of circles around the entirety of your argument. I'm not saying you were doing that on purpose, but it is very circular around it.
Well, and I do
ahead.
think my personal experience is not so. My personal experience is unique to me. The formula and the framework of what happened is very ununique. This sort of thing happens quite a bit and a lot. So, like, one of the things I pointed to was literally the way that colleges are training attorneys is training them to teach the law as activism, and I think the law should be the law. So structurally, my argument is feminism is bad for the family courts because it teaches them to supplant rendering law as a neutral trier of fact and enlists them as zealots in an ideological movement.
What if that message that or the training that it's activism is taught to men's rights activists, hypothetically? Like, can you connect feminism to it directly?
I don't understand the question.
You said that your argument is that law schools are teaching that the law is activism instead of structure. But activism is wide open to any sort of activist. It could be feminist, it could be men's rights, it could be anything. So that in and of itself doesn't connect it to feminism.
I agree. I was using some shorthand. I'll elaborate. So we have at Stanford University, a very well-respected college, they had a Fifth Circuit appellate judge. You can Google this. I'd encourage you to. His name's Kyle Duncan. He went and presented, and he got bawled out by the audience, which was law students, and the dean of equity, or DEI, who ended up getting fired. But this is a snapshot. If you look at the video, these people are engaged in an emotional, performative engagement, not the pursuit of truth, law, or reason. And so it
kind of feels like that's what you're doing, what you just said.
How do you mean?
like it feels, well, at least like since I've been here, right? I'm hearing a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, like the topic has been about your story, but like I'm not hearing like, I mean, maybe it was during the debate, like you were citing like statistics about these things and like backing it up with, but like right now, all like since the panel's open, like all we've heard is like anecdotes of like your experience with the system and like, and then making like broader conclusions about it based on that, which it just doesn't.
People
like,
have been asking.
It's certainly not very convincing to anyone who didn't watch the full thing, I guess.
Yeah, to be fair, we have been asking you.
Yeah, that I would say
about,
that's our fault for asking and
I blame
trying
you guys. I wanted to
in.
move off it.
It's always
Well, I
it's
think
feminism.
there's a lot of
It's feminists up here.
it's the curiosity is like, how could a case get to that degree? And usually what I've experienced with most panels, when men start saying, well, my ex-wife took the truck, the kids, the dog, the house, the this, the that, and then we start breaking it down and then come to find out there's a lot of missing pieces that weren't brought forward. And I mean, for Joshua's situation, I'd say a lot of it has to do with him moving outward, right? But
Doesn't make any
also
sense,
not
though.
utilizing the law to his advantage. If you're emailing her saying, I will be there at this time on this day, and you show up at this time at this day, if that's why I ask, was there does she have the discrepancy? Is there a requirement that you have to agree on the time and day? Like, all of these things are backdoor access that a lot of people can get away with. That a lot of people can get away with because the lawyers were too stupid to fix the writing to make it as a set schedule. That's why you have a set schedule. This will happen. You can always leave room for flexibility if there's an agreement otherwise. But if you don't have a set schedule, the parents can do whatever they want, and that's when you start getting fucked over. But that's because the lawyers just are too stupid to write it otherwise.
Like,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay. Like, I do know anecdotally with me, my one friend, she got pregnant. Guy she was dating, he turned out to be a piece of shit. He didn't want the baby, but she didn't want to get an abortion, so she kept it. He was mad about it, and then he kind of, like, she didn't want to be with him anymore, and he was trying to kind of use the baby to keep the relationship together, but she was trying to get away from him. So one time she was supposed to pick up the baby because they had 50-50 custody. She was supposed to pick it up. He locked her out. He wouldn't let her get to it. She called the police. They did do what you said, Joshua, and they said, well, you have to go to the judge. And eventually she did bring it to the judge, but eventually, like, she was able to fix that. So she was able to, like, get her baby. It didn't happen that day, but it was able to be fixed. So I guess I don't know how it, and I'm not, like, blaming necessarily you. I don't know your situation, but usually courts do fix these things, I think. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just a really like outlier shitty situation for what judge you're dealing with or something. I'm not sure, but
and it's also, I think there's a good reason that these sorts of things are handled in courts with both sides presenting their issues, right? Rather than on YouTube panels where we only hear one side of the story, right? We literally only hear your perspective on this. And like we have, for example, have not heard any explanation of why you said, it was only like the agreement was for 3 to 4 hours per day instead of like multiple days consecutively, which I mean, like, I think it's interesting, and I feel like there are missing pieces, as Sarah was kind of pointing to. But then, to use this as like, well, because the judges are biased, this has happened to me, because the law is biased, because they teach about activism and feminism in college, and that's why the judges did this to me. Like, I don't know. It's a very I mean,
Ryan,
I just don't buy it.
No, here's the thing. I'm Ghosty. I appreciate you pointing out that you guys have been asking questions about my position. I came here to discuss feminism in the courts, not whether or not my ex-wife and the courts are dealing with me fairly. It seems like that's what this has sort of become. And I don't think that that's fair. In particular, when it sounds like all inferences are being drawn in favor of, to the point of even this issue this issue happened well before I moved out of the area. So the idea that has anything to do with it when it predates it substantively, and there's no new movement really in that, is just a real indication. We're not even, it's fine. Like I say, I'm fine with us not talking about this. I think the broader issue is, why do things collapse? And that's why I pointed to not my story, but structural issues, such as what happened at Stanford.
Well, I think what maybe we don't have to necessarily tap into your personal stuff, but I think it's this this facade that people have that all courts are biased and against men and all of these things. But then when we actually start bringing up the data and showing otherwise, then people go into, well, that's not what happened to me. And that she took everything and that's not how it works here in this state and blah, blah, blah. And everybody always goes into that. But then the data says completely opposite. So a lot of people sit there and blame the courts for being biased or feminist or pro women or whatever they want to do. But what the reality is that most men aren't doing what they're supposed to do, whether it be filing counterclaims, whether it be the data shows it. There's a whole study on it. It's a very large study that actually goes down all of these things that men are not filing. They're not showing
Sarah,
up. They're not asking. Like
I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited.
I'm surprised you don't know about it because it's the same one that comes out
of
Duck,
calm down,
all
down,
of the same data that you pull when you say 70% of women file for divorce and most women are financially worse off, and all of the other shit you were quoting tonight all comes out of that same fucking study.
I mean,
but this is where it sits for the divorce rates and what happens in the child custody. And usually it's actually a lack of men taking action or pursuing it. So they always blame women bad, judge bad, my lawyer fucked me, all of these things. But in actuality, most of them just don't show up.
So in the Fourth Circuit, Judge Mary Louise Goldston fucked over 10 people before she finally got caught on the 11th.
You're talking about one judge doing shitty shit who obviously got caught doing shitty shit and is getting called out for it, and the law is doing what it's supposed to be doing. None of us have said, oh, that judge doing shitty shit is good. Like I'm gonna go get that peanut butter jelly sandwich so bad. Nobody is saying, oh yes, we're proud of a judge bending rules and breaking them and doing things that she shouldn't. Nobody has said that. Nobody, even Ghosty, didn't agree with you. She was like, well, that's bad. Why would she do that? We have laws to take care of that and fix it. But nobody is in agreement that it's good.
Well, but Ghosty also won't admit that it comes from feminism, or won't agree. Admit means that there's some truth that's preordained.
Did
but
the
won't
judge
agree.
say that feminism was what caused her to do that?
So what I'm saying is these are indications of feminist ideals downriver. And you didn't like that. You said it wasn't even related to the debate, so I sort of moved away from it. The other thing is, if I may finish,
one judge breaking rules is not like an indicator of feminism or shitty circumstances.
Two things. I'll do the second one first because I tried last. Okay. I have a transcript of these judges being shitty. I have transcript of attorneys literally perjuring themselves in the middle of a trial. I'm literally in active litigation on this. It's not the whole point of this, but you're saying, oh, people hide the facts. I have transcripts. I have receipts on all of this. But more importantly, it's not just my story. This is something that happens a ton. So let me ask you this. How do we know this is not feminism?
The burden of
so you're saying it's a bad judge and not feminist. Just bad judge.
More burden of proof is on the positive claim.
Because feminism doesn't get tired like that. Feminism doesn't get exhausted of talking about intersectionality. Sorry, I didn't change my mic or anything, but feminism doesn't
Don't lie to me,
get tired of quoting old statutes, old laws that exist. And so it is of my opinion or belief that it would be difficult to isolate a court as the culprit of, or feminism as the culprit of something, because it's a theory. It's just a theory.
We can look at the laws. The laws are written in a neutral way, right?
Right. Like, if the laws were feminist laws that were actively
change the laws, or did they just argue things that were already in the law that weren't actually being applied?
Yeah.
Like no feminist came along and was like, "We're going to infiltrate the courts and subvert these laws and rewrite them in these ways."
There probably were
laws are on the books.
Didn't win.
There probably are some, right? But the laws aren't actually based on feminism to the point where it's like actively harming fathers and men. And my whole argument is that it's actually helping them. But like if you're talking about rogue judges that don't do a good job, I'm sure I could find plenty of cases where judges have treated women unfairly or didn't believe their stories or yada yada yada.
Well, that
You know what I
seems
mean?
dishonest, though, because you're saying, well, if someone did this bad thing, it's not because they're a feminist. It's not, they sure, when they were a private practice attorney, they hung their hat partially on the fact that they're a woman. Sure, they associate with these different groups, and sure, the law firm that was arguing and is cozy with this judge, 47 women only attorneys, right? Law firm only 47, or there's only 47 attorneys, and they're all women. And you're telling me this isn't and they say on their website, we're progressive, we support the trans rights, all this stuff.
What do you think?
And you're saying this isn't feminism.
Is your attorney a man?
I don't have an attorney.
I was gonna say, what about
my
law
attorney
firms
in my
that are,
divorce
like, all
was a
men?
woman. What's that,
Okay.
Ghosty?
But like, what about law firms that are all men? Are we gonna assume they're all like anti-women? Because
They're all
No, I think we need a
patriarchs.
sliver of proof. So, for example, if we had a man judge, right, and he ruling against a woman, and it wasn't good, we should be able to point to the law and say, oh, well, the law says X, and he ruled Y, and he was supposed to rule X because that's what the law is, so he wasn't treating fairly. So if he always leans the wrong way and it's always with women, I would say that's a sect.
If the
But
law
that's
was
what
in
ended
black and
up
white, we wouldn't
happening
need
in the
judges.
That's what ended up happening in the case that you brought. It just didn't get caught right away. It took a couple examples until they got caught, right? Like you said, it took like 10 times, which we could say is arguably too much. But the point is, it's not the feminism in the law. You could say a feminist broke a law, but that's not.
That is
part
what
of-
I'm saying. I'm saying the feminist, that was a judge, broke the law, partially because she was a feminist, and in her worldview, that was okay.
Well,
That's
I guess
the
we'll see
claim.
when your appeals court thing goes.
So now
through, right?
feminists believe that breaking laws is okay. That's a part of feminism now.
According to the Fourth Circuit's published opinion in Gibson v. Goldston, yes.
Wait, so you're saying there's I'm sorry, what's that ruling about? Like, you're saying there's precedent now for them to use feminism to break the law or whatever, and that's
That they've been breaking the law, leaning in feminist ways. So if it's
and you're
not
saying that
feminism,
court- you're referring to a ruling that upheld that?
Gibbs, yes, it's
Okay.
Fourth Circuit. I know you like looking stuff up. I'll give you
Well,
the
I will, but
details if you want to look it up.
Well, I guess all I'm asking is if the courts upheld it, is it possible that they upheld it because it was actually legal, whatever they did that you're alleging was illegal?
No, the court rebuked it in the strongest possible way and said what this judge was doing was so far off the rails, she didn't even have judicial immunity anymore, which is nearly
Okay, so
impossible
this
for
has
a
been
judge
found
to
illegal.
lose. Yeah, it's a published Fourth Circuit opinion, Matthew Gibson v. Mary Louise Goldston.
Sure, I was just trying to follow.
And
along.
the oral argument from the Fourth Circuit was brutal on it. They really went into separation of powers. It was a very resounding decision they made.
So it sounds like that was resolved well then.
I think it's a strong signal that things are moving in a different direction. And then for those that didn't catch the whole thing, one of the things that I did share is I think one of the things that Ghosty mentioned in her opening was pushing for 50-50 custody. And I will say, though, I do think feminism is cancer. If the feminists are saying 50-50 custody and they're arguing for that, then we're finding some common ground. And that really is an issue that speaks to men's
so
rights. and I
Joshua,
really
was
appreciate
it better when women didn't have equal representation under the law at all?
I don't understand what that has to do with feminism in the courts.
Feminism fixed that problem.
Because that's the whole reason they have equal representation under the law.
It seems like you're finding
So,
opposition.
I think it's
for a
better
reason
that
you
the-
don't have to. You can just
I'm
say, you
sorry,
can just
what's
not
that, Doug?
include Yeah, you can just not include feminism too. Like, to what Effigy and Coder are saying, like you're bringing up all these specifics that I'm just never going to agree with because I know it's weird to say, but I agree with feminism. Does that not make sense?
Because you have a vagina.
That's fine. You can agree with feminism.
Cool.
Ghost, I'm gonna ask you this. I got two questions for you. Question one is, do you think that we agree on everything?
No, of course not.
And two, do you think we found some common ground and understand each other a little better than we did 2 hours ago?
I think I think we came to an understanding of perspective, I would say. Like,
3.
Yeah,
Would you
I-
consider being his next ex-wife?
No, I can't do have two. I will just die. I can't have more than one. One's too many. No, I tell my current wife, just shoot me. If you're done, just take out the shotgun. We'll be done with that. I accept my fate.
like I don't know. I can see where people get these perspectives from, but like I guess my whole argument is when you do kind of look at the data and the statistics, it just doesn't follow through. And also the things that you're blaming the system for, I don't think have to do with feminism. I think they are problems that are just outside of feminism that have to do with just the courts in general that, don't lead back to feminism.
And if it's not feminism, then what is it? I guess you're saying it's just individual moral failure.
It's just the courts not being perfect. I mean, like our courts just have problems that they need to work on. I think everybody can agree with that.
Just fixed it.
Uncle Reefer, I do. I'm divorced, and I've won 2 custody battles. So suck a dick.
Well, good for him, man. He used to sell adult drugs, and here he is with custody. That's nice.
even with the full
that's why I had to do 2 custody battles for 1 kid.
There we go. There we go. Mm-hmm. There's hope, boys. There's hope. I'm a cautionary tale, but there's hope.
You got to file for who filed first. I mean, we can move off from your personal situation if you want to. I'm not trying to keep dragging it back there, but
she did, and I got blindsided by it.
Filing first is really like that's the thing. Do you agree?
Yeah, and I think the thing is she had already basically gone full scorched earth mode, and I never did, and that created an asymmetry that was partially choice. I was less aggressive, partially because, and I don't think this of my ex-wife, but statistically, some women who have disabled children find the burden too much and they drown them in a bathtub. And put it bluntly, I want my daughter to continue to be alive. Yeah. So if my ex-wife beats me up a bit, my daughter lives longer. That's where my head was at. I would have done it differently, not because I don't feel that way, but like I just was trying to play over dead and wait for it to be over, and then it's still not over.
What do we think, guys?
Well, okay, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to just kind of steer my brain away from your personal.
My main
situation.
argument is still going to be that, and just to pull it away from Joshua's personal situation, my main argument is still going to be that feminism is the entire reason that the family court system moved away from an ownership and fault system to being based on things like equity, safety, and best interest of the child. Like that's entirely feminism that did that.
Prohibiting.
I think that's my main argument.
Prohibiting gender bias in the courts.
Well, it created a different kind, but effigy. So my opening, did you hear the opening? I'm not going to assume you did, unless you did.
I didn't catch the very beginning. No, sorry.
No problem. My take is there's 4 waves of feminism. Feminism, wave 1, we should vote and be able to own property, whatever. Okay, fine. No one's bothered by that one. 2, we should have lower standards in the workplace. We need to have academic preferences, all that. Less okay with that. Still not a big deal. 3, third wave is there's a victim, an oppressor class, and we've got hierarchy. We've got these universals. We've got that. And then 4th wave is that, where we're at now, where, we've got the trans as probably the most signature move, where we've got now the men can identify as women and then go into women's protected spaces. And then I think what we're seeing is maybe 5th wave is, since men can be women now too, maybe they should be treated equally as well. And now we're seeing the 50-50 custody and whatnot. So I mentioned all that effigy to say, I think that we probably started off in a great place, and then somewhere along the ways it went off the rails, and we need to correct. Do even better. So if we think this is better, then we should do even better. Let's just strive for better.
Better than 50-50?
I mean, sure.
Well, there's only 20 states that have
with any growing belief, there are people who believe, different stripes of that belief. So,
yeah. And what about
most feminists are the extreme feminists that people talk about so much?
Why don't we just advertise things like mediation, or mediation, and other sort of means of providing education around relationships and divorce, instead of saying, well, your option is either this beautiful no-fault divorce option, as it were, or you can go through that, like, the months, years long process of ugly discoveries, ugly testimonies, ugly legal battles, paperwork you don't understand, and you can just do a divorce, and you have that, or you have a no-fault divorce.
3 minutes on the goal.
You can act like an adult.
And do what?
Yeah, no, I think you're hitting on a really
talk about
good
feminism.
A really good intersection there. which is, why don't we make the existing process smoother for everybody? And the answer is, well, the folks currently in charge, the family lawyers, right? Ghosties pointed, well, we should get more money for men for attorneys. Why do we need money for men for attorneys? Why don't we have equality under the law? I think anything we can do to get away from making money be the tool that you're using to beat each other up, to fight over kids, is going to be a huge step in the right direction. So good mediation services, property settlement agreements, encouraging people to behave better, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
But
there
what
are
incentive-
services.
What incentivizes those people then? Like, money's the most side neutral thing I could think of. If it's not money, then you're going to have to assume or hope that they have a personal interest in the outcome of that event, and you don't want that.
Well, a lot of attorneys get into a lot of debt and they want to go make a bunch of money. And so they build practices and ways to make money. And the way you make money in family law is by charging families a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And because the kids are at stake and the sanity's at stake and the stakes basically couldn't be higher, you're able to pressure people into paying however much you can. Take that incentive out, most of this falls off apart like a wet napkin. But I guess it doesn't math that the economic incentive for the attorneys is what fuels the continued litigation when nothing can happen, because nothing can happen without the request of one of the two sides. Right? Oh, that's not true. Well, I mean, let me back up. You just need one side that's angry.
Right. Yes, correct.
And so as long as there's at least one side that's angry, everything works.
Right. Yeah. Once in anything, it only takes one side to make war, but two sides to make peace. Right. That's always the case.
Yeah.
But the attorneys, it's not like the IRS where they're going to kick in your door and say, "Hey, man, we got to do an audit." You know, everything in family court is requested. Almost everything.
Well, but the thing is, the family court attorneys go to the bar associations. They make nice with the judges. They go to the court a bunch. They get to know each other. They know that the attorneys know they can charge more if they get better results. They know that the more that they, for some clients, the more money their clients spend, beating up the other side is literally the win metric. So that's how you end up in these prolonged litigation, like sort of struggle sessions. And so the attorneys keep making a bunch of money. But beyond that, yeah.
What's up, dude?
You're saying all this stuff that has nothing to do. Come on up. You're saying all of this stuff that has nothing to do with feminism. I don't understand. What are you talking about tonight?
Yeah, a lot of that's capitalism. I mean, lawyers want to make money, right?
Yeah. Also, on the no-fault divorce thing, I know the no-fault divorce thing has become kind of a big kind of touting thing for feminism. But if everyone remembers, the no-fault divorce came about in California under Ronald Reagan. No-fault divorce was invented essentially by rich dudes who did not want discovery in their divorce proceedings.
And God bless them for it. God bless them for it. I love no-fault divorce. I'm the biggest fan of that shit. I can't imagine why anybody would want to incentivize abuse in order to have two people who don't want to be together.
Perjury trials. That's what happened before no-fault divorce.
Don't sass me, FG.
Yeah, I have to have a trial in order to get divorced, pretty much.
Yeah. Also, like, I don't see why you'd have.
I find it really funny that like a lot of the people who advocate against no-fault divorce nowadays are like these like red pill guys who talk about masculinity and stuff a lot, but it's like literally like the most pathetic soy like loser mentality to want to use the state to force your wife to stay with you. Like that's so like what an embarrassing thing to like advocate for. Like that's so sad.
Why do you assume that's the way they frame it?
Well, they don't frame it that way because
they don't frame it that way, but
they don't think about the implication of what they're arguing for. They just
I said, why did you frame it that way? I didn't ask what they framed it as. I'm asking why you framed it that way.
Oh, because that's the implication, right? That's like what else is getting rid of no-fault divorce except for using the state to prevent
the problem is
leaving you.
The problem is a lot of guys go into marriages ready to provide and sacrifice for their families. And in a no-fault divorce, they get screwed the hardest because the more they tried to be the good guy, to be the more traditional guy, the more modern no-fault divorce wrecks them.
Yeah, but no-fault divorce works both ways. So in your scenario, it's a guy.
I don't disagree with you on that one. We're asking about what's the biggest thing is people who got married 30 years ago had a certain idea about marriage, and that's not what's going on in the courts today. That's why I'm a huge advocate for prenups. You and your partner decide what you want, not you, the state, whatever iteration it is at the time. And so what ends up happening is when people want a divorce, they're going to act in their best interest. And so if someone goes to, right, let's say some mother goes to an attorney, you're in a no-fault divorce state, even if the guy's already been busting his hump and already bled everything into it, she's just not feeling satisfied anymore, that guy gets thrown in the wood chipper. And
Is
like,
that
that's
really
not
normally the
cool.
case?
That's why there's the concern. That's why this narrative gets framed this way.
Yeah, I think
And
normally
you
the
both have
problems
to
are bigger
agree
than
to a
she
no
just doesn't
fault
feel
divorce.
satisfied anymore. She's bored, right? We hear that touted a lot because in no fault divorce, you don't have to state the reason. Just irreconcilable differences is the simplest way to move forward. So that's what people put, but that's not really reflective of the situation within the marriage.
Yeah, some people
Yeah, you both
actually
have to
just
agree to
use
it. There's
that.
usually a 6-month separation.
Some people like I chose to do irreconcilable differences only because
Same.
if I chose the adultery route, it would actually have turned into a big trial. Because if you go with the I have a claim and here's why, it's going to cost you a lot
Mm.
more. I
Now you have
chose,
to prove the claim when otherwise you wouldn't
yeah,
have to.
and even if they admit it, even if my ex-husband had said, "Yep, I fucked around and found out," it wouldn't have mattered. I would have had to have actually hired a PI, had a third party proving my case for me. Even if he admitted it, it wouldn't make a difference. You have to show fault, and you have to prove fault no matter what. So going with irreconcilable differences is easy. My ex-husband already was like, "Yeah, I fucked around, whatever. So let's do what we have to do." And we were as peaceful as possible. But we saved a lot of money and we saved a lot of stuff. We just avoided the prove route because that wasn't important to me. Like, why am I proving something that I don't need to prove at this point? And so most people just do that.
And you saved a lot of
And it
stress
saves
on your
the courts a
kids,
whole
and
lot of
you're an
time.
absolute
But you have to
gentlewoman for
hire a
doing all
PI.
of that.
You have because and that's part of the psychological stress of anything traumatic is you have to hire you have outside people managing your business in like a bureaucratic way, and that
Mhm.
sucks. That's never fair, right? Like, so how so and so like imagine even you're a judge and you're trying to split the difference here and you just have to wait for the facts. How do you even steer litigants in a divorce trial toward like a healthy way to coexist and exist with themselves after this? That doesn't exist. Like that's
In most cases, it's actually more healthy and better because judges don't actually want to make the decision of who gets the child for this, who gets that. They don't want to
Really
make the decision. And actually, most cases where they settle outside of court and they just get a judge to sign off on it, most of those are happier splits. Everyone gets a good, solid, even balanced split. They're not arguing over fucking beanie babies and shit. And those actually work out. Most people do that, and those are the ones you don't hear about. Those are the ones you don't throw stats across at each other on a panel and shit, because most people don't want to acknowledge that most people actually can do this shit together and work through it, and everybody walks away happy. But people don't want to recognize that.
I love that.
It's the extreme cases that most people hear and talk about and thrive on, when those are actually the more rare ones.
They are, and I love, and this is the thing that I'll tell a lot of people. Like, if your experience is better than mine, I'm happy for you. I like that this is. I don't think it's the absolute exception, but the fact of the matter is, a lot of folks decide they're not going to work together anymore, and they actually do the right thing. And to my view, it's you look at the kids and you say, how can we make this the best transition for them, and then let's split this up and make sure the kids are okay. And I will say one of the nice things about the way our legal system works is it does let people actually do that. You don't have to go through the court system the way that, folks like myself and others do. Like, you can have your own agreement, say we're going to do it this way. So yeah.
So I have I guess two quick things. Number one, actually earlier I looked up, because one of the first things we brought up was like how a lot of women actually pay child support, and you suggested it was like 3 out of 100. It looks like it's about 1 in 5, 1 in 6 maybe on the low end.
We're talking about alimony.
Yeah,
Well,
3 out of
okay, sure.
3 out of 100 was men who
alimony.
receive alimony.
Okay,
yeah.
well, just for the record, so you know for the future that with regards to how many women pay child support
And how much? What's the difference typically between what a woman pays versus a man? So you're saying 1 in 5 pay child support.
Well,
how much?
I'm not saying I have that number. I'm just telling you I looked
Okay,
at this number
that's fine.
specifically. So
I was curious.
I'm agnostic on it until I dig into that. But the second thing I wanted to point out is that when I said what I said about no fault divorce, your response was to tell me why some guys might feel that they do want to use the state to keep their partner in that marriage. You're justifying doing it instead of like acknowledging how horrifying of a thing that is to do to someone, and kind of embarrassing.
No, I'm not justifying that, and I reject that 100%. I'm not saying that's what it should be for.
Do you believe in no fault? Do you like prefer no fault divorce or no?
So my personal feelings on it are I don't like it. I will say if you have to pick a team, and if you're going to do, for example, no fault, you need to make sure everything lines up with no fault, right? You can't have a traditional view on marriage where the man's on the hook forever, like we talked about how you said, like, for example, in Texas, that you can't even ask for alimony unless you've been married for 5 years. That's absolutely within the last 70 years thing, right? Probably a lot more recent than that. Yeah. So if you're switching from that to no fault, I think there's other adjustments that have to be made just so it's compatible. So it's more of a balancing. So if we're doing at fault divorce, then things look a certain way, and if we're doing no fault divorce, there needs to be adjustments so that way it's not leaning one way too heavy.
Well, I think even like with fault divorce, that would lead more towards penalties, right? Like, because if you guys are just agreeing with, oh, there's no fault, we just agree to split up, blah, blah, blah. Whereas if there's fault, that's kind of assuming that somebody, is at fault, and therefore the other person's going to receive more rewards, right?
Yeah. Well, which of the two is going to lead to a more amicable relationship, too?
No, well,
like the battle of at fault divorce or the agreement of a no fault.
In front of both people that they can agree on, irrespective of anything else.
If there is fault, that's where you can take more shit. That's where you get more weight in deciding, because you're proving that they broke a contract. You're proving that they went back on their word, and they like the only reason you're having to divorce them is because they did something wrong to the marriage. And the state recognizes a marriage as an entity, two people entering in an entity just same way a business would. So if you break a contract, you pay penalties. So in the instance of you prove fault, you're going to get fucked over 6 ways to Sunday, and you're going to be losing a lot more than just having to pay a little extra or something like that. You're going to lose a lot of shit.
Right. And so like if it's
a lot of no fault divorces are at fault situations, though.
Yes.
What's
but
that,
they treat it he's saying that a lot more no fault divorces are due to fault, and they can be proven, but most people like myself choose just to go look, we're just going to split up and call it a day. I don't care. Right. So even though the other party is at fault and you can prove it, you're still choosing to just do a 50-50 across the board and call it a day.
Yeah, I think
most men are actually spared by no fault.
People already get there for a reason too, right? Like if no fault divorces are often because both parties see that there was some a logical inference here is that you'd be doing that because people grew apart or something. There wasn't particular cases of abuse. There's not some particular reason both people can't be in the same household. It's just no longer really viable as a single unified unit. I know that sounds really brutal to say, but
what are you saying, Doc?
Well, I mean, even with abuse, sometimes it's easier to just go no fault because, Sarah said, now you're going to have to prove the abuse happened and possibly be stuck with this person even longer. So it's just an easier way to get out of the marriage faster.
No fault,
right? And which one of those two is better for the kids if there are kids involved, right? Going to battle with them or not?
Effigy. I cut myself off last time. I want to cut you off this time. No fault divorce paired with 50-50 custody, no alimony. Boom, fine. That's a sensible equation.
That's mostly what's happening today.
And if we could get fully there, that'd be great. I'm glad even the feminists are agreeing with us. This is wonderful. Praise Jesus. Or whatever deity you worship or don't worship. Make an offering, I guess. Burn some sage.
They worship Baal. That's where they sacrifice their abortions.
Uh-huh. Like I said, most people do that. Most people settle outside of court and get everything exactly how they want it, and everything's done happy and copacetic. the stories you do hear about are the other stuff. But it usually stems from the idea that either the men aren't showing up, they're not filing, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, or or they want to just
Sarah
yell.
Clay is here to read us scripture. Thank
Go
God.
ahead, Clay. It's time to YOLO, Clay.
I
Is
have
Jason
no
still here? I haven't seen
scriptures.
Jason in chat. You might be lucky. I don't know if he's still here or not, but maybe you got lucky.
I have no scriptures prepared for this, but if Flo wants me to,
straight to hell.
if Flo wants me to read some scriptures, I'm sure I could find them for you, Flo. Is that what you would like?
No.
I'm fine. We can pass today.
All right. Well, just make sure to bless us before the end of everything. So,
all right, you can tell them about the cuckable mug then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Buy the cuckable mug. Wonderful product by our good big bro Dusty, made specially for each one of us. It's low price of $25. Actually, I believe you're running a special at the moment.
I think that I thought I meant to set it to expire after Black Friday, but I think it might still be in effect actually.
Okay. Well, hey, you know what?
Maybe not. I don't know. You can try it. The BLAC, capital BLAC was the promo code that got 11% off. Y'all can try it if you want.
Hell
Damn it! I should have gotten a prize for being like one of the first people to buy it.
Yeah, you were the first one. You bought it before I did.
Have you guys heard the Cuckable Mug song?
Paid full price for it too.
There's a Cuckable Mug song. I don't know if you guys have heard it. All right,
Let's hear it.
I don't need to hear the song. We're okay.
I want to hear the
I don't want to
Duckable
hear
song.
it. Oh yeah.
When Andrew keeps repeating,
I'm working on it.
That Andrew
it's actually made. I just haven't uploaded it yet.
When
Sorry.
Andrew keeps retreating.
Duck, you ever wonder why you get booted?
Enough.
No, I don't think it does.
Cuckable Mug, open the door.
No time
Let the Cuckable Mug, open the door.
You know what,
Let
Duck?
the Cuckable Mug, open the door.
Duck runs circles
To
around
your
you.
Your
all.
heart.
Andrew
Duck,
is such a
if
cuck.
you ever want to come
Mr.
an open
Andrew
floor
is
with
such a
pure
cuck.
silence to sing your song, just let me know. Yeah, I apologize. These rude motherfuckers weren't giving it to you here.
Oh, you hate it when people sing on your panel.
I wasn't giving it to him either.
Folks. It's a product, folks. You support the
I
man.
wasn't
you
liking the
support
song, and
vision,
then he hit the
you
chorus, and
support
I
the
was like, I
product line.
dig this.
You
My
support the distribution
aversion to
motion.
people randomly breaking out in song is less than my affiliation, my affinity for people promoting my products.
Just
I hate
remember,
that dog, though.
yes, Andrew is such a cuck. Buy a Cuckable Mug.
Okay.
Look, you're pissing Mama off, Duck.
just
Be
use
careful.
AI.
Oh,
You're pissing Mama said,
I'm
"Shut up, Duck."
unaffiliated. I am
Careful.
unaffiliated. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Mama, I'm sorry. I'm unaffiliated.
Just use AI. It's a lot easier,
So much easier.
and it sounds better.
way better.
I don't know.
Anyways,
Duck sings pretty good.
What?
Well,
Oh
what
my
else?
goodness. We
What
know you
else,
lied.
Joshua? Do you think? I feel like we've run through a few scenarios that I feel like we've all actually had data to back up why what you're saying is not true. But I mean, what else do you have that you think is like feminism harming the family court system?
Well, I mean,
Oh, sorry.
think
Or
so,
just
but-
feminism in general. I'm just curious too, like, because
Yeah, we can expand.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't like my argument, which is when you have feminism as ideology in academia, the downriver is the courts become places of ritual and ideological practice, not courts of law. So it's not that I haven't said it. It's not that I haven't made the argument. I get that you reject it, but I think there's some pretty tangible outcomes. Ghosty thinks if the 11th time they get caught, then well, clearly it wasn't feminism, even though it was, a female judge acting the way that is consistent with feminist ideologies. So I struggle to see how that isn't relevant.
What was the feminist
different?
ideology though? Like she was just. It sounds like. Where's the foundation for her feminist ideology and what she did? Like she was just overly protecting women.
Guilty of being a woman.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the feminism thing. Did she say something feminist to say, I'm going to go check his house? Or was she just trying to take the law into her own hands and go search his house for whatever items that were supposed to be turned over already?
Well, was this the one that Josh mentioned? Said she was like proud to be a woman attorney, or whatever it was, like proud to be a.
No, that's a different.
No, that
one.
was
okay.
the
Well,
lawyer or
damn,
something.
that
I did
would've
put
been
the
damning
case
right.
back. I did put the case back in the back chat.
Well, so
if
you
you wanna
guys, so
read-
Sarah, you say there's been evidence presented. I haven't had before this, and I still don't know if I've seen any, but I haven't been presented any of it. You guys are saying, here's these studies, here's these things. One of the most offensive, from a logic perspective, one of the most offensive arguments that Ghosty presented, and not that I find you offensive, Ghosty, but the argument was offensive, was that 90% of the time guys don't pursue, right? And
No,
it's
no.
like,
It was 90% of the time custody cases are settled outside of court and therefore agreed upon. So these arrangements are just agreed upon.
so do you think that those 90% are guys saying this is a better deal than what I'll get in court? Or do you think they're saying, I really like this deal and this is a fair deal and I'm willing to live with it?
Well,
I think it's both. And I think the men who are saying the first one are misled. And that's why they're not fighting. That's oftentimes, I mean, that's what the studies are saying.
Also, I'm not pro-feminism, but in this instance with what Ghosty is saying, she's saying that feminism actually helped men as well in the court system and helped like all of those, she took my house, my truck, my dog, my kids stories, the feminism movement in the court system to balance the system, it allowed both men and women to sit with a mediator and have the fair opportunity to go through stuff before they take it to a judge and worry about all of those things, and allowing them both to file stuff and allow them both, because most states recognize 50-50. It's
That's not true. Not even by Ghosty's estimation.
It's 20 states right now, actually.
Yeah.
That's like a little less than half, but like,
then even the others go based on child's best interests, correct?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure all states prohibit gender bias in general now. That started in the 70s, because mothers used to be prioritized 100%, and that wasn't illegal before. They were just automatically.
Is there like
with
feminist history? Is there like feminist history behind like the sort of this, like, because the 70s seemed to be like a very important time for the feminist movement. So I'm curious if there's like also social context that sort of informs the legal jurisprudence behind both supporting children, but also supporting women that find themselves alongside their soon-to-be ex in this situation.
No one gets stuck.
I think a lot of it has to do with women entering the workforce in general.
And as you get means, you have access to the law because the law costs money.
That, and just like mothers are like, okay, well, I'm working too, and I shouldn't have the full burden of taking care of the kid while working, and then you know what I mean, like he needs to help out.
I understand.
Yeah,
I think even the idea of
also
women...
before we move on, to speak on what you guys were just talking about, because I have some experience in this personally. A lot of us guys, especially those of us who live in states where our legal systems have extremely bad reputations, like a lot of like Josh has been saying, we have an impetus to make an agreement outside of legal proceeding. I know personally in my life, I bent over backwards to keep my son as far away from the legal system as possible. I did everything I could to not have to go through legal means, to not have him anywhere near the system, mostly because his mom's crazy. But that's I think that's what drives a lot of it, is this idea that, hey, if I go into the system, I'm going to get fucked over.
Yup.
Yeah.
Well, but even at that, the true question is, and this is what my ex and I agreed on, do we want some random judge who knows nothing about either of us coming in and telling us what we are going to do with our children? We made these babies.
In hindsight, how do you...
What?
In hindsight, do you agree with that assessment?
With my ex-husband, yeah.
That because I think that I trust a random judge more than I trust my ex-wife for sure.
Well, for you, yes,
Yeah,
but my
that's what I'm saying as well.
ex-husband is a good daddy. Like he definitely takes care of my daughter and our son very well. He's a good man overall, aside from him not being able to keep his dick in his pants. Like, but outside of that, he's a good dad, right? So I had no reason to like take him through the ringer because, like, and I don't want some judge making that decision either when like that judge doesn't know anything about us. All she knows is what we present in that moment and just what's on paper. That's all they know.
Well, and
You
judges
know?
will have like a whole speech they give about this where they're like, look, we're here for 2 days, 3 days. I don't know you guys and I have to make a decision. Like, I'd like you guys to resolve something because whatever I give you, you're not going to like, which means whoever's the angriest and most unreasonable can force everybody colliding into that. And that fear is what Effigy was talking about. And that's very real. And Ghosty, if I may be so bold, I think guys should be warned. I think they should think of this ahead of time. People should go into an understanding there's risk.
I understand, but would you rather just settle and agree with like kind of if the woman has the upper hand and she's like, "Oh, well, I want, you know, 2 weeks and then he gets weekends or something like that," and you just agree, or if you think you have a better case, like fight for it and actually get 50-50. That's the thing. Like lots of guys think it's pointless to fight, so they just take whatever the woman proposes because they're like, oh, well, I'm going to get screwed anyways. So we're going to settle this outside of court and just agree upon whatever. But if they actually fight for it, the statistics show 70% of the time they get joint custody.
What's the split though? You keep pointing to that stat. You say 70% they get joint, but how joint? Because you're not saying it's 50-50. 70% of them get custody for 1%, then that stat's legitimate. But this is why I really like to look at these.
Joint custody is balanced. Joint custody means, well, like there's physical custody and then there is
legal custody.
Legal
residential
custody.
And legal.
Right. Yeah. So depending on what your joint custody essentially is, probably you have legal say and like you guys both are communicative, you go to all the medical appointments together, you like make decisions, you can't get a passport without the other. So that's typically joint means you both have a say in everything that kid does until they turn 18. And then if it's joint physical, like that can, the timing can vary depending on your schedules and does mom and dad live in the same school zone and things like that, or if you live outside the school zone, are you within a reasonable distance to get the child to school without driving like 3 hours, right, or something like that. So but joint is typically like it balances out to where you have shared physical custody. So even if it's summers at dad's, holidays at dad's, and primary school time with mom, or vice versa, whatever, it's still joint.
So the study says from this is based on records in Wisconsin, showed that awards of sole custodies for mothers dropped almost in half between 1986 and 2008, from 80% to 42%. While the proportion of parents with some form of shared custody jumped from 8% to 45%, 27% with 50-50 custody.
Okay, so
it went up from 8% to 45%, and 27% of them had 50-50 custody. So I guess
there
the rest
has been a big jump.
Yeah, have
a little anywhere near equal.
Huh?
What?
Also, custody arrangements, you can't really draw too much from that because there's a lot of contributing factors that lead to it. You know, a lot of times people don't get 50-50 is because of work and stuff like that.
Working, location.
And there's also
school.
the caveat of allowing a flexible parenting schedule. I had that in place for my daughter where this is our schedule. Here's how it is. However, we have a flexible parenting plan. So if for any reason I say, hey, she wants to come see you, are you free tonight? And he says, yes, sure, I can allow that. Right. And he can allow that. And like, so, and then as they get older, kids, it's why it's very important to have a flexible parenting schedule, number one, outside of your locked in template, because as kids get older, they have friends, social events, birthday parties, sleepovers, all of these other things built into place, and you want to be flexible to the other parent because you want it to come back the other way. But most reasonable people and lawyers will allow that caveat to be in place as the child gets older to allow, even though the schedule may say one thing, doesn't mean that they're only getting them 30% of the time. Most of the time,
but it doesn't mean that it isn't, right? Honestly, Sarah, it feels like we're like saying like, oh no, it can't possibly mean the thing that Josh is saying. But like, I'm seeing a lot of excuses on it. And I've said several times, and I mean this, I'd like to see the study. I'd like to dig into what it is. And the fact that it's
I'm trying to find it in between.
I could send you all my
that'd be great, Ghosty.
notes.
Yeah, send me over whatever you got. I mean, because the fact of the matter is, like, we're also just talking about one state. Like, it's a bigger issue than just that. But even on that one sample, if I just say this is representative of everything, guys aren't getting anywhere near 50-50 custody. Like, it's not down the middle. And so there is a disparity in how that's shaking out. And I don't think it's just because guys don't want their kids. I realize it might be a hot take.
I mean, I think it is.
How do you know?
It's not, when you frame it that way, I would agree with you. But if you frame it like guys don't want sole custody and women do frequently, then that changes things, right? Because I think that in your case, in Sarah's case, I mean, I think that all y'all had arrangements outside where they were agreed that the dad wouldn't have primary residential custody, right?
Seems like everybody disagrees with him, and he hasn't.
You know, I think I'm the outlier here, where I did file for sole custody.
And I would argue a lot of that mindset is because of like kind of the traditional value where it's like, oh, well, children should be with the mothers more. Like
it's also just logistics, right? Like I made more than my ex. I mean, I think that's the same for all of us who have been divorced here, right? That just is the way it is.
I'm looking for it. It's such a like often quoted.
I have it. So the one that says the 70% thing was the Massachusetts study. So the last one I just gave was Wisconsin. The one I gave in my opening was the Massachusetts study that surveyed 2,100 fathers, and then 92% of the ones that fought got some kind of custody, and 70% of them got joint custody, with only 7% of the mothers that got sole custody. And then it said 8% of the fathers that was the thing, only 8% of the fathers fought for the custody, and out of that 8%, it was 92% who got it. But hold on, I can, if I get you on like Discord,
super tiny sample size. Like I'm happy to look at any of it.
No, there is a national one. That's the one that I reviewed a couple of years ago, and it lays it out pretty. I just got to find it.
I was also looking at like law websites from like a bunch of different states, and they were all just repeating this information over and over and over again.
So let me ask you an unrelated question.
Very easy to prove it, to find the studies they based on and prove it.
When
I'm looking forward after this to look at it and see the light.
When you got divorced, you must have been pretty young.
What makes you think that?
You don't look very old right now. Yes. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm 41.
Are you really?
No, that's not. Yeah, no, that's
damn.
not too young. That's not too young at all.
Okay. So then let's call it 30, whatever. What kind of car were you driving before your life fell apart?
What's that?
What kind of car were you driving as a young millionaire before your life fell apart?
Was a Volkswagen Jetta, then there was a Chevy pickup, and then after the divorce, I got myself an Aston Martin. And that really pissed off my ex-wife. Really pissed her off, the judge off, the attorney off. They were so bothered by this. You spend $140,000 on a used car once, they think you're a billionaire.
So, just for the
what kind of Aston Martin?
2015 Vantage. Hold on, Ryan. The important question was asked. 2015 Vantage V12S.
So like 2 or 3 years old, probably.
Yeah.
Did you just say 2015 Vintage?
Vantage S.
Vantage.
It was the 6th fastest convertible in the world
nice
at the time, according to Car and Driver magazine.
Choice for sure.
That is a nice car,
Those are
man.
sick. That's a V12, isn't it?
Yeah, naturally
Naturally
aspirated. No turbo. I
aspirated?
drove it
Hell
from
yeah.
DC to LA. It was a blast.
That's sick.
I think it was too
So with
fast.
the-
Crazy.
Did you get pulled over?
Yeah, yeah.
God damn it. guys.
Yeah, I did. I got straight up. I got a
Can we
ticket
just
from
talk about
Officer
the
Goodman
cars?
once.
No, fuck the cars.
No, we need
No,
to
we
talk
don't
about
fuck
these
cars. They can't consent.
Fuck the cars. Fuck them in the. it
That's
gets
why
exhausting,
you
but
fuck
can
them.
only-
That's why you fuck them. They
Yes.
can't complain either.
All right,
Yeah.
now would be a great time for Duck. Duck, are you still with us?
Not anymore.
It is your
I am.
turn to sing because Locksmith Jeremy wants you to sing.
All right. Let me get these lyrics up. Just got to get the rhythm in my head.
Damn it, guys.
All right, let's send this one to God, folks. All right. When Andrew keeps repeating that all he does is farts, when Mr. E keeps retreating, but you can't seem to get enough, let the cuckable mug open the door. Let the cuckable mug open the door. Let the cuckable mug open the door. To your heart, my love, open the door. Let my love open the door. When Rachel pees all over and everybody seems unkind, she'll invite someone over. Take the worry out of your mind. Let the cuckable mug open the door. Let the cuckable mug open the door. Let the cuckable mug open the door.
That's
To
good.
your heart, my
pretty
love,
good.
open the door. That's all I got. That's all I got.
It's over, Rav. You're safe.
When everybody
Bravo.
keeps
Beautiful.
repeating, you're never gonna fall in love. Yeah.
Wow.
All good, folks.
What in the hell?
I hope
Beautiful.
y'all enjoyed.
That was so good. Can we get a
That-
round of applause for
yeah.
Duck?
It was beautiful.
Where's my royalty? I need my residuals check. No.
I wish I had
Yeah.
that
Give you
much
props.
confidence.
And
Yeah.
since we're
Resids-
on the verge
residues.
of
Hate it
rounds
here.
of applause,
Let's
Clay, have you
go.
been working on your yodels, sir?
Not really, no. Dusty does owe me a beatbox. though.
I owe you a what?
A beatbox. I paid for it.
When did you pay for that shit?
Well, it's either a yodel or a beatbox. I prefer
AI
the beatbox
slipping.
personally.
Did you pay for that? I don't think you paid for it.
Oh, I did. You just haven't done it yet.
You're playing games with my heart.
I didn't know you guys were such musical people over here.
I know.
Yeah, you're next.
Welcome to the panel verse. Go ahead, Clay.
Karaoke night.
Send
I
it.
feel like
Power
a
of our
60
extra
chromosome.
Yodelay, yodelay. There you go. That's a $5 yodel. Next time, send 10, Jason.
You got all the way up, bro.
Well, speaking of Mr. Jason, Jason has put my favorite red color up on the screen, although he did it in the Buy Me a Coffee Cash app. So you all have to make up for the red on the screen and light up the chat with lots of tomatoes, please, because I wasn't even paying attention, but Jason was. My goal had ended, and you guys failed it miserably. You only got
Same.
1 out of 10 on the fucking donut. I'm sorry. You had 4 days off. You have a lot of making up to do over here. So Jason sent a full hundo and he says, I'll save the delinquents again. So you all owe Mr. Jason tomatoes in the chat right now. If you put anything else in the chat for the next 2 minutes, the mods will just delete and time you out for a full minute. So do it.
But if you're
Right.
on my chat, you can put whatever you want, and it will still be able to see it interrupting the
could-
tomatoes.
Might as well.
I can disconnect your chat, you fucker.
You can't disconnect mine. I'm
Remember-
streaming it.
Just remember, Jason saved them the show as well. So I did find one study that shows as of 2018, nearly 4 in 5 as of 2018, nearly 4 in 5 custodial parents were mothers. And that's 79.9%. And this is out of it's like 2 million. Let's see, this is nationwide. And I believe it was, 12.9 million custodial. I fucking
No,
know.
she can't
20,
see you guys.
20
We're not streaming. from
21.9 million
StreamYard. We're on our own thing,
children,
so
12.9 million custodial parents.
are
But
independent.
it's got this big piece on here that says,
She doesn't have any tomato powers
as of
over you.
2018, nearly 4 in 5 custodial parents were mothers, and that's 79.9%. But the statistics go deeper than that. Not only does the mother get custody of the children more often, the parents agree in more than half the cases, 51%, that the mother should have custody. So these men are choosing to do this. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this in the private chat. I'm going to keep digging. This isn't the original one that I looked at, but it looks like it's the 2018 one, or at least pulling from those numbers.
Yeah, we're the 1 in 5 custodial parents. We're fathers, and
It's like taking a plea deal and say, like, even if you don't have a good case, right? Even if you're innocent, if they got a good case, you're going to be likely to play a plea deal. So when we take a look at fathers agreeing to this out of court, if you know you're going to go into the wood chipper, agreeing to something to avoid going to the wood chipper doesn't mean it isn't under duress.
It's not the
So
same.
that's I guess
we're
that's what
saying
I'm
you're
curious.
not
No,
going
it's
into
not
the
the
wood
same. It's
chipper,
not
the-
though.
well,
No,
Well,
taking
I'm
a plea
wondering
deal
what's
and
your-
settling in divorce court is not the same.
It seems like you have the idea that there's this baseline, like it feels like you have like data supporting that they are going into the wood chipper, and I guess I'm wondering like what's that data?
What is the data that men are going into the wood chipper?
Well, based
Where
on
men,
like
where
with-
men are like
in this-
unfairly not getting 50-50
yeah, like it seems like your
custody or
default
whatever.
state is explicitly counter to the data they're arguing with, and so are you citing like different?
Well,
data,
so no,
or-
so let's parse data versus argument. Data says 51% are settled without court. That's a data point. We'll just grant that and assume it's true. We're all trying to have a reasonable discussion here. Assumption is they're taking that agreement voluntarily and not because they're afraid of what would happen if they went to court. Idea is, so what it's being presented as a voluntary, oh, we both agree, and isn't this nice? And sometimes that happens, and that's beautiful and wonderful. But a lot of guys are saying, I know if I go to court, I'm not going to be getting a fair fight. So I'm going to accept terms under duress. So I don't think you get to say for free and unchallenged that all of those are them just agreeing to it because they think they're going to be treated fairly.
Yeah.
So that's what they agree to.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you where you get that part you said there at the end where like they know that if they go through they're going to get like shafted. Like where's
Where's
that
the
come from?
data that shows they're not getting a fair fight?
Look, he's saying that that's
when
an
they fight.
argument. So what you're claiming is an argument, and then what he's claiming is an argument. However, Joshua, I do have a problem with your argument. If your argument is that they are under the impression they're going to get shafted and they don't fight, I blame them. I blame them because they are the fathers, and as the father, they have a responsibility to learn the law, to know their rights, and to exercise them and go to court. That is their job.
Sure. Before we go down that rabbit hole, though, because I think
Well, and I wanted to correct. It says 90% of, based on this information, 90% of child custody cases are without a judge's ruling. So out of that 90%, 51% of them both agree that the mother has more time.
Okay.
So even with that, like what you're hearing and talking about is less than 10% of cases.
No, you
In
and I are
terms of
fundamentally
having to go to a judge and deal with a judge and lawyers and all this stuff. You're doing all of that. That's less than 10%. This is showing over 90% of cases are done outside of court, settled without a judge or anything like that. So that's a good thing.
So I hear what you're saying. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
Because she's a woman.
You're saying that the only reason the men are allowing the mother to have more time or more custody or whatever, they're agreeing with that, is because the men are too afraid of what could happen if they don't.
What I'm saying is that 90% is skewed by the fact they know what they're going into if they become on the 10%.
That's what
so
I'm
we
trying
can't.
to ask.
Where's the data for that, though?
Yeah,
That's what
where are they
Where's
getting that
data
knowledge from?
Where is the so?
You're
so
being
the assumption
presumptive
is-
on intentions.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, like where's
So
the
you're-
data to show that they are getting they are going to get screwed over if they go through the court system, through the trial, that they are just going to be not.
So we're shifting it
treated
here, and I
fairly.
just want to be clear on this point: that 90% that don't go to court, is it the contention of all of the people in the top here, except for me, that those are not being skewed at all because the fathers are under the impression. So we don't think the fathers are under the impression they're going to get walked through the wood chipper.
That's not what I'm referencing.
I agree with that. And that was something I said in my opening statement and throughout my argument. And my whole point is I said they're being misled by people like you who are saying that be careful if you go through trial because you're going to get screwed over by the court system when the data that I keep seeing over and over again says that when fathers do fight for custody, they get it more than 50% of the time. So they're overwhelmingly going to get it if they fight for it through the courts.
If you have this data, why haven't you been able to provide it so clearly yet?
Because everything is on my laptop, so I don't have you on Discord. I can send it to you on Discord. Okay,
that's fine. All I'm saying is it sounds like a core disagreement is the position is unless I can demonstrate in some way that the 90% of people that are agreeing to terms outside of court are not like you're assuming that it's not true. The assumption is if they settle out of court, they're not afraid of the pressure in the court and that's not skewing their decision.
That's not my assumption.
Not
okay, Ryan.
I'm saying that I'm agreeing with that.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's a false fear. You're not validating their feelings.
I'm saying the reason they do that. Do you want to try to explain it? Sorry, you can go ahead, Ryan.
He knows he's like this is ridiculous, right?
Well, even at that, you're assuming intentions, right? And like I said earlier, even with the no fault concept, most people choose no fault because even though they have a at fault case, they still say, you know what, don't feel like going through all that. I'm just gonna pick no fault. Fuck it. But the data would show, most divorce cases pick no fault divorce. That means like all of these women just say that they have irreconcilable differences and they just were unhappy, right? And they assume all of these intentions when I've already given you an example of a perfectly good thing where no fault was just the best option, even though I had an at fault case. So you are assuming the intentions of these men, which I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm looking for the data that would show that the bulk of men choose to settle outside of court based solely on the idea that they're afraid to go to court and not because they actually do agree with the terms that they're working with their spouse.
And I'm arguing.
All right. So I would say talk to literally any fucking family law attorney that's done more than 10 cases and then listen to what they say. If you had a client that was a man and he wanted to get custody, what do you think his odds of success were and how would you advise them in negotiations to settle out of court? Would you advise him to push on custody or to let go so he can have peace?
I did talk to 10. They said to fight.
Yeah, and regardless of whether we talk to any attorneys, I guess what I'm asking, you're saying the way to get this intuition, which I think Alexander's pointing, I didn't read the full chat, the super chat we're about to see, but like it sounds like you are asserting that men are justified in this belief that if they fight, they're likely to get screwed over by the courts, and like that's what you're arguing. But like you're not presenting how they know that, except I guess if they talk to a bunch of attorneys and like so. We have to call an attorney to figure that out. Like, why, like do you believe that just because you talked to attorneys who said that, or do you believe that because there's data that you've seen that backs that up? That's what I'm asking.
So It's funny to me with arguments like this, and if we were going to be
avoiding it every fucking time, what a fucking clown, dude.
You have more to say, Ryan?
Yeah, I was calling you a fucking clown because you've been avoiding this question for 10 minutes. Like it's fucking embarrassing.
I think the premise is fucking insane. What you're essentially telling me is, from all of your data, you're so.
I'm not talking about my data. I'm asking you about your belief. I'm asking you where your
okay, I'll give you a data point here, you dumb cunt.
Okay, please.
Men are 9 times more likely to kill themselves after a divorce. Do you think that would be an incentive? Let me fucking finish. You look. God, if a guy 9 times more likely to kill himself after a divorce, do you think that's because the system's overwhelmingly fair to him, or because it's something that's screwing him? Is that a data point?
I think you're avoiding answering the question still. So I'm not.
You fucking asked what data point. I gave you a data point, a suicide stat.
So because men are more likely to kill themselves after a divorce, you're saying that proves that they should be afraid of the court system.
So you said, what data point do I have? I gave you a data point.
And I just asked you if that point substantiates what you said, and it doesn't, obviously, because everyone can see it doesn't.
So if men going through a divorce are 9 times more likely to kill themselves, and like I asked you the question, do you think
more
that
likely
that
to
means
kill
it's
themselves
fair
if
to
they go
them?
through the court system, or are they?
Do you think it has nothing to do with it? You think it's a
I'm asking you
non-factor?
the relevant. I'm trying to identify the relevance to the question that we're focusing on.
All right, since you're so fucking stupid, I'll make it real simple. You got a guy and a girl. They both go through the same tube, right? They both go through the same tube, except we notice when 100 pairs of these go through, the men are 9 times more likely to be dead after they go through the tube. I think the tube is bad for men. So the tube here is the divorce process. So
not
this
the court
is
system,
enough of an
right?
outlier
not the
where
custody, not the custody argument, which is what I've been fucking asking you about.
Well, I'm gonna throw a really bad, non-empathetic. I'm gonna be a total asshole, and everybody's gonna think less of me for like the next 5 minutes. But if a man chooses to unalive himself during a hardship, do you think that he would have been a good role model for that child to begin with?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the guys that are doing are the ones that feel bad because they're getting fucked over by a system where they're being screwed over and villainized.
Hold on. You're telling me that someone who has sushi side tendencies is a good role model? That's a good role model? Tell me the truth.
Someone in that's an enormously stressful situation.
I would say that is not a good role model. I would say that person, he might even have drug and alcohol problems, typically, and I would not want that type of person. I don't want that type of person around children. I just don't.
My question would be, I mean, that's a pretty scary thought to think if a father does have those types of tendencies, would you even want the children to be in their care at that point? Because if stress throws them through that much of a loop, and I pity it. I really do. Stress is one hell of a thing, and most people have to find ways to cope with it, and some people just can't, right? And they internalize it a lot, and I do have a heart for that. However, I also don't have a heart for people who take the easy way out. Or do things that are, I'm sorry, do things that are will have a negative effect to everyone around them by doing this thing.
But Sarah, the only thing I thought of is that like a conversation which doesn't invalidate any of the things that you're saying, to me is like, well, how do we as individuals and as parents view our activity and behaviors inside and outside of the home or the household, right? That just seems like a conversation that both parties in any divorce court could share with their attorneys if they're at that stage. And it also seems to alleviate pressure from divorce proceedings. If like, why would someone go through that pain or that realization if they can have a simple conversation instead? It's not logical.
Well, so Ghosty, I'm going to push on something here because I think you're the most likely to have the right temperament to really engage with it here. If we had a statistic that said women were 9 times more likely to take their life after fill in the blank, I think we would all agree that that's probably a women's issue, right? No?
Yeah.
Sure.
So
if you had to say Ghosty or Dusty?
I said Ghosty, not Dusty, in case that was part of the miscommunication, but thank you. So why is it that when I bring the stat up, and I do bring the stat up a bunch, I don't hear anybody jumping to the sympathy of men? And I appreciate Sarah speaking her piece. It sounds like she said what she believed, and I always appreciate that. Why the hell aren't we sympathetic? Why aren't we saying, wow, this is messing with these men so much that it's a 9x, right? I spent a lot of time looking at numbers. That's a huge data point.
It's still, I mean, no, I understand what you're saying. It is still the minority, though, right? Even though, like, the more of that thing is for men, it's still not the majority of men. And I said it seems to be more of a male tendency to begin with. So it's not like I'm not not unsympathizing with these people. Yeah, like I think we all have sympathy for people going through this, right?
Yeah. To be clear, I've never expressed any idea that I'm not sympathetic to these men. I am extremely sympathetic to these men. My frustration wasn't about, you bringing up suicide stats. Like, I am sympathetic to these men. What I'm not sympathetic to is you using this as justification to then say that men are actually fucked over in these court systems and argue that that's a good reason for them to be confident that they should not go into these court systems and fight for custody, which has nothing to do necessarily with that stat, because you haven't defended how it's associated with that stat.
And those dudes don't deserve custody.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
And honestly,
I agree, Ryan.
If it was women, like, I'm sure people would be saying the same thing. It's not like women are it's not like people are overly sympathetic with women all the time either. If it was the opposite and it was 9 out of 10 women doing this, I'm sure we would be hearing this all the time. Like, this is why this is why children are better with fathers, because this is another data point that women are offing themselves all the time. Like, I don't know.
Well, the thing is so unaliving yourself, right? And this is an interesting conversation to have that, it's kind of hard to have on YouTube, and I'm glad that people are recognizing we're on YouTube for that. When you're talking about this situation, these young men who are having these troubles quite often don't have purpose. I hate to do the Peterson thing, but he's 100% right. They have to find purpose. When you go to court to fight your custody battle, that is a massive amount of purpose. And so by staying outside the bounds of fighting for that custody battle, you're actually, in my humble opinion, making it way worse for yourself and those that you care about. My opinion. That's just an opinion. You should fight. You're defending, actually.
Yeah, but okay, but here also
make your goddamn bed.
Can you guys hear me? Give it a rest a little bit too, because guys forget. We have a lot of confidence, and we're also resilient just because of our chimp nature and our testosterone. Double-edged sword, right? So give it a break. Let your brain work a little bit.
It's just you, Doug.
No, I'm being completely serious and honest right now.
I don't know what chimp nature is.
Let your brain do some of this. Your brain has to do some of it. Your heart has to do some of it. Your arms, your legs, your feet have to do some of this, right? And so, like, it just doesn't make sense why everything in the conversation and then everything in the process we're talking about is so oppositional. Like, I get so sick of it. Just be nice to each other. Be nice to yourself so your body can work and your brain can work.
I'm
like,
confused
Jesus.
what the argument is right now, actually.
Well, Dusty's just
I
talking.
don't know. Duck.
Actually, I'm eating a cereal.
Ducks. While you guys are thinking about it, Alexander says he's arguing from an intuition, the common fear for men that they will get screwed in court. He's saying because of that fear, whether or not they are allowing the women to dictate custody.
I mostly agree with what Alex said here. This is what I've been trying to say, except for one piece, because I think that Josh has actually been saying that not only is it because of that fear, but it is a real justified fear they have. And what I've been pressing him on is why he feels that fear is justified. And he has not substantiated that even once, unless he did it before I got here.
Because Ryan's too fucking stupid to understand that when you have one group that's distressed so badly that they're taking their own lives, it's an indication of external stress, just like that 41% self-unaliving number with the transgenders. It's a sign of internal distress. And we can say these men are weak, but the fact of the matter is they're getting thrown into a wood chipper. They're getting told to pay money they don't have. Their kids are being taken from them, and they're being told they're the villain. That's very, very, very damaging to a man's psyche.
And they
especially
take a coward, selfish way out.
So I don't know.
I mean, the data I'm looking at, American
Thank you, Dusty.
Institute for Boys and Men, and it's showing that the rates were already going up on their own, anyways. I haven't seen any. I'm looking to find like a reason to say that it's because of divorce or separation. But what I'm seeing here is that rates have already been on the incline, particularly since 2001 to 2003. There's a huge increase already happening.
Well, what would be interesting to look at in this context that would kind of like narrow down to the point I feel like I feel like a lot of us were trying to focus on, would be to compare those rates to men who are divorced and who don't choose to fight for custody, and men who do choose to fight for custody, and to compare those rates between those two groups. That would be an interesting thing to look at, and it could be that the men who are fighting for custody are ending up being more likely after that to do that. And that would support your point. For example, that would be stronger evidence towards your point. At least it would be some evidence towards your point. But what you're saying is not evidence towards that point. You're saying that men who are getting divorced at all are more likely to do that, which is it is a problem. I agree. And most people who do choose that route, they do so usually in after a heartbreak and stuff, which is a tragedy. But yeah.
In fact, I would say it's
women
the
actually try it more,
misinformation
men
that-
succeed more.
I would say
Just
it's
to
the
be clear.
misinformation that's driving them to that point.
Yes, exactly. Well, maybe not to that point, but
Or-
what
yeah,
we're
yeah.
saying here is it says in the super chat, he's saying because of that fear, whether it's real or not. So, like, if we're telling fathers, don't fight for your children in court because you're going to get screwed over, I think we need to see some data to show that they are actively getting screwed over when they fight for their children, because all the data that I find shows the opposite, that when they do fight, they are more likely to get, at minimum, joint custody.
Oh,
So-
you're using really soft language. You're saying go fight this huge ugly fight and you might get 1 day a week. That under your statistic, when you're saying joint custody, that would check that box. And it looks like, and I haven't looked at everything, you're linking to lawyer sites where lawyers say, give us money because we can make this happen. Fact of the matter is, if you call up the local court, and this is the best thing you can do, call up the local court
Bro, told us to
referral
talk to
service,
attorneys
try to
earlier.
talk to a family attorney, see what they're saying. No one is surprised by this when I'm talking in any of the districts that I'm familiar with. Maybe there's great, wonderful places. Again, Kentucky did some good things on this. But on the balance, men get screwed on this. They know this, and their
I don't think
attorneys will
he's
say,
stupid,
you can give
Evo.
me
I think he's
25 grand
malicious,
and maybe
but-
you'll get an extra weekend. That's the advice that attorneys are giving their clients. So Ryan, I don't know what more authority what your value system is. But if we have family law attorneys that are practicing in these courts that are giving advice, does that count or no?
Well, I don't know.
I'm wondering
you're
if,
just telling me they're saying this, but
Maybe we shouldn't allow men to vote since they're too emotional.
maybe.
Oh God.
I mean, I
mean,
see.
that
I
would
see
be
your
the argument
argument.
used against us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
the thing
I
is,
mean,
I don't agree.
you know, going through a divorce, separation, relationship breakup. I mean, women, they cry pretty hard and have some Ben and Jerry's and, you know, call it a day. But and then I'm not making fun of the idea that they're harming themselves. I still think that is very sad, but I still have no pity for anyone who does that. And I never will. I never will. It doesn't do anything but harm everyone around you. So, but if the numbers have increased, and I think I found a study that might support what you're saying, maybe, although I don't think I should be having to do your work for you, but I think I found something that says, let's see, it says divorced men had a 2.8 times greater odds of death by unaliving than married men. Separated men under 34 years of age had 8-fold greater odds of unalive than married men. And men's risk of unaliving after a breakup was further heightened by factors such as unemployment, pre-existing mental health conditions, and social isolation. So it does show that there are other things involved. Wilson said that a vast array of risk factors can lead to unaliving behavior in men. The risk factors associated with intimate relationship breakdown must be recognized and addressed. I'll drop this link backstage. Again, I don't know what this is. It's just the only thing I found so far supporting what you say and the most recent. But I have no pity. I have none. If a girl breaking up with you and all of those things is enough for you to do bad thing, maybe you shouldn't be a partner for anyone or a parent at that matter, because you're not safe for anyone.
Can I respond to that real
Alexander,
quick?
yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think that's
be humble. Don't be a narcissist. It's
Hold on,
insane.
Beck.
Sorry, I think that contributes to an absolutely horrible stigma. If you are someone who struggles with those sort of ideations, like the best thing to do is not to, you know, remind or like take Sarah's advice and remind and convince yourself further that you're of no good to anybody. The best thing for you to do is to seek mental health support, and to have access to that mental health support, which is something that we as a society need to improve upon and reduce the stigma around. And I think that was just demonstrated here by Sarah's callousness to the topic. But
And tell them
I am
about
very
vertical,
callous
not
to the topic.
sideways.
Well, legal work is a great application for that.
No.
Well, I'm just going to say Ryan and I are going to agree completely on this one. I think if anyone takes their life for any situation and any reason, I think it's sad. I intrinsically value all life. I don't like especially with that 9X number. I think the number should be 0 on both sides. And I do think when we look at the way that groups internalize stress, the self-unaliving rate is an indication of the distress of the group. But yeah, get help.
I mean, I would even go as far as throwing it the other way when women are, and only just to be an asshole, right? That at this point, I'm just doing it just to be an asshole. But when women are raped, SA'd, so on and so forth, you guys, oh, she's being emotional, or this, that, or another. It's always like emotion. It's like, okay, well, then we're going to throw it back at you. You know, so, but yeah, men
Do you
should
think that rape accusations aren't taken seriously?
What is the okay? Do you remember
Kavanaugh?
There was a big case where the public opinion was, oh, she's a hoe. Look at what she's wearing. Like, I don't believe her. I mean, even the Johnny Depp case, right, came already with a stigma against the woman. Now she was an asshole, and we were able to
about that case,
go and prove that, but there are a lot of situations where the girl automatically comes with a stigma, and it's like she has to prove way more than what he has to in that case. And that's, you know, and the emotions of going through those things are pretty traumatizing, probably more traumatizing than your spouse leaving you, because somebody's actually harming you and doing physical things and damaging you inside and out. And a woman has to relive that to tell the whole thing. And most of them are afraid to do it. And we have data and statistics to show that. But they're afraid to do it because of the stigma surrounding it. But we have data and statistics for that.
Johnny Depp was also a degenerate drug addict, right? And so you would walk into a guy like Johnny Depp's house or apartment, wherever he lived, and the way the Amber Heard trial went is you would imagine that Johnny Depp has girls they're just sitting on the couch, not doing anything. There's drugs on the counter. And so anytime Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard case was invoked, they wanted to imagine this degenerate psychopath, sociopath who knew no boundaries. And this is because of his upbringing, right? This is because of what he knew from living in Hollywood. And so even these are conversations that a reasonable or perhaps a rational person would say, well, a lot of this shouldn't have been televised. A lot of this was, you know, if you're just going to fight about money, there's really nothing else that you are actually talking about. And so you're telling people that it's still okay to just fight about money, right? This was not a trial that was ultimately about justice at all, even in the slightest. What? And so I just want to say that just because you are afraid or unaware that this degenerate drunk addict brought drama into his life, that's not an excuse for absolutely anything.
That entire trial was money.
That entire trial was not about money. The entire trial was just about getting his reputation back. He didn't give a fuck. He was not even expected to win.
Into your brain. What they did is they crawled into your brain.
Just sing the Cuckable Mug song, Doug. That's all we need you for.
Listen to every single.
Doug's showing us how big his penis is right now.
Thing that Johnny Depp's lawyer says. Listen to everything that Amber Heard's lawyer says. Wait till they take the stand. This is going to really change how you think about things and really change how you feel about things. And boy, you better do something about it.
I read court documents. I read court transcripts. I listened to all the audio. I watched the entire trial. My channel started on the defending Johnny Depp. Like, that's literally how my channel started. But anyways,
I'm suing for the
Imagine that. Imagine that you're a Johnny Depp fan.
I am. That's how my channel started. It's funny, but like.
Bad.
So
yeah, he's not a perfect person, but like we could say people who have been abused, like, don't treat their abusers very good. You know what I mean? Like, anyways, I want to say though, even just on these panels, when I tell stories that aren't even as deep as rape and assault, I don't get believed. Like, people just assume that I'm making up stuff and that I'm lying. And it has happened many, many times. Even when I have told like personal stories or anything, people call me a liar. It has happened with many different people.
Does that really happen though? Or are you making it up?
Brett Kavanaugh was the first case that you were talking about.
We don't believe you. We don't believe you, Ghosty. You're just
Yeah.
being
Like,
emotional.
what were you
You're just
wearing
being
when they didn't
emotional.
believe you?
I'm playing
Kavanaugh's a
victim
geezer.
again.
Well, there is something that will help. Buy a cuckable mug. It will help.
Well, so there is a reason that the Me Too movement failed.
It didn't.
It didn't.
Yeah. Why would
I
you say it
wasn't.
failed?
I would say I wasn't fond of the Me Too movement. I was like insulting to women who have actually experienced shit, and I felt like a lot of people were just coming out saying shit. It was
But
very
I mean,
insulting to me.
Wait,
To people who
what about,
abused it.
Yeah, sure.
It's
but,
insulting to the women who didn't get Me Too'd.
What about like Harvey Weinstein and shit? Like these were people directly related to the Me Too movement. These are people who explicitly
They did
faced consequences because of things that they did, like
Yes,
assaults they committed.
exposed a lot.
people got released because of the false accusations that became from the Me Too movement.
Ryan knows because he got Me Too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I understand that,
Like-
and I understand the false accusations are horrible, but I wouldn't take away all the progress that the Me Too movement actually did make, in spite of all the people who abused it.
I
with
felt like
false
it
accusations.
became a trend. It became a trend to hashtag Me Too on your Facebook profile or on your
that's-
whatever social media page, and then I was
That's an
just
issue.
all I was seeing was like hashtag Me Too from all these girls, and I'm like, you know,
Well,
some of these people I knew.
Sure, but that's just the trend, though, right?
And I'm like,
the
man,
actual
one in
need of
five
it was
women have
people
been
coming out
far
and
more
saying
Yeah.
something.
if you look at the
Here
federal
comes
data,
Ryan to
1 in
argue
5
with the
women
woman
have
about
been-
women.
Hang on. If you look at the federal data, 1 in 5 women have been either raped or attempted or had attempted. So like,
And the other
I mean,
four are
that
ugly.
sounds like you. It sounds like if we look at online and a lot of people are sharing their stories and saying Me Too, it
Ugly
would make
old
sense that we
grandma.
see a shit ton of people. There might be some people
Yes,
who are lying.
everybody
right? But,
gets
like,
catcalled.
it's not shocking at all that if like a fifth
Yeah.
of women have potentially been attempted to have an assault against them, like so.
Ryan,
yeah,
are you just
Get
mad
real
because you're
soft
getting
with those
catcalled?
definitions, though.
It's honestly not more. I don't
He
know.
says the 1 in 5 thing. Yeah,
Alexander
I mean, what
asked,
CDC data? Like, do you have better data?
Literally, like,
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, the
Dude.
NIH. The
I would
NIH is going to be
actually,
way
well, I would
better than the
actually
CDC.
go as far as saying it's actually probably more than 1 in 5. That's just probably the data of people who report it.
Sure.
However, not everybody wants to talk about it. Not everybody wants to make it a big deal. Not everybody wants to like
Well, yeah.
trend it
Hold
like
on.
it's cool to talk about it. And
Some of them were
it was
wearing
just very
skimpy skirts.
right.
But you're talking about the catcalls too, right?
Yeah, a lot
Well,
of
we're
it
talking
was
about
like,
attempts.
Yeah,
Attempts
okay.
also count, like even if it's
No,
not.
I'm talking about, hey, you look good. That's
No,
being.
we're not talking about that.
All the
Like,
girls do look
the majority of
prettier
girls-
Yeah,
at closing
that
time.
is
we can
included.
talk about the extreme, whatever crazy TikTok people you see on Twitter, AI,
That is.
whatever. I know this.
It was
people
included
exist.
in the in the survey that I actually took at the college.
Okay, I'm. It's a super fucking common thing where I would not be surprised if it's definitely more than 1 in 5. That's like just what I'm gonna
90%
say
of
about it.
statistics are made up. 100%.
I think it's 6 out of
on the
5.
spot.
Well, I'm happy to post my source for the 1 in 5, which references the CDC. I mean, this is a little bit older, so
Is that from Canada?
Before even before the Me Too movement.
WPATH. What?
All right. Alexander asks, can you ask Joshua if he feels that the fears can you ask Joshua if he feels that the fears are valid even today, or if it's mostly men without a support system to push them to fight? Either way, it sounds like that's an impossible thing to prove, or possible to prove thing.
So I think those are valid fears today that are falling on better ears. I think there is more sympathy for male suffering, although there still is not a whole lot. The fact of the matter is, I think a lot of the guys that are dealing with this stuff right now, an increasingly common story arc that is, I believe, helping is literally when state courts are violating rights, there's subsection 1983, and a lot of dads are actually taking this to federal courts. I think in the 10th Circuit, there was a case recently. Basically, the pry bar the federal courts will use to avoid engaging with any sort of bad acts with courts is called Rooker-Feldman. It's one of them anyway. And increasingly the courts have been getting, over the last 20 years, they haven't been able to punt with Rooker-Feldman as much. So I think what's happening is, for the guys that are dealing with the fight, they're just going straight to federal court now, saying I'm not going to put up with this. Or it's not even I'm not going to put up with this. It's I don't have another option. This is the only potential course for recourse.
Can I ask you a question, Sarah? Could you, so 1 in 5 people,
Bless you.
Women.
you said,
Women.
were sexual assaulters.
That was Ryan's.
No.
Oh,
1 in 5
yeah, that's right.
To be clear, the data is 1 in 5 women have been either
Yeah. So
or either attempted or completed rape is what they're saying. That's what it is.
okay, so can you divide that by 48% of the population that we have?
What?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because that'll tell you exactly how many people you think are rapists. I'm sorry.
What about
people do
repeat
it more than once.
offenders?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of, most of them are repeat offenders. Like I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I don't think
no.
it's a one-to-one.
And I mean, I'll buy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's a bullet that's like
Yeah,
that hard
yeah.
to bite. Yeah, I would say it's actually
We're-
it's scarily common for men to attempt this. Yes, it is. That
No,
is
no,
the
this
implication,
is
and it's
just the
horrifying,
first
right?
part.
Isn't it a scary
well,
implication?
Really?
Yes, I gotta lead you down the road here.
The weird
So
road.
can you?
By the way, I just want to say, when
the
you look at
woods.
children, it's not even that far different when you look at little boys too. Like, so the statistics really aren't that hard to believe.
Appreciate you, testicle.
Are you still with us?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
On that road.
He left us
I'm
down the
hoping.
road.
I mean, if not, like, yeah, we don't have to. But
Or I thought we were waiting on you.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm waiting on him to do the math. Yeah. So
Oh, it's a lot.
48.
15 million.
Seems
It'll be
like a
15
big mother trucker.
I'll do the math for you. It'll be 15 million. Go
Beefy
ahead.
boy.
Huh?
15 million.
15 million. Okay.
Yeah.
So 15 million people is what you are saying are
15 million living, breathing souls. Yes.
Per year would be the stat. Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't check the math, but that if it is, that would be like men who
Yeah,
attempted or
it's-
completed.
It's
I just took
Yeah.
350, divided it by 2, which would be half
Yeah,
the
no,
population, and then
Yeah.
took the 10%, which was the stat, which is 15 million.
I'll accept the math. It really doesn't matter actually.
I think it might be higher, yeah.
But the fact that you think that many people
In the United States,
And-
yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. I agree with that.
yeah.
stat.
So
Yeah.
that's
bad, right?
that's less than a quarter of the population of California. That's barely anybody.
It's not barely 15 million. 15 million people is
It's not.
what
It's 0.3% of the population of the U.S., isn't it? About
I don't
Yeah,
even
that
think it
sounds right.
matters. Like, the point is, it's happening.
5%, right?
3 to 5.
Yes, it is happening.
We're also
You know
talking
what
about
else
on a
is happening?
yearly basis. So, if you want to add up like how many years,
3 to
like
5%.
then that goes 30 million if you're 2 years in, and 45 million if you're 3 years in. Like,
What?
That's pretty horrifying. That means if you walk around the mall, right? If you walk around the mall, that means when you
I don't
when you
know,
get
man.
McDonald's or you get
People
Jamba Juice.
who are so
Look,
aghast at this
I'm
kind of
pretty sure-
statistic to me just like have lived a really sheltered life because
just look at your sex
like,
offenders list.
going
I'm
through
pretty sure you have-
college, seeing the things that I've seen, like it's just really easy to believe having lived my life. Like I've seen people do fucked up shit.
Duck, I'm pretty sure you have no issues with this issue right here. Don't worry. Just don't worry.
Yeah. So
bro.
also wouldn't so if we're looking at would it be point? Would it be 0.1 or 0.2 of like wouldn't it be 20% of men? Like if we're assuming that it's if we are just kind of for simplification like removing repeat offenders, right? If we're assuming that it's like 20% of men who are assaulting 20% of women, then it would be more like 33 million men in the United States, right?
You are definitely messing up that math.
Am I?
Yeah, I don't know about the 20% of males.
Why would the statistics not extrapolate
bit
though?
off to me.
That Ryan seems to be repeating exactly what would be on a data sheet. If you were to create a data sheet and look at it, Ryan is going through what that is.
Yeah, it would be 20. So 20% of women would be 33 million women. You agree?
But that's at one point.
Wait, don't we have
there.
like 300 million people in the U.S. or?
There's 350
so
million and
20%.
50
That's
million
what I
people.
went by.
Yeah, and so
that's
half
what
of that is
Oh,
165.
20%.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
half of that is 165.
Excluding
20%
children?
of 165 is about 33. So that's what I'm saying. If 20% of women are assaulted, as the CDC data suggests, then or attempted to be or successfully, right?
So 1 out of 4 women are raped.
5. 1 out of 5 are or are attempted.
Or
they lump both
yeah.
attempted and
That's what-
actual in the same, which is insane. But that's what
You're
they're doing.
crazy.
That's not insane. Why is
Not
that
insane at all.
insane? I'm
Because
sorry.
there's
Isn't
over the course of their life,
experiences
right?
that would be
50
good to delineate
50
between
years. Come on.
is
I
an
would
attempted
much
murder
rather-
not as bad as a murder? Like,
they're just different. All I'm saying is we shouldn't lump them both in. We should say, we could even say there's this many attempted, this many completed. The total number is.
Well, but Josh, for the conversation that we're trying to have right now, if we're talking about the men, which
All
is
right.
what we are doing,
I'm
we're
gonna
talking
go
about
to
the
bed.
men. So the
I
attempt
wish
is
you
what
all
matters
good
in this
night
context, right?
and good luck.
Good night.
Take
Zombie.
care.
Wait, did zombie just leave?
Yeah.
You're
Like,
absolutely fucking destroyed. But
before you go forward, Ryan, Jason says it's easy to disprove others would have as much judgment for it. Look at trans; they blame everyone for the high unaliving.
I don't think it's not like trans people are blaming everyone for that. It's just statistically that like people who are in bad, like unsupportive environments who are trans are more likely to. So it's not like whether you blame anybody.
That
We're
number
just
is
pointing
insane,
at the
by
data
the
and what
way.
it suggests, which is it has nothing to do with blame, right?
It's 4 out of 10.
You just
That is
proved
a
Jason so
crazy
hard.
number.
You just proved Jason
This
right
is-
so
this
hard,
is-
bro.
This is also coming from the far right, right? This is the postmodern
Jason's
fascism.
not far right.
That is-
What the hell?
This is the postmodern fascism that is perfectly willing
True.
To put.
It's so weird that you
child
literally
sex
are
predators on
proving
TV.
him
Let him-
right.
and talk about how much they want to muck duck them, right? This is
is so
what
fucking
non-judgment
Muck
looks like.
duck.
What is muck duck?
Sounds
Muck duck is
filthy.
a suitable word for.
Is it this?
I
Muck
thought
duck?
that was like a food.
Is that how that works?
Muck
Food
duck.
thing.
Mukbang is what you're
Muck
thinking of.
Oh,
It's
Oh,
Sarah,
Making up his
I have
own
a song.
words.
I have a song. It's about
Oh,
taking out a
boy.
45 and popping somebody.
Well,
We should probably put that song away, Duck, for a lot of reasons.
Stop being a goofball.
Okay, Alexander says I would also caution selection bias here. The men who do/can fight for their kids are more likely to be in the position to win or have an ex willing to share custody. Flo, when you had to do yours, were you in a position where did you have a lot of money? Did you have a lot of say? Did you have a lot of power in that moment?
Josh is far right. Or I mean, Jason is far
I mean,
right.
as far as inside the relationship or in the courtroom, like
far right.
I filed first, so I was in a
Who
better
gave me
position in the courtroom.
Were you more likely to win just based off of your life?
No, filing first is what gave me an advantage. We were married when I filed for divorce, right? And so,
Well, that's good.
You don't say.
I mean, so
there
like,
any other
how
way?
could I be? We shared a life, right? So how could I be in a better position than her since we're living like the same lifestyle? Except that she's
yeah.
insane and I'm less.
Differently insane.
You got to get the drop on him. You got to file for divorce before you get married.
You do got to get the drop on him. Well, there's a 1 month waiting period before they'll even serve them in my state. So that was kind of an awkward month to hang out. Like nothing's going on here.
some of them are up to 90 days too.
Mine was a full year of separation. We have to be living in separate households, and not having sex or anything of the such for 1 full year before
Mine
we
was
could
6
proceed
months.
forward.
That's
Yeah.
so weird.
Yeah. So if for any reason during that 1 year separation, let's say we both got randomly drunk one night and we're like, let's fuck, right? That 1 year thing could start over again, because the judge sees that as potential reconciliation. So
Yeah.
if we did that
How
and then
would they
we
know, Sarah?
Same testy and everything.
Right, and we
I'm
admit to
getting
it.
there. Hold on. If
Well, they
we
could use
did
it
that,
against each other. Yeah.
thank you. If we did that and then we went to court, and if they wanted to potentially push the divorce, and push anything else out, they could do that by saying, "Well, we had sex. Can you prove it? Yep, here I took pictures of her later that night, or whatever. Whatever. Or here's the texts, or what. If you can
I
prove
brought
it."
the condom.
I kid you not. My ex-husband tried to actually say that we had held hands once, and that was a reason for reconciliation. But he referred to
Reset
a
the timer.
moment. Right. He referred to a moment when
respond to Alex in
my
chat real quick,
son,
hold on.
he was obviously not really happy about the whole thing, and I think we were at one of the other kids' games or something, and we of course were sitting not next to each other, but our son was in the middle, but our son took our hands and put them together.
Oh my
Right. And we're
God.
just like awkward because you don't want to upset the kid.
Yeah,
Right. But it's
yeah.
like,
So you give him false hope.
right. So it's like that awkward. But he actually told that to the judge, as a way to try to extend and push it out a whole nother fucking year.
Oh
And
my
I was like,
God.
no. Mm-mm. The judge was, of course, like, no,
Not
no.
buying it.
That's
That's
I'm not
good.
buying it. But yeah, it depends on, it's all state to state. But what most people don't understand is most states actively want you guys to reconcile. They give you a cool down period depending on what time frame, right? Now, California don't give a fuck. They're like, fine, you want it, goodbye, bye, get in, get out. But most states promote a reconciliation period, and they want you to try. This gives you time to settle down. This gives you time before you even get into the courtroom. This gives you time to work with a mediator. And as time goes on, you should essentially be cooling down, instead of being all pissy.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Or
It
it gives
also
you
costs
time to
them like
still be married to someone who's fucking someone else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you have to accept well, I mean, you're legally separated though. Like you have stuff already in place. You're legally separated, all of those things. Like you're recognized as I'm no longer with you. So anything you do from that point isn't held against you. Like, so adultery doesn't count, right? It depends, it's state to state, but like adultery doesn't count because you're legally separated and you're working towards a divorce, right? So yeah. They
Well,
can't
like
hold it
Virginia
against.
doesn't recognize separation as a state. You're either married or you're not. Now they do care a whole lot about adultery post separation, but yeah, state to state it gets a little weird.
Yeah, it
yeah,
depends
but you
on
can
where
file
you are.
a separated though. I'm pretty
But-
sure, right?
Well,
No, literally, there's no legal status of separated in Virginia. You're married or
Even-
you're not married.
Oh, in Virginia, because I think like even on taxes, there's like a separation box.
Well, you
married
can-
but
you can
separate.
file
That's
separate.
Head
that's
of
anywhere.
household.
Yeah, married
No,
filing
okay.
separate is a whole different thing. You could actually be married, living under the same household, but it's a tax
Oh wait.
benefit to file your taxes separately and let your wife claim certain credits and let you claim certain credits, or let her claim everything and you claim this, and in the way and most
say
accountants most accountants will actually run through your tax return both ways. They'll run it married file joint, married file separate, in order to ensure that you get the most tax benefits.
Yeah.
Isn't
I
this
also-
like opening an entire ecology for divorce? That seems it seems very, again, not logical and not irrational in any of the way that humans do well when they're being irrational.
I mean,
Well,
it's just the reality of what happens, I think, right?
I'm too good for that.
What does
Yeah,
that mean?
providing
That doesn't
providing
mean anything.
structure
Like,
isn't a
yes.
bad thing for people who are
just cut in.
irrational.
Be like, fuck them.
That's absurd.
Oh, it's
For
absurd to
women?
provide structure? Tell me how that works.
No, I was responding to Ghosty. I was responding to Ghosty to say that a response to something that is illogical and also not irrational in any useful way is just reality. It isn't. You're choosing that.
Are you
You are
saying
not
like
your
the
choices.
divorce? Are you saying the divorce culture is like irrational? Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, and if I understand that people have to make a decision, they have to be discerning while they're making that decision. But that still seems like itself should back on up into something that is more about like, well, how do we as humans manage these complex sort of emotional transactions? And if it is the case that we have to spend a year apart, that doesn't seem like that comes alone. That seems like it comes with some other form of conversations or some other form of like mitigation.
Well, if we just kept the
A
government
year is
out of our
crazy.
fucking business, then we wouldn't have to worry about it now, would we?
My
Right.
man.
And typically
Probably.
what happens too is those
Whatever makes you
decisions,
happy,
those
Sarah.
those judgment calls aren't made until after the mitigation part. So the mitigation part happens, and then because mitigation can't resolve these matters, then a judgment has to be made.
I was just saying it's reality because like divorce is messy lots of times. Like people have been together for
You're probably not
years.
equipped to be married then, Ghosty. If you think that's the answer is it's just reality, what do you want me to say? Nothing? You get to talk and
I
no
mean,
one else does?
I'm just telling you that these
You're
things
not
are
that
in
offended.
order.
Stop acting that offended.
I'm not offended. I'm
I'm a
confused as fuck
strong-
right
Clutching
now.
again.
I'm a strong
It's clutching.
advocate for
Congrats. You made it.
prenups.
I'm
If
actually
anybody
confused.
if anybody gets a prenup, make
There
a
you
lot of
go.
these decisions while you're in love and happy and stupid. Okay, do all of these decisions. Yeah,
Agree to
there's
50-50 custody now.
yeah, and you can even agree to like concepts on the off the nose, right? Not everything's going to be ironclad. You know, we do recognize life changes and things maneuver differently, but put caveats in there. But do all of those simple, basic things now. Of like, this would be my idea if we broke up tomorrow. Or if we had children, or if we made a gazillion dollars next week, and then broke up. Like, this is my idea. Because when you're happy and in love and stupid, you agree to because I just want you to be happy, baby. You're all dumb and drunk love. So, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be mean to you either, Ghosty. I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's because you're
Sorry, I'm
goofy
arguing
as
with the
shit,
chat
bro.
right now.
It's
I'm saying
fine.
all these guys are denying.
I was
gotta
just
take off. I
confused
wish-
more than
Sus
anything.
as fuck.
Yeah,
My
I
God.
wish I could,
Can we
stick around to get
celebrate
booted.
this moment? Hold on, Doc. Can we celebrate the fact that you did not get booted off panel tonight?
Thank you, Jason. Thank you,
Duck.
chat. I saw my hero Alex in chat too. So Alex was the guy that put in a ton of effort to save me. So I, before and now after as well, I love seeing Alexander win in any of the streams I'm watching. So that was cool. Buy a cuckable mug.
Here, go ahead and do your song as your
When
outro.
Andrew keeps on farting, and nobody seems to care. When Mr. E is just peeing, and still nobody seems to care. So buy a cockable mug. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. To your heart, my love, open the door. Let my love open the door. That's it. That's what I had. That's what I had for that or whatever. So hopefully that was good enough.
That's beautiful.
Have a great day, everybody.
Very nice.
I hope you
very
all are
nice.
happy. And yeah, keep up that stank lifestyle
Did
y'all
you
are
like
living.
smell
I
your
love
finger
you.
just now?
So true.
Duck
I think
loves
you
you.
did.
He probably did.
It's okay. Same team, folks. Let's go. Have a good night.
Night.
You're depraved.
He is getting better on these panels.
Madness, utter madness.
I love Duck. As
Actually-
much as I hate Duck.
Wanted to speak to that last super chat. I know we kind of went down a bunch of rabbit holes. Well, I wanted to say something about it if you don't mind pulling that one back up, the Alexander one we were just looking at.
Oh, yeah.
Rabbit
So I
holes
think-
are fun.
I think this is like a really good point and like a really interesting nuanced point that like Josh could have brought up something like this earlier when we were pressing him on it, but obviously he hadn't he wasn't really engaging with the argument. Otherwise he probably would have thought of something like this that is actually a compelling adds nuance to like why there are men who might perceive them like who might not file because they perceive a more risk, but that would imply that they are specifically men who are in less of a position to win, which I guess also adds that there might be other factors at play.
Yeah, I mean, my theory for court is you have to be dragged into the courtroom with a needle in your arm to not get custody. And why I say that is like it's got to be some crazy circumstances why you won't be able to see your kid at least one day a week or something, and it could be a move or maybe I'm not saying you, Joshua, but like somebody could be abusive or an alcoholic with a history of DUIs or things that the judge looks at it as, is this the best interest of the kid to put you in their place? They're not looking at you as man or woman. They're looking at you as what is the best interest. If both parents are working, both parents live within 20 minutes of each other, both parents are good, normal, outstanding citizens doing their normal shit, 9 to 5 grind kind of stuff, your chances are probably that you're going to get 50-50 or somewhere around there type of split. But if you come in with like a drug history, a criminal history, you're in and out of jobs all the time, you're not stable, you're moving from one place to the other all the time, things of that nature, like that's not the best interest of the child. The judge is looking for stable parents on both sides and healthy ones at that.
So I have a quick question for Ghosty, seeing that she is the positive on this topic, correct? You would be saying feminism helps. So you don't have to like go into it. If somebody else wants to ask you to go into it, would you also say that masculinity helps the family court system?
Yeah, I think men's activism has also played another part into getting this legislation passed, for sure.
Win, Ghosty. Thank you. Win.
I would
So
agree.
we support
Healthy
all the isms.
masculinity would tend to align with a lot of like feminist values. So
yeah.
How so?
It's going to value things like people's individuality and not like putting people like painting people as with a broad brush because of their gender or whatever. Like,
so like well, it depends like what you call a healthy man, right? I guess people are gonna like consider different things, but like obviously I would think a healthy guy is someone who takes care of himself, hopefully takes care of their mental health, cares about, I mean, if you have a family, cares about your family, puts your woman on an equal, like with you. On equal with you.
It's hard to make a 1-to-1, right? Because there is no kind of masculinism because men have already had equal rights. So like there's no movement for men's equal rights. There's a burgeoning like kind of blossoming movement for men's rights as things kind of like shift and move in the kind of rights field, but historically there hasn't needed to be a masculinism.
Well, this is kind of why I asked, even though I said I wouldn't necessarily go into it. Kind of do actually want to, because for the longest time, I've recognized that the courts, in my humble opinion, also are swayed. But they are swayed for various different reasons that I'm sure that I don't know if Joshua actually even really considered these things, but I've kind of noticed. Take, for instance, welfare programs. From my experience, I've noticed that women are more likely candidates for welfare programs. Now, it's most likely because they end up with the children or end up, in these positions where they're needed, where the welfare is needed. Whereas the men, essentially, they can pretty much just go out and get a job. That's what people tell them. You can go out and get a job. So when I look at quote unquote men's rights that you guys were talking about, and whether the family courts are swayed for masculinity, I also agree that it is beneficial for it. In fact, I would say that the 14th Amendment is a primary advocate for it. And this is why when Joshua brings up the 1983s, I'm so happy that you bring that up. When your rights are violated, it doesn't matter what sex, gender, creed, nationality, none of it matters. What matters is that your rights were violated and that you can actually seek remedy for that. It's called prayer for relief. but you have to take it to court. And so for young men out there who don't know it, study the law, study the legal concepts, understand that these things can be remedied. So I appreciate both of you.
Oh,
You know
even
what? I'll
if
amend my answer really quick on masculinism. I think that the next step for a group of people who already have their civil rights would be to advocate for the human rights of all. So that would be the next step on positive masculinity, as far as like a one-to-one to feminism. Men arguing for the human rights of all human beings, because if our natural urge is to protect people who are less strong than us, then giving them the blanket of rights would be the next kind of logical step as far as like protecting people with rights.
Well, and I want to
Here.
really reinforce this. Ghosty bringing up in her opening 50-50 custody, that did move me. That did move me. That is very much a men's rights issue. When you say I'm fighting for men too, I don't know about all of the other feminists out there, but Ghosty's all right. I think Ghosty's on team men okay too.
like there's a couple sides to feminism. I mean, even I can't get on board with feminism because it's taken such a weird, strange turn, especially over the last few decades. But the most normal women, like myself and Ghosty, would promote men's rights across the board. We want you to come take your babies. Most women say, come get your babies.
Yes.
Give me a fucking night off. Come get your babies. Most women want that. This is why they track them down in court cases and go after them to make it happen. They're like, come get your fucking kid, right? Like, and that's what we see across the board. And we don't want to see you not be fathers. I mean, even I would say, like, fathers are especially a father to daughter relationship. It is one of the most vital relationships in all family orientation, right? Because the father treating his daughter and being in his life and doing all of those things carries on to the next generation. How he treats her is what's going to carry through to how she and her family are going to get along after that. That bond is very important. I'm not saying sons are anything less than, but that relationship with a father and daughter is like vital. It's a vital piece. I don't think anybody should be stripped of that. That was the one thing that I sat and thought about forever and ever and ever. Like, God, I could just get the fuck out of here and go, and he wouldn't care. Her dad wouldn't care. Like, he wouldn't want to do anything with her. But instead, I forced myself to stay and try to nurture that relationship. And it has its advantages, but there's more disadvantages to doing it at this point. But generally, most women don't want to see that. We don't want to see you not see your children. We don't want to see you not be a part of their lives. It hurts us more to hear the children say, "Where's my dad? Why isn't dad here? Can I talk to dad? When do I get to see dad next?" Most of us don't want to see that.
Hell yeah. Fathers take the lead.
And to get some just support and time to yourself too, honestly. Like, that's what I hear from a lot of mothers, is just like, I need a break.
Yeah. Well, even at that, I mean, if you're playing a supportive role and an active role in your child's life, like, we have even more reason to nurture that even more so. If you're a fucking asshole and you cause the child more issues, like,
and you're basically a second child to her.
Yeah,
at this point.
if you're making issues for the child, like, oh, yeah, baby, I'll be there this Saturday to pick you up at noon. Daddy's coming to see you, and then you don't show up, and you're causing heartache to the child. That's a problem, right? We're not going to cultivate that any longer if you continue doing more harm than good for the child. But if you are an active parent and you're doing your things, more than likely, I'd imagine, just based off of my experience with women and men, that more likely they're going to continue to cultivate that environment even more so, because you want to see that. It's good for the kid. Most moms want their kid to be happy and love their parents.
Shame more women to do that. Once we get them all on board, perfect.
That's the thing. I think more women are on board with that. And I mean, and you're seeing that in the data that most women they show up for court, they do the thing they're supposed to do, and the issues that men are not filing, they're not fighting for it, and they're not doing their duty. We can wash your underwear, but we're not gonna fucking fold it and put it in the drawer. You can handle it yourself. Like it just gets to a point where we can only do so much. We can't make you do these things that you have to do, and that's
Men
the
seem to
data
be
that
in
we showed
we
you
seem to be in
earlier.
the middle of a kind of like responsive time, right? Women went through this like enormous social change over like a half century, and now men are like, we're right in the middle of our kind of like response to it, and how we have to societally, socially shift to make up for this. I guess what a lot of people on the right especially call like the masculinization of a lot of women, or at least just giving them equal rights in my eyes, and equal access to society as a whole. So now like the crisis to me is just like a crisis of where they fit in the world, and like guys need to refigure that out. And if they want to have these women who have all of these specific kind of behaviors, like they have to be the kind of people who evoke those kind of behaviors, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do
I
take
also
the
think to what
pity
you said a minute
on.
ago, Sarah, uh,
Mhm.
I was curious, like, do you think that a woman or a person has to believe every single tenet ever thought up to the newest ideological like thing in feminism to be a feminist? Can you just believe in the first two waves and still be called a feminist?
No, because I mean, I sit
I don't
more on
think
the
it's all or nothing.
I think it's more on the conservative side of things. Like me, I sit more on the conservative side of things, but the parts that I will battle are the ones where the data shows otherwise, and people are just being assholes and saying, "Well, women bad," but the data shows otherwise. Well, women do this, and the
Yeah,
courts
but
are
you
biased.
believe in
Well, the
most of
data
the
shows
waves of
otherwise.
feminism, right? Like you agree
No,
with
I
them.
don't. I think voting, I would put
you,
in
you,
property owners, man or
But
woman,
you wouldn't do it
whatever,
by
but
you wouldn't
property
gender it,
owners.
right?
I wouldn't gender it, but
Okay,
that's
so
only because make the rule of property owners,
do you
because that was
considering
the
your mothering
original.
time to be labor? Do you consider it to be work?
I think it's work for anybody.
Well,
I mean,
that's
not
a
like
feminist thing. Do you think that when
I
you and
should
your
be
husband
paid
split, there
for
should
it.
be some kind of equitable distribution of property?
That would be called duty then, not work.
Because if you believe in that,
Yeah,
that's first
duty.
wave feminism.
You said duty.
Even
Well,
no fault divorce. No fault divorce is another second wave thing.
if
I did a
well, I
talk.
would have I would have never married him to begin with if I even had all of those factors in play, right? So I would have never even been here if it were all of this. I would still be living at home with my father and marrying the guy that he told me to marry many moons ago.
See, that's the thing. I think most people, except like the absolute knuckle draggers, are somewhat what we would consider somewhat feminist. I think it's like I hate to say the word, but it's a spectrum.
I
You
think
don't have to believe it all.
I think the people that push the patriarchy bullshit and red pill talking points bullshit are probably more feminist than feminists are, quite honestly. But I think a lot of people have a lot of things flipped around. But in terms of like being a feminist, am I going to go fight for feminist stuff? No, absolutely not. It's not. I don't feel any need for it. I
Free
would
the
fight.
titties.
Free the
but you
titties.
like having your own shit, not being told what to do, and being able to fuck who you want to fuck, right?
No, I would much rather a dude come into my house, marry me, and just fucking tell me what to do and where to go and pay the bills. And
But you want to be able to choose to do that.
Boy,
right?
that's
You
going to
want
be
the state to
until
open
you
the door
get
to
to
do
that.
to shoot down as the defense statement. She said here she wanted him to come in the house. And...
Sometimes outside the house.
flows by in a flag right now.
Everything is consensual.
Your Honor, it's right here. I clipped it and everything, sir. No, I
didn't
mean,
point it out till I clipped it.
I would like, even when I was married, I was a stay-at-home mom. I still went to school part-time to finish my degrees because my husband knew that was very I love to learn. I was totally okay with staying home. Like even when I started working, I was like went back in part-time and just kind of shifted slowly until it was like, oh, well, now the kids are completely at school and I have nothing to do during the day. So
You worked
like,
and went to school.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. Women went to school even before feminism stuff happened. There was nothing wrong with that, and it was not seen as. It's like it was the elite that went to school.
Yeah, well,
So.
also for a long time, like schools before specific like feminist movements, like schools were allowed to discriminate against people on the basis of gender, right? Before laws were passed to make that illegal. So like, it's true that some women could still go to school, but like the schools themselves could refuse access for people on the basis of being women, and that was what feminism fought against.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't throw myself. I wouldn't throw myself in that category. I wouldn't own that title by any means. To me, it's like it's a nasty word at this point. And even at that, I still don't agree with the bulk of feminism. There's a few things I can be like,
it's been made ideologically partisan.
Yeah, I can
the term itself.
Yeah. I mean, I could be on board with a few things, and I only argue the things where the data shows, right? And it's like this bias against men bullshit, right? No offense, Joshua, but like when the when the data's there and people are trying to say otherwise because women bad, and it's like no, but the data shows otherwise. Like now you're just like I just look at it as it's on its nose. You're just being mad and upsetty.
We would have still been in the Garden of Eden if it weren't for you bitches.
I don't think being a stay-at-home mom though makes you like from the way I see it, I feel like the majority of people, honestly, normal people are basically feminists. They kind of believe in the basic feminism stuff. But I mean, I guess you can make the distinction, like, would I go out and fight for feminism? That makes you a feminist. I guess I can see that distinction. But I don't know. Even for me, like, it kind of took a while to be like, yeah, I'm a feminist, because it has this super bad reputation and people see it as the radical feminist immediately. So it took me a while to be like, hey, wait, fuck it. This is what I believe in, though. And this is the actual feminism, to be like, no, I'm a feminist. And this is what feminists are. This is what women who actually want equality and care about women and care about men, but just to be respected socially and have equal opportunity, etc. That's like what feminism is.
We need to go back to when y'all were 3/5 of a person.
What's up?
We need to go back to when they were 3/5 of a person. I don't know why we changed that.
But yeah, that's the thing. I was having a little moment there. You had to ruin it.
In that same context, then, Sarah, would you also be of the mind that masculinity is not beneficial for the courts?
I mean, I think masculinity is a good
different
thing.
question.
It's a weird ass question.
Yeah, I think masculinity is a very good thing. I think
this is
femininity.
the point I was trying to make with the masculinism comment I made a minute ago. It's there's no 1-to-1.
It took me a second to click on that one.
Like the argument that would be the inverse is patriarchy, right? Like it's kind of that's more the opposite here than like feminism kind of push against patriarchy.
Is it?
Or
is
men's rights.
Taking away women's rights.
Even in hold on. Even the patriarchy ruling, women were like, men couldn't just divorce their wives and not do anything and support them. They had to fully financially support them. The women stayed in the house and had everything. If you were going to divorce your wife, you better have a little side bank for you to move out and take care of yourself on that. Like you had to do it, and if you didn't take care of your wife and kids, like you'd get the shit beat out of you, right? Like they don't.
All of those things men could do because they were the only one with means.
I feel like you guys are splitting hairs here.
Bad for
you're just splitting hairs, because when I say masculinity, it's patriarchy. It's putting the man above the woman, as in his rights. He has more rights, regardless of who he is. The man has more rights in the patriarchy and in masculinity. So it's just kind of
not about men having more rights. Masculinity is about being like
if we're talking about the court, yes,
that's the point, though, Clay. The point of feminism is to try to get equal rights. Patriarchy is unequal rights.
I specifically
even at
that,
and I'm surprised, or maybe you did bring this up, Ghosty, but if you didn't, I'd be surprised why you missed that. But feminism helped push women into more independent roles, thus removing men from that obligation to taking care of them if they divorced them. So Joshua, feminism legit helped men be more financially responsible for themselves post-divorce, and not the woman wasn't as dependent, and removed the man from that accountability to taking care of a woman even after he leaves her.
I mentioned that kind of with them when I said just them entering the workforce in general. And then I think that got brought up when we were talking about the alimony a little bit. But yeah, I didn't go deep into that. But yeah.
The feminism actually completely removed men from having to take care of women post-divorce, like completely removed them.
No.
Well,
outside of child support, what I'm saying
not
is
completely. No, not completely. You could say, here's the thing,
alimony is
Sarah.
very
I'm gonna give
rare
you
now.
one tiny piece of,
That's the thing,
if
yeah.
I may give just one unsolicited tip.
Careful.
Easy way to make nice is there's a nice common ground we'd agree on. I absolutely agree that feminism, getting women to the workplace, and all of these programs to elevate women in the workplace now has created an environment where there is less of a burden on men to provide for everything a household gets. And that is an advantage of, it's not solely the men's responsibility.
Yeah.
One of the things I like to do, and where I think I'm very good faith, is I want to acknowledge all sides of good arguments. And there is a good argument there. It's not what we're talking about today, at least on that angle. But no, like, fair. Some of that is entirely fair.
I wasn't sure if that was going to be part. That's why I mentioned too in my opening statement. I was like, now whether women entering the workforce is a good thing, that's a different discussion, because I wasn't sure if you were going to go down that road. But
I thought you were walling that off. You're like, that's for another time. Like, not like in a harsh way, but just like, well, I'll mention this, but this isn't what we're about today. So I didn't. But yeah.
No, yeah, yeah.
It really did change. And it also just, I mean, in terms of just getting away from poverty, right? Capitalism's done more to raise humans out of poverty than any other system. And being able to have two people able to work, right? The fact of the matter is also modern appliances, a lot of the work women used to do, just in terms of laundry, dishes, all of these other things. Like machinery does a lot of that now, and we have less kids. So it's just more time in general that folks can go in on. The super chat makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of capitalism, what the fuck is going on tonight? Did everybody spend all their money at the bar Wednesday night? Is that what you did?
Cyber Monday.
Oh,
after Black Friday
shopping today. You little twats should have had some in the piggy
they should
bank.
just buy a comfortable and a pug then.
Yeah,
you little twats.
It's just real charmer, this one.
I'm like total dickhead mode today. Nuke says with the big 10 of something, fucking jerks, start the super chats. Yeah, you little jerks. You little jerks. And then Alexander's helping to carry you guys as well. Says taxes payment. I love capitalism. Works at its finest. But we'll
Capitalism is great for winners.
It's yeah. But we'll probably close down in about 20 minutes, since it's kind of a slower night anyways. And my chat wants to be a bunch of twats.
That's good. I'm going live in exactly 20 minutes.
Perfect. I'll set up the raid.
And it's shameless drama grift.
What's the drama
on? We'll see when we get there.
Well, give us the teaser. Fuck.
So, I don't know if you tuned in. It's kind of some backstory, but basically, I'm fighting with Landry. And so all day today, he's been going around doing, like a kind of a PR tour wherever he's welcome. And so I'm basically just going to sell me reviewing that shit. I haven't seen it. I've just dabbed in. I know it's there. I know people want to see it. I'm disinclined to give him a ton more, free attention, but I'm certainly willing to whore out for the peoples if they want it.
Well, I heard you got doubled up last night on the super chat, so he's officially banned from here too.
Yep,
or on parole or bail or whatever terminology.
He's on the inmate roster. Yes, there's a new inmate roster up. There's 3 people on it. So
very nice. Yeah, so I liked that. Did you like that? You should say thanks for the extra grift, Sarah.
That was a great extra grift, Sarah. Y'all should send her some money.
You're welcome, Flo. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And buy a cuckable mug.
Yeah, buy a cuckable mug. Anywho, I mean, if we run, I don't know, if you run the whole feminism idea, I still think guys disagree with me, maybe, but I think in some weird degree, guys have it easier now, even though it's still harder in other ways. But you have it easier in like you can go 50-50. You don't bear all of the weight anymore, not even just in divorces and so on and so forth, but in other scenarios, like guys can do a 50-50 dinner payment, right? Now
Well, yeah, not the ones that get laid.
Whether that gets him date number 2 is another thing, but they can say, hey, feminism, right? You're independent. INDEPENT.
You know what that's
I've
called,
definitely
right? That's called
offered to pay.
liberation. You
That's right.
you have
No, the
liberated the
liberation of them
men.
all.
Well,
I just don't
well, yeah.
expect men to pay things for me unless it's like a real like set date where they're like, "Hey, I'm taking you out to this place," and I'm like, but if they're just like asking me to like a cafe or like a bar or something, I never expect for them to like pay for all my drinks or
I do.
order me. I don't.
expecting
I just
Ghosty
don't
to
do
pay.
that.
Well, no, you're
I mean,
talking
lots
about
of times they
feminism.
offer, but it's like, and even then, I'm like, okay, you can buy me the first one, I'll buy the next one. Like, I don't know. That's the kind of person.
No, I'm not buying the next one. You're buying all of them.
Well, no, feminism
But
has
to your
done a
point,
really
Sarah,
great
to your-
job of.
To your point, Sarah, I think I think
Well-
it's broadly like agreed upon. I mean, like from the feminist perspective, that like fighting against patriarchal, like the enforcement of patriarchal values has been a good thing for men and women. Like patriarchy harms men and women, and it's bad for all of us. So feminists agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I would say that it does it does good and bad, just the same as patriarchy does good and bad. We all can go through and cherry pick the good. We can all go through and cherry pick the bad in any effort. But in this instance, with what they're saying, we could run that drill and say feminism has done good things, such as because Joshua was saying that feminism has destroyed the court systems, when we can actually show data that says otherwise.
So I wanted to actually touch on the masculinity part, which, by the way, the opposite of patriarchy would be matriarchy, not feminism. Just remembered that, by the way. So when I say masculinity, I'm saying the opposite of femininity. And I wanted to touch on that because I wanted to see your views on equal application of the law. Okay. So regardless of whether you're for, against, you're for both being applied or for neither being applied. Because if you say I'm for masculinity, but I'm not for feminism, what you're telling me is that you're not for equal application of the law. And hey, look, everybody has their views and you're more than welcome to have it. But when you say that men should be treated differently than women, or women should be treated differently than men, what you're telling me is that the 14th Amendment is not good.
Well,
no, like for some reason people keep like using feminism as some kind of like proxy for like female dominance. Like I don't understand.
That's not what I did. So I'm trying to figure out how you kind of gathered that part.
That's what it sounds like.
It doesn't. I actually literally just explained it. I said whether you're for it, against it, or if you're for both being applied or for neither being applied, or actually there's a fifth option, you just don't give a fuck. There's a few different options that you can have, right? But if you're for matriarchy or patriarchy being applied differently, what you're telling me is that you're for unequal application of the law.
Wait, but now you're talking about patriarchy and matriarchy. I'm not for.
Yeah,
I'm not
because you guys
in favor of either of those systems
of
like a gender being
feminism pushed equal application of the law.
No,
that's
it didn't.
The whole point.
No,
that's what it's trying to do. That's what it's always been trying to do.
I think because he counts. I think because it's feminism, he probably assumes it's for women only, pushing or giving special advantages to women and so on and so forth.
Correct.
Yeah, but
I
that's
think
just like a fundamental misunderstanding.
Right,
I don't
exactly
think
what I
that's-
said. Trying
masculinity
to turn
in
it
the
into
court
something
system.
into female
Hold
dominance.
on. Masculinity in the court or in the law would also do the same.
Well,
Wait, what?
it feels like the inverse
You
of
keep
that
saying
would be feminism.
masculinity.
Status quo already
And
for hundreds of
feminism.
years,
Feminism are not the
thousands of
same.
years.
Yes. So what happens if you push men's rights over women's rights? What are you going to do? You're going to tell me that that's not good. But as soon as you say feminism, that's women's
No.
rights over men's rights.
No,
I
it's not
support men's
over.
rights.
It's not over. Feminism was meant to men's rights.
Advocating the equal
Long
rights
time
of women.
ago, men's rights were up here with the amount of things that they had rights over and what they could and couldn't do, and their level of standing in the thing. Women during that time were down here. What feminism did was to bring us up to the level playing field. Now, what is currently happening? What is currently happening is there's some groups who are trying to push women over. Now, that is bad. Nobody agrees with that. That's bad.
Right.
Feminism simply was to meet men and women on the same level playing field, so that it's equality or equity or whatever across the board.
You can also care about two things at the same time. Like you
Right,
can
but
care
what-
about women's rights and men's rights. So
Well, what Marx explains is that the end of both ideologies is that one is superseded over the other, regardless of which one. And it doesn't matter if you go to socialism, capitalism, all of the ideologies, they're all isms, okay? And what you're doing is you're putting one ideology over the other. And the end of that is that the 14th Amendment no longer applies.
isn't
That's
that how
Marxism.
it already was
So
though?
no.
Like one
Literally
ideology
Marxism.
was over the
Yes,
other?
Marx said the struggle of the classes is a political struggle.
Right. Yes. Right. And you know, here's the thing. I would like to see equal application of the law. That's me. Now, if that
Feminist
means
cock.
that we remove all
Yes.
of the ideologies,
Feminist
that's
motherfucker.
one way to go about it. But you can't sit there and tell me that it's okay to apply certain applications of feminism. But then when somebody comes in and says, you know, I kind of like this application, but I want it applied to masculinity. We should let the fathers have the children multiple times and increase that DEI version of the court system for men.
Yes.
You get it?
I don't think anybody's
Let's
said
go,
that
brother.
tonight.
Right. But I know that. But what I'm noticing, and I'm appreciative of, and this is the reason I actually really bring it up, is that when Ghosty answered about masculinity, she said yes. She said yes. And I appreciate that because, you know, I have no problem with both being applied equally. Right. But, and no offense to you, Sarah, you're more than welcome to have your review of it. Feminism as an ideology being applied in the courtroom, but then not being applied in the courtroom, but then applying masculinity. I love the idea that fathers should have their children, but if we're going to apply it equally, then both parents need to have their children.
Feminism doesn't advocate mothers should always get their children. It's literally like the opposite. It's like feminism.
No.
Literally, they can even kill them if they want.
Men. Thank
That's
God
how
men
much-
don't have to
Yeah,
grow
exactly.
babies in their belly. That's a whole different conversation. But
No, it's not.
Feminism would
a whole
argue,
different conversation.
as Ghosty was.
It is a
arguing
whole different
earlier.
conversation. That's
No, it's not, because
that's a
what
whole
if
different thing.
what if I as a man decide
Yes,
that at
the
2 years
intersection
old,
of
that
rights is a
baby
whole different
boy-
thing.
that baby boy ain't serving his purpose no more, and he's eating way too much food of mine, and he just needs to go to the grave.
Put him up for adoption.
I'm
He's not
sure
growing
that
inside
all
you.
of us, would not agree that that is a good thing.
We also don't value a fetus as like a fucking grown
Oh,
child.
we do.
I'm saying
This-
we
this
as
right
in
here-
me don't.
This is why I don't claim feminism. Right.
Bingo.
But some feminists are pro-abort or anti-abortion
Some
though
are,
too.
some are.
But
They
but
just think-
masculinity.
I guess overwhelmingly though it
I
is a
also
kind
believe-
of feminist.
Well,
I
yeah.
also believe masculinity, and here's my actual view of it. Feminism and masculinity should neither be applied to the courts. Neither one. Equal application of the law. If
That's
you're
the point
a
of
good
feminism.
parent,
dumb
you're
fuck.
doing good.
Jesus Christ.
No, that is not the point of feminism, stupid. That is not the point of feminism. The point
No.
of feminism is to give
It's
more
a goal.
rights
It's
to
a
women.
point of feminism.
No,
Or
that's
if
not.
that was-
That's
it's
not
not.
what
Only
it
right
is.
wingers think
Not
that.
Clay.
Yes, it is.
Clay. It's not.
Are we
Equal.
equal?
Here's where men started. Here's where men
No.
or women started. Okay. Men
I
had
understand
more
this.
rights a long time ago. They could
Now-
vote. They could do all
now-
this shit. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And now.
And now women were brought up
She
to
hates it
equal
it
with
advocates
men.
for
Now we
women to
can
have
all
the
vote.
right to an abortion,
Now we
and she
can
doesn't
all
wanna
go
let
to
those women have
school.
abortions.
Now we can all work any jobs we want. Now we all pay taxes. I wish we could take that one back.
So then
now
what
we
more
all
application
have
of
the
feminism is
same-
needed?
Social.
So what more application of feminism is necessary at this point for the law?
I guess
For the
to
law, I mean, just keeping it, honestly, because there's
I mean,
people who
look-
are literally like, let's take away the 13th Amendment.
well, hold on, Clay.
And
because
19.
hold on. We had Title IX came in when I think I was still in like high school. I think when grade school when Title IX came through. And that was just so we could be able to play sports and had equal opportunities to that. But even at that, Clay, now you have the transgender stuff coming in and taking over
Correct.
women's spaces. So all of that shit that women fought to have their
Right.
own thing, now the transgender
Yeah,
thing
there's
is
30
coming
trans
in
athletes
and
destroyed
shitting all
women's sports,
over it.
guys, remember?
The inevitable end of Marxism.
And
Yes.
the patriarchy never gave you guys that problem. Not once.
No, that's not true. I don't agree with that.
Well, we
Yeah,
had
it
our
had
own
a
We didn't
whole
have-
bunch of worse problems.
Yeah, put
Yeah, literally.
men over women all the time, and that was literally the aim of the law at that point in time. So no, I see us all as equals. I do 100%, and I do believe that none of that should be applied in the courts, because as soon as you start applying it for one, then a 1983 comes out of that.
When did feminism put itself over men?
I mean, are you not? I don't get it. Like, are you not paying attention? Like, do you know what the women's rights movement is?
Yeah.
Why don't you just give an example?
Yeah.
It's not women specifically. It's that if a man believes that he is a woman,
No,
then he
I'm
can
not, I'm not
such.
talking about trans stuff.
Now
I'm-
he has abortion rights, which is insanity.
Wait, how would he
Wait,
have?
what?
How would a trans woman have abortion rights? She can't
I
get
think
pregnant.
bringing
It'd have to be a trans
insanity
man,
into the
so-
law is
Clay,
insane.
what are you talking about? This is insane.
Bringing-
confused, and you're
trans men can get
deflecting.
abortions.
This
Yeah.
is what I'm talking about right here.
You're deflecting from the point. I asked you has feminism put women over men, and you start talking about trans
when a
people
baby's in
getting
the womb,
abortions.
when a baby's in the womb, okay, a man has no reproductive rights in certain places.
I mean, that's just nature.
It's not nature. That's
Wait,
the law.
Wait, do you agree men and women are different?
Duh.
Okay, well then why would we expect the exact same issues here? Like women have a different ability in this case that is regulated totally separately.
Men have a different ability too. We can
Like, I
go
don't
on a
have
warpath and put all the women in cages. Should we do that?
Well, you can't because better men would stop you, right?
No,
I don't
we
have the
could.
right
We
to your
literally
sperm because I'm married to
literally
you or
could do
something.
that.
Like,
No, we literally could put all the women
No,
in
you couldn't
cages.
do shit. No,
we
you couldn't.
don't do that because we all agree that that is wrong. Society at large agrees that putting all the women in cages and just using them for chattel is wrong. Okay.
Well, Republicans
Now,
are
why
less
is
and
it
less
that
on
when
board
we
with what you
talk
just said,
about-
but
when we talk about
No,
reproduction,
he's right, Clay. You agree that yes, changing something to from being a choice to being forced is wrong, right? That's what you're saying,
correct.
oh wow, crazy.
right?
Yeah, correct. She was not forced to have the baby.
Unless
No,
you
she
tried to
wasn't.
abort it, right?
She was not forced to get pregnant.
No, that's an interesting use on that one because the whole force argument, everyone, even most of the most extreme on it, are like, no, if she was forced into it, that's an exemption, and that's less than 1% of those.
yeah,
It's a
but how
weird
do you
argument,
prove
man.
that? How do you prove
Yeah,
that
you
even
have to
within
go through
3
a court to do
months?
it, basically, right?
How do you
Like,
prove what?
like lots of rape kits don't even come back for multiple months. So by the time then you're like 6 months pregnant and it's too late.
Well,
Like
so-
I knew a
I'll
rape
have
kit
them
that didn't
anyway,
come back for over a year. Literally the
Don't
result.
even worry about it. Just unalive them. Just unalive
Also,
them.
like,
here's-
also proving that shit is just hard to begin with in general. Lots of time, rape kits don't even prove
you
sexual
misunderstand the
assault.
point
What's the
immensely. The point is if a woman's been forced into a pregnancy, all of the like pro-lifers, almost all of them, only a tiny subset would say not in that case.
Right.
That's
And
So
fine.
the argument, so
So
even
we
though
didn't miss
almost
the
the
point.
entire
Yeah, we
group,
didn't miss the point,
Ryan, you're better than this. Even though the entire group
I am.
that would be critical of this is like, that's one exception. That's the argument that the other side makes, and it's very bad faith because that's not what 99% of the issue is.
Well, it's not bad faith because number one, we're pointing to in reality, people actually would have to then prove that they were assaulted to be able to access an abortion under those laws. So it's not bad faith; it's just realistic. It's actually engaging with how these things work in the real world.
So, back up: is pregnancy a naturally occurring event, or does it require two consenting, or at least two adults?
It requires two people to have sex. Yeah.
Okay, so we know when this happens, and we certainly know if we didn't want it. And so the question becomes, why is it that we are calling this forced when it was voluntary?
Well, what we're saying is forced is the staying pregnant part, right? So we're saying, so the idea is that if someone tried to get an abortion, you would force them not to in your world.
So why do we have to go downriver from that though? Why can't we go all the way back to before you crashed, before the pregnancy happened? Why do we just blow past all of that?
Well, you understand consent.
Consent is a
right?
constant thing. Yeah, you have a continuous thing.
I agree with you.
No, clearly not. Because
no,
you're backing up to one thing
because pregnancy puts you in any kind of danger. You have to consent to it at any time. Otherwise, you're being forced. Why do you think we have like forced pregnancy laws for like ethnic cleansing and stuff like that?
Okay,
so
when you change something from being a choice to being forced, it becomes immoral.
An example here. So I had a really large Thanksgiving dinner. Okay. And I feel like I'm really stuffed, and I shouldn't be stuffed with a bunch of food. So right now, I'm just going to go ahead and have somebody cut me open and pull all that food out of me, because you know what? Hey, why not, right? I mean,
you're comparing a stuffed belly to an actual child.
Well, I mean, that's
the state's not going to stop
that you have to take care of for the rest of your life.
Child? Wait, I thought it wasn't a child. It was just a
well, guess what? If you're forced to keep the pregnancy, then yes, it's a child.
Your argument not so consistent.
No, if you're forced to keep the pregnancy, then it's gonna be a child. Also, guess what? Even if it was considered a child when it was a fetus, I still wouldn't give a fuck. I'm one of those people where I believe in abortion, even if it's like a little baby with a beating heart, up until 20 weeks or 16 to 20 weeks.
Under the law. Feminism for you is not equal protection for the law.
How?
Alexander says, why do men keep forgetting that women can use pew-pews too? The monopoly on force doesn't exist with men anymore.
Kind of exists with money.
Arguments.
I do agree that they have them, but can they use them? Sarah can. She's an exception to the rule.
All these hypotheticals are so dumb.
I know tons of women who shoot.
No, I've been watching that show, Cops, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I done seen some shit.
How many bad men cops have you seen, by the way? Do you keep track of all those too?
I actually filmed the Cops, so yeah, women cannot use guns. I'm gonna tell you right now, they do not have the ability to. Sarah can. She was trained, right? But when it comes to like the average woman versus the average man on the police force, no. Women are just absolute trash. I mean, how many women in a rest?
Sorry, I'm muting them for a second because Clay's a fucking moron. But what Eva said here about murdering its women being femicide, I argued with not so erudite about this specific word a few years ago, like 2 years ago, I think, and she was like, she was saying how r-slurred it is to call it femicide, which was really weird, and I don't know why. I don't remember why. I think she was just like, I just cited like some international entity that like describes it as such, and I was like, this is why people are using the word. And she's like, well, I don't care about what sources use it. I still, that doesn't change it. I think it's r-slurred. And I'm like, okay, thanks, Kyla.
Emotional, making you feel guilty about shit too.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I get that all the time for men. I used to.
All right, Rocky, we're about to shut down, so throw something out there, Rocky.
Make it count.
Oh shit. Okay, feminism was started in the 1920s by the Rockefellers and the Small Hats. It was a design to destroy the family unit. It was created to get the women in the workforce so that the men would let their children be raised by the school system that was also created in the 20s by the Rockefellers. It's the control grid. The go to the government schools and get taught a bunch of lies. They promote, now they promote everything. Now they have these people coming and reading your children books, and they,
Exactly.
Exactly. It was by design. Okay,
that's crazy.
You're fucking crazy,
Sarah. I have a clip
later.
that I think would be funny to play
Oh
here.
yeah.
I just loaded that up. Yeah. So this is the all-female SWAT team competing against the men. You'll notice the women here, they're having just a fucking go of it. Now the guys here, they're like, all right, we're gonna go across here. And they're like, cool, we're done. Now the women started earlier in the clip. Still haven't figured it out.
Why is there like Arabic writing in the top right? Or is that
Because I think it was in international games. I think it might have even been in, I forget where, I'd have to look it up, but it was an international competition, and I think it makes me laugh so hard.
Damn, that's crazy.
Sketchy.
Feminism brought that for us, right?
Yeah, but nobody's saying that women are stronger than men, and nobody's. I think most people
Some people
agree
are.
and
No.
recognize that. Yeah, we acknowledge that most men are physically more capable than women in a lot of things.
I get that, but it sounds
however-
like they're saying women are just not
However,
even capable.
y'all die from a man cold while we're over here pushing babies out of our vaginas, out of a tiny, inksy, teensy little hole. We're pushing a whole ass baby and still willing to do it again and again and again. Kiss my ass. You can keep all your stupid physical fitness competitions. I'll knock you out with a fucking cold.
Facts.
True.
Mhm.
In fact, I literally.
Man
So I
flu.
just wanted to say too. I know I was able to yodel a little bit, but part of the reason, like, I didn't want to, is because I do actually have a little thing in my throat right now. Because, like, yesterday it was absolutely horrible, but I took a bunch of cough medicine, knocked it out real quick. Is it
It felt great.
the Fisherman's Friend? That stuff. Oh my goodness, that stuff is great. Just knocked it right out.
I literally wanted to say one thing really quick.
Hi, Alexander.
Hey.
What's up, brother, man?
Subplay. So my point was, we lived in a time where any man could kill any woman or hold her down through force. We now live in a time where any woman can kill any man or take him down through force. If she has a gun or gets a surprise drop on them, they can do it. We're not in a world where a guy can walk into any room and be the strongest person there if they're all women. This isn't that world anymore. So we need to let go of that way of thinking and stop talking about who controls the force or who allows someone else rights, because it's just a stupid idea at this point.
Well, even at that, I mean, if you really think about it, how I've always viewed men in this situation is they are our glorified bouncers. We own the bar club. Y'all are our bouncers, right? We say, oh no, bad people over there, do something. And then you guys go and do it. And then we say, oh no, bad people over there. And then you guys go and do it. Right. But like, essentially you're just doing what we tell you. Like, you're protecting us because we hold the key to your children. So you have to.
And even when men ran like tribes and stuff, the women were often telling them what to do and how to do it. Like, it's not like men built society on their own and women were just sitting around idle, taking care of babies.
Yeah, no, they contributed actually like a lot to the society and how everything functioned. I know, like, women hunted, women fished, women made nets, women rose the children, women taught children how to hunt, women gathered, women helped with shelters. Like, if you're thinking that fucking cave women were just sitting on their ass, twiddling their thumbs, not doing anything, just like having a girl chat, you're fucking crazy. Like,
well,
you gotta think about how unfit women, like cave women were.
This is one of the things that Christianity has given us. It's kind of stamped out the divine feminine like history, especially in the West. There was a whole lot of like feminine traditions that kind of got stamped out by the patriarchal systems.
And our contribution
So
to
you don't have that history
society
anymore.
You know, my
is
wife's a
like
tough lady. She
has to
had
do with depression.
7 children, so yeah,
Damn.
and she was tough. She's tough. I love my wife. I never forced her to have children. We wanted children. And I don't know where everybody
Any woman
gets
who's had
that
7
men
children
are
definitely needs to
trying
be
to
called tough.
force women in marriage to do shit. That's not my marriage. I mean,
No, it's not most people's
Well,
marriage
even at
today, but
that,
it used to be.
even at that, things shifted as technology and industry shifted. Women no longer needed to do anything, like because you guys were doing jobs. You weren't running farms and ranches and or cropping and shit like that. Like things changed. Men went to work instead of working on the homestead. So women didn't like you were trading out
I
your
live on a
homestead.
homestead.
You were trading out your homestead for a paper dollar that bought you food, and then you sent your wife to go buy the food, right? So we simply traded the system of men and women's synchronicity into, oh well, it's guess you just go to place, make money, and I'll
Mhm.
stay home with children. Whereas it would have originally been both man and wife on homestead or at home wherever, and operating together to feed themselves, clothe themselves, bathe themselves, and do all of those things on their home. We've changed with industry, and therefore women didn't need to go anywhere.
But I feel like that's why they
Yeah,
lost a
me
lot of
and my wife,
purpose
my
because they
wife,
used to
have been
contribute so
married
much.
for a long time, and
Men just didn't
I
adapt.
live off grid, so we work together. My kids work to get firewood. We homeschooled. Shit got away from the system, but then I had to go overseas to make a few extra bucks. But and I had to sacrifice being with my family. So I went and made some big bucks so I could, support the family. And that's a sacrifice men sometimes have to do. But, she stayed home, and that was hard because I
7
wasn't there.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Couldn't
wasn't
imagine that
there
being
to
easy.
get the firewood. She had to get the kids. The kids were doing firewood by then. They
Yeah.
were,
So it sounds like you both had to make sacrifices. She had to
yeah.
pick up the
It's
second
hard work. Marriage
person
is a
being at
hard work,
home,
man.
that you had to pick up being away from your family. So, and
Yeah.
and most people don't recognize that. Well, one thing we hear is like, oh, women just sit at home doing nothing, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, we're both doing something. We're both making sacrifices across the board. Stop negating the other person. Now, if you have housemaids and nannies and all that shit, and you're not doing something to contribute, then yeah, you have an excuse. But how many people live in that lifestyle?
Yeah, women in
know?
the military don't really mix on the front line. I've been on the front line. There weren't many women. I mean, I didn't see any women on the front line. And so don't give me this shit that women
What
are
is this
equal
obsession
and
with
all
the
this
front line?
crap.
What are you talking
There,
about, man?
I believe that
Nobody's on the
women
front
and men
line.
are equal, in the house. That I ask her
30 years, it'll
for
just be
advice,
robots on
she
the front
asks me
line.
for advice. But
Well, I mean, here's the thing: if you want to hear his opinion, you kind of have to shut the fuck up.
what?
Oh, what if I don't want it? What if I don't want to?
FBG and Ryan, they have this bad habit. Of just
I've barely
interrupting.
talked for the last fucking hour.
I was literally just interrupting.
Shut the fuck up, Clay.
I'd love to hear your opinion, Rocky, but you know what? These assholes just don't want to hear it.
It's true. I agree.
Yeah,
I
this
don't wanna hear it.
generation is kind of screwed up, in my opinion. I'm lucky my family and my children are already, in their late 20s, 30s, 40s. And, they're not, I don't know. This generation is going to have a hard time listening to these type of people that they're listening to and shit. I feel sad for
Well,
the
we've
whole
created
thing.
this men versus women war, and I don't know why. Like we're supposed to be working together for the sake of our children, whether you have children or not. I think the children have always been the party that's been left behind out of every new era, every new culture war, every new whatever. They're always the last ones left on the fucking list, and always get the leftovers of whatever shit comes down. And I think that if everyone actually thought of, okay, how can I actually help the future of society? How can I make it better? You make the kids better. You do what you need to do for the best interest of the kids, not only in your relationships, but in the world as a whole. And I think that's the fucked up part. We leave them behind. We forget all about them, and we're more worried about fucking dumbass shit like materialism and commercials and Santa Claus. We worry about stupid shit that we don't need to be worried about, and we put our focus on I don't know, fucking like all of this other stuff that's not.
Yeah.
If you fix the
I
kids,
agree with that.
if you fix the kids, you're not going to worry. You're not going to have all of these other issues later, because their generation, when they grow up, they'll already be fucking normal and shit will fall into place.
Yeah, sometimes it can become a cycle. Like,
see, I think it's also a matter of like you have to worry about the generation raising the kids though, because they're the ones fucking up the kids.
Which is why it's got to start somewhere. It's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
Be the
break
one
that
that breaks the
cycle.
cycle. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's got to start somewhere.
It's-
Speaking of
it's-
starting,
I could have had my father's bad habits, but I tried to, and my children don't want to have my bad habits, but maybe they can learn from my good habits and leave my bad habits behind or whatever. You know, so
yeah,
nobody's perfect.
It's funny
when you grow up and you become a
interesting
man.
because sorry, go ahead.
You got to stop blaming your fucking parents for every fucking thing that's wrong in your life. Take responsibility for your own fucking choice. I'm sorry.
no, say it loud and
No,
say
really,
it
go for
proud,
it.
Rocky. Go ahead, go on with your bad self, and then after this, we'll do closing thoughts from everyone.
I mean,
well,
within reason.
I've noticed that a lot of my one of my children likes to blame me for everything, and he's doing the worst. He's got the worst habits and the worst everything, but yet he's one that blames me for everything. My other children don't blame me. And they're doing really good. You know, they're self-sufficient. They don't complain. Stop blaming your parents for all your stupid decisions you made in your life and blaming boomers. Oh, it's the boomers' fault.
Okay, boomer.
I'm a boomer.
Is he freezing?
Anyway,
Yes.
I love all you guys. It's just sometimes you gotta, tough love. You gotta tell people the truth, and sometimes you gotta give your kids a whooping.
Preach.
The way it is.
Fair enough. All right, Clay, let's start with you. Your final thoughts to the panel, sir. We're going to get the fuck out of here. We're going to head on over to Dusty's. I'm going to raid you guys over that way. So if you guys do want to continue paneling, he will gladly host all of you, although I think he's doing drama content right now. But the topics shift like the wind over there, so you never know. Clay, kick us off, please.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Sarah's 100% the best.
Oh, shit. No. Wait, no. I just accidentally left. I didn't mean to.
Feminism or anything like that, or court cases, because that to me is the real application of law. But no, I believe you both held your positions pretty well. Feminism, as far as Ghosty is concerned, she would also accept masculinity being applied. So I feel like you're very much consistent in your view. So that's awesome. Equal application of the law. 14th Amendment. Thank you. And also, yeah, Dusty's a great guy as far as I'm concerned. Well, maybe not great. He's all right. I'm going a little too far. Big bro. I love the cuckable mug. You guys really buy a cuckable mug. It's awesome. Thank you, Sarah.
Most certainly welcome, Clay. You are the best advertiser across the board. Effigy to you, sir.
Well, thanks for having me on as always. Head back to the original prompt. I think it kind of goes without saying that feminism has been a positive influence on the courts, mostly because I think any movement that expands the rights for a group is expanding the rights for all of us, whether it be any way with the feminism, whether it be making the equal distribution of community property, making sure that marriage is viewed as an economic partnership, whether it's solidifying that non-monetary contributions to a marriage are actually considered work, no fault divorce, solidifying domestic violence laws, making sure that marital grape is considered grape. You could just go down the list, and every time that feminism scores a victory in the courts, it expands rights not for only for that group, but for everybody, which is pretty much the way rights work. But yeah, I think it's overwhelmingly obvious that it's helped everybody. So yeah, everybody have a great night. Always good talking to y'all.
Thank you, Effigy. Thanks for popping on, you little shit talker. Every time I see you blabbing in the chat, you know I'm gonna call you up every time. So you might as well just either shut up or just
fucking call me out. I should have
automatically.
just hid in the bushes.
Yep. Rock E to you, sir. Your final thoughts.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like final thoughts. So peace,
Tell everybody
love.
to fuck off.
I love y'all. I hope y'all. I pray for you, Father. Pray for these people on panel. Amen.
Perfect. All right, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Effigy said. You know, I think it's clear. Feminism has done lots of great things for society in general, not just family court system. I was really frustrated for a while there with that specific point that we like. It seemed like a lot of Josh's argument was really leaning onto this idea that men know that they can't file or they shouldn't file for custody, basically because the courts will wreck them. And I mean the best argument in response to that didn't even come from Josh. It came from Alexander Wren, who donated that super chat that mentioned that, like, you know, there are men who are actually fighting for it are probably people who are more likely to win, which is probably true. But that just speaks to that there are actually conditions by which people are likely to get custody and conditions by which people are less likely to get custody. So it is possible that men who are less likely to fight are told to do so in situations where they probably shouldn't, because they are actually going to get a bad situation. But that wouldn't necessarily be because the courts are biased against them. It might, it could be, right? That's a possibility. But another possibility is that there are circumstances for which they are less fit, right? So if the courts through feminism and egalitarianism as a goal, right? If they are more likely to focus on what's best for the kids, and then men, if the courts are doing that, and then men still end up being less likely to get the kids, that might just suggest that those men are less fit for the job, which is possible. And it was also possible the other way. But yeah, again, we didn't really get to explore that too much. But yeah, feminism W, patriarchal L as usual. Appreciate you guys. YouTube.com/radicalcoder. I'm about to go to sleep, but it's been a good night. Always good seeing you, Sarah, Ghosty, and Josh. Take
Peace. Care. Good night, Ryan.
How we doing, guys? I'm a sleepy coder. I like that you guys are all fighting. Rav, Eva, and Fuzzy. You guys are battling Rav. You guys show him. Rav says, men have a role, women have a role. Men are still doing their part, women are rethinking theirs. I don't know about that. I don't know if there is an inherent role. I tend to make comments to annoy people or get a laugh. Thank you, Callie Time. Good to have you here. I guess I might also raid you guys over to Dusty's. I don't know. Any final thoughts from you guys? I was looking at the waves of feminism, because like Josh gave a really weird characterization of the feminism waves, and I was gonna walk through those and be like, first wave, it was fighting about like basic legal rights, like voting, which is a good thing. Second wave was pushing for workplace equality, reproductive rights, and freedom from rigid gender roles, which I think are all good things. Third wave focused on diversity, individuality, and intersectionality, which again I think are good things. And the fourth wave tends to focus on digital activism to fight harassment, violence, and systemic sexism, which I think, again, also good things that feminism does. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. Seems like a good thing overall. Seems fine. Feminism kicked my dog. That's what I just wrote that in Sarah's chat. Let's see. Rob is streaming. It says taking all Democrat call-ins. Does that mean he would take my call-in? I'm too tired to do that. I can't call into a Rob stream right now. Good night, 304s. 304ers. Yeah, appreciate that, Callie. Yeah, I guess I'm also gonna send you over to Dusty. So, good night, gang. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow, or today, I guess it is. But, yeah, appreciate you all. I'll see you soon. Okay, bye.
Guys, I'm like